Cricket's grand final is upon us. They're up, but bleeding, yes!
Listen to that.
The battle for red ball supremacy on the grandest of stages at the home of cricket.
Mitchell Stark takes leg stump out of the ground. Australia go 2-0 up here at Lord's.
As the reigning champions, Australia seeks to frank its form as the dominant test team of the era, with the opportunity to lift the mace again.
Line around the wicket, reverse sweep from Siraj, and he doesn't beat backward point. Scott Boland takes the catch to secures the World Test Championship final for Australia.
The Australians have worn a challenging path to get back to this pinnacle event.
Carey caught behind! Broads finished it in magnificent style. England square the series 2-2, and it feels fitting.
He lets fly. Hazel's bowled! Shamar Joseph has bowled the West Indies to the most romantic of victories. Stark over the wicket bowls. Hamza Finch pops it up. Smith, yes! And with it, the series is won 2-0.
2 to win. Sears to Cummins. He goes back and works it through the offside for 4. Pat Cummins has won the test for Australia along with Alex Carey.
Webster danced down the pitch, clouts the boundary. And finally, the Border Gavaskar Trophy is back in Australian hands. South Africa poses a formidable threat, armed with fast bowling weapons.
3 slips in the gully. Yardson bowls in! Small of Rabada's over. Kawaja caught it backward point.
Bowls. Stark is driving low down. Dini's taken the catch. A splendid cotton-bowled ankle height. It's a rivalry with a rich, fiery and controversial history. The next chapter set to be written.
There it is. They go. This will be out, surely. It's out. It's going to be run out. Oh, that's it. South Africa out. Donald didn't run. I cannot believe it. That's out.
Oh, he dropped it. I don't believe it. That's unbelievable.
Like that. Australia win. Magnificent from Ryan Harris.
A conversation being had between umpire Long and Cameron Bancroft. Now there's some footage on the screen which is not entirely conclusive, but that seems to have provoked the conversation between the umpires.
And once again, SEN is live on location to bring you every ball. It's the 2025 ICC World Test Championship Final on SEN Test Cricket. Over the wicket at him. He's bowled him!
Facing up on 28. Bowls in. Middle stump out of the ground.
Crawley's wrapped on the pad. They're up. He's out.
Over the top. Out towards one off. Does it carry? It does.
That is a shot of an emperor.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
It's a box office blockbuster.
Hello and welcome to our coverage of the first day of the 2025 ICC World Test Championship Final, live from Lord's here in London. This is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Old blokes win stuff. It's an adage of the T20 franchise world that feels applicable to the approach Pat Cummins has gone with when naming his 11 for Test Cricket's grand final. Of the 11 Australians who won the mace on the other side of the Thames against India 2 years ago, 9 are here again, including Marnus Labuschagne, who for the first time in his career will open the innings. It's a makeshift solution to retain an experienced head, albeit one who has been in decline for a couple of years, but it's an emblem of how this side has kept on keeping on. He keeps his spot ahead of the kid, Sam Constas, who'll have to wait until the Windies in a couple of weeks for another crack, round 1 of the next season, so to speak. As for Scott Boland, it's hard to think of a tougher selection call on a guy who was untouchable at Sydney to start the year, a 10-wicket bag to win the Border Gavaskar. But it's for one of Australia's finest ever quicks in Josh Hazlewood, for whom the Victorian makes way, with a fine body of work behind him in 3 test matches on this ground. Throw into the mix the returning Cam Green, elevated to number 3 after a season on the sidelines, and the retention of all-rounder Bo Webster, who showed steel of his own in Sydney on debut. And it's an Aussie side that looks and feels the favourite. But to discount South Africa would be a fool's errand. Sure, their record at the business end of major tournaments speaks for itself. But you've got to be made of tough stuff to make it to the end of this 2-year cycle as one of the last teams standing. Yes, their schedule might have been easier than some, a quirk of an inelegant World Test Championship draw, but that will count for nothing once they walk through those famous pavilion gates opposite our commentary position. Make no mistake, the Proteas possess a bowling attack that can match it with anyone, led by superstar Bharat, who was rampant on this ground in a 3-day win over England the last time they were here. Skippered by a man entirely committed to success in Temba Bavuma, it shapes up as the most important test South Africa have ever played. That not only applies to the days ahead here at Lord's and the trophy on offer, but also for what Test cricket might look like for them in their country in the years and decades ahead as well. What's certain, this is high-stakes stuff, and it's a true occasion for the form of the game that matters most to people who love it. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our coverage are two men who feel very much that way about Test cricket as well. From the same nursery end where he opened the bowling in the 1999 World Cup final, we have Damien Fleming with me, and alongside him, a man who has become a citizen of Australia since the last time that we convened, Bharat Sundaresan. Flam, Baz, how good is this?
Yeah, great intro there, Colo. Bharat, everyone listening to this coverage, very excited, very significant for the Australian team. You know, they want to go back-to-back Test Championship final wins. The legacy, Nathan Lyon talked about it leading into the Sri Lankan series, that, you know, they want to be known, it chucked in with the Invincibles and the Steve Waugh and the Ricky Ponting team. And back to Marnus, opening the batting. You know, for me, how long are we going to persist with these makeshift openers? I'm a traditional guy. I like my Test cricket. I want my opening batsman to be opening batsman. All right.
Very fair, especially at Lord's as well. It's all about tradition. Good morning, Flem, Adam, and everyone listening to us all over the world. And I think it's a stopgap solution. And Pat Cummins was insistent yesterday that this whole selection is based on one test. The Caribbean is different. It's a different series, different start. And I guess this is just a reward to Marnus for probably having played a role in getting Australia here and having been part of every test in this cycle. This is looked at as a culmination of this cycle. I think that's the only reason they've stuck with him. That and probably his experience playing against the Duke's ball here.
It's interesting, isn't it, boys, that if you're going into an AFL grand final or NRL grand final, you know, you're picking on form, and it's harder because they're not playing every week and they haven't played since Sri Lanka there. So, you know, you're sort of dangling the carrot a little bit to that South African top order, whereas Constas is a different beast, isn't it? Like, it was interesting just talking to him 2 days ago. I'd never met him before. He's a big kid, isn't he? Like, he must be 6'2", and he looks like he's going to fill out. You know, he's going to be without all the laps and the ramping, he is going to be a very forceful opening batsman, and I think Australia is at their best when they have Hayden, Slater, Hayden, Warner, and then the opener that complements that.
It was such a difficult decision for them to make, how they managed the top six. It was 8 vying for 6 spots, wasn't it? Great problem for Australia to have, that there were too many people for those spots. I suppose it is analogous to footy because it is a grand final. We're not conditioned to big finals in Test cricket until this World Test Championship began 6 years ago. But the idea that round one, as I mentioned in the intro, when they're in the Windies, well, no dramas playing the kids. Grand final, you want the big experienced bodies. And look, when we spoke to Pat yesterday, Pat was pretty open about that this is about the one-off game. It's not about Marnus being their long-term opener necessarily. I think they would hope he'd make a truckload of runs here and return to number 3.
Well, that's the opportunity he's got.
And whether what he does this week might end up being a referendum on his spot in the team. Surely, given we're at the end of this cycle, if Marnus weren't to perform this week, he would be the odd one out when they get to Barbados in a fortnight.
Yeah, because I think in the West Indies, Josh Inglis is going to come back.
Yeah, totally.
I think he'll play. I think there's a feeling he can bat anywhere in those type of conditions. You know, the West Indies won't be that radically different than the Sri Lankan conditions there. So then you're throwing another variable in there and Constas in the waiting. The one thing I am excited to see Cam Green at 3. You know, he is coming in off good county form, very technically correct. He's missed 12 months. He's not bowling. So, you know, if he can make runs here against a very, very good South African attack, and we'll no doubt talk about that a little bit future there, you know, if he can ingrain himself at number 3, and I think the experiments with Stephen Smith floating around, you know, that's gone. Stephen Smith's had a very good 12 months, settling in where he's become a legend at number 4, and, you know, head at 5. Bo Webster, you know, very impressive in his test match playing so far, and then we're all very excited, aren't we? We just want to see an edge between second and third and Cully. There's no room, is there?
Did you watch?
There's 7 foot.
Did you see them? Were you here for watching them catch the other day?
What was it like?
I mean, it was art. It's the best way I can describe. They are gigantic, and watching them next to each other in the cordon. But we were debating this in Sydney whether they might be able to go with 2 and 1 rather than 3 and 1.
Yes.
You can see a world where Cummins has that flexibility, maybe for an extra catcher on the leg side, in order to leave those two with their enormous wingspans. Baz, you were watching that.
Yeah, I was. And I asked Pat Cummins that yesterday in the press conference, and he said Manas just went and stood with him for a while, and he said I felt like a child in there. Yeah. And not only are they gigantic and the wingspan now just expanded beyond imagination, but they're both such great catchers. They have big hands and they can catch anywhere. I honestly believe that Bo Webster was the best catcher outside the test team in Australia. He has been for a few years, and now that he's in there and pairing up with Cam Green, and I asked Cam Green in an interview whether he flirted with moving anywhere apart from Gully with the injury recovery. He said, I stood at first slip for Gloucestershire for 1 game. I had this one edge wobble at me. I said, I'm going back to Gully. So he's comfortable there.
Yeah, I mean, there's some variables at this ground that for the players haven't played here before. You know, it's still incredible each time coming here. I mean, the majestic pavilion, but just the slope. You know, you don't get full appreciation of it on TV, do you? So running into bowl, you do feel like you run in on an angle and you bowl on an angle. When you're batting, at one end you feel like you're on your toes, at the others you're on your heels, and then you chuck in the juke ball. You know, that it's going to, once that lacquer goes, it moves, you know, consistently, but often it goes, you know, once it's gone past the stumps.
And I'm glad they're using the Dukes this week. There was some chat in the lead up to this final.
Okay.
You know, would it be the Kookaburra, as it often will be at an ICC event, but they're going with the Dukes. And Tim Payne was actually talking about this with Gerard Whateley this morning, about how when you first bat here, we talk a lot about the bowlers, but when you first bat here, what you're describing there, you are a bit off balance. Just takes a moment. I wonder the extent to which that fed into the decision to actually go with Hazelwood. 3 great test matches here. 15, 19, 23. He was instrumental in all 3 of those performances for Australia. It's a timely reminder of the rivalry between these nations. Flem, you played a lot of cricket against South Africa in your international career, and for a time there, this was oftentimes number 1 and number 2 for much of your career as well, where these two teams, when at it, the whole world was watching.
Well, it gets back. I think Ben Horn wrote about it today, that you know, they really have underachieved at big championships, mainly in white ball cricket, and we've only just, this is the 3rd World Test final that we've got. And they were often the number 1 rated team going into World Cups, weren't they, South Africa? And for years, you know, obviously with the famous or infamous tie at Edgbaston, you know, from then on, you know, South Africa said we didn't choke. You know, we just got unlucky, and then really, I reckon it's been in the last few years that they realised that they gave up opportunities. And I think when you say that, you can actually go on and put it behind you and try and achieve greatness. So I think I love the World Test Championship final. I think we need to tweak with the rules to qualify a bit, but we need a game like this to announce the Test Championship or the Test champs at the time. And if South Africa can win this as the underdogs, this would be a significant thing for South African cricket, who have generally drifted towards white ball cricket. Infamously, they sent a B-grade test team to New Zealand because their T20 competition was going on. If they win this, can it spark test match cricket in South Africa? Can they get back to getting great crowds like they did, particularly on that first tour Australia, 93-94? So for this group, I think they're galvanised. They've got a cracking bowling lineup. It's whether one or two of their top six can make significant contributions against an equally potent Australian team.
Speaking of their attack leader, when we had that opener and I had the binoculars on, Kikiso Rabada, he walked all the way up to the middle, steely focused. Alex Carey tried to say good day, Rabada just blanked him. So he's in the zone already. Big KG, he's got great history with Australia, especially that series back in 2018. Controversial as it was, Rabada was magnificent. Painting this, it's lovely, Baz, isn't it? We're so conditioned to see England out here warming up, but it is a neutral venue, right? So it'll be a packed house. The members will be full as well. But it's an unusual situation to see Lords decked out in quite this way.
And just the number of South African voices I've heard on my way back in, and the number of South African shirts as well.
Yeah.
So
I saw more South African than Australian.
Correct, yeah. And I just listening to Temba Bavuma yesterday and just speaking to, firstly, they also outnumber our media contingent. There are more South African journalists than Australian journalists. So this means a lot to them. And Temba Bavuma spoke about how just even getting to this final has given so much more impetus to Test cricket back home. They picked a young squad for Zimbabwe, and there are a lot of these guys they were worried who might drift away to white ball cricket, who have committed themselves to red ball cricket. Tristan Stubbs is a great example of that. A strike rate of 52 in Test cricket and 156 in T20 cricket. So these are great signs. And in a strange way, Flem, and I wrote about this yesterday, all these years when they've lost in knockouts and big finals, they've been playing for their own legacy. Here, in a strange way, they're also flying the flag for all these other economically poorer test nations. Because if they win here, if they beat the mighty Australia, regardless of what got them here, if you're New Zealand or Pakistan or Sri Lanka, you believe, and then do they end up playing more test matches so that the road to the final becomes fairer than it is right now?
Well, if they do win, that means two of the non-big three have won three of the finals. New Zealand won the inaugural one. Australia, India, I mean, that's perfect for the marketability of the Test final. But if South Africa do win this, yes, certainly so. And there's a bit of work to be done, isn't there? Like on, how you do qualify and how we can get more meaningful Test match cricket. But, I'm a big believer. I'm very excited to call this. I think it's a great initiative. And just hearing particularly a lot of your calls on the Gerard promo, Colo, we were here for the World Cup final in 2019, the tie. We were all here for that Bairstow, wasn't it? The run out. There have been some great moments, and I've got no doubt there's going to be one or two in the next, hopefully, 5 days.
Yeah, it's a privilege to be here, and that wider lens that you're both talking of there is really important in all of this. A colleague of ours, Neil Manthorpe, talks about the big three and the small seven, and the way in which the economics of world cricket works. And of course there are other full members as well in Afghanistan and Ireland who came to that top table a few years ago now.
Isn't it funny, like I was played a golf day, ICC Emirates Golf Day yesterday with Matty Hayden, which was great to catch. I knew I'd see him today, but to see him after getting the Hall of Fame and having 5 hours with the big fella, and well deserved. I mean, when you look at his stats, averaging 50 in Test cricket, 40 in one-day cricket, and the manner, wasn't it? He was a real enforcer with his great mate Justin Langer at the other end. But Trudy, who's the CEO of Scottish Cricket, who used to work at Cricket Australia. Nepal and Scotland have had these outrageous couple of white ball games. Bring it on.
It was the most watched clip in the cricket world last week was Scotland last ball in Dundee in 8 degrees. So it gives you a feel for the way in which the game, sometimes we get, I guess my point here is sometimes we get a bit down on Test cricket. Sometimes we get a bit doomy and gloomy, and we talk about, well, will there be 6 teams playing it in 5 years' time? Will there be only the big three and a couple of others? Will we dispense with the World Test Championship? Days like today, weeks like this week, I was over at the World Cricket Connects conference over the weekend as well, the MCC.
So we'll talk a little bit through the broadcast.
We definitely will, but I guess if you zoom out and you remember what we've actually got here, we've got a precious form of the game that's nearly reaching its 150th birthday. I think we need to be more bullish about growing the game, and I know that we shouldn't I feel almost guilty lumping too much pressure on South Africa in that respect, but if they pull it off this week, it will do an enormous amount for those who aren't the big three, and that's the other
I think even a close test match, it's not as significant, but if this is a very competitive test match, it's a big tick. It's selling test match cricket to the masses.
And that too at a time, this game's happening where this game finishes on the 15th. 4 days after that, India and England, again, part of the big two, start a big test series in Leeds just down the road. So for this game to happen at Lord's and push India and England out, sort of, India did have a practice session cheekily, I think will mean a lot. And it's so good to see the crowds come in. I was a little worried when I got onto that flight saying, well, with India-England happening, will this even make the headlines here in England? But it is. Everybody's talking about it.
It's just kicked in the last 2 days.
Very much so. So I think it's good that we have a culmination. And also, I guess, not to take a pot shot at baseball, two teams who played traditional test cricket at a time when there's so much talk that, if you play test cricket like this, things will, it'll just fade away and you need to play a certain way. You have to be exciting, which is why I brought up Tristan Stubbs' strike rate as well.
Before we go to the break, we've got Andrew Sampson with us this week as well. He might be the best cricket statistician in the world. He's South African, proud South. He sent through a stat for us early on, which to read out here. This Australian 11 has 1,593 test wickets between them, which is now the Australian record, which was previously 1,588, which is when they played against South Africa at Sydney in 2006. So a reminder of that vast experience that the Aussies possess. And as I say that on our monitor, they're arriving at the ground right now. Well, pics of them arriving at the ground with Hazelwood and Stark and Cummins, and of course Scotty Boland, the unlucky man. We'll talk about him in the middle segment as well. We're about 8 minutes away from the toss here at Lord's. We'll go to the break and return to that in a moment. Bharat, see something quickly you want me to tell?
No, just the slip cordon. Flem's first sighting of the two giants in the slip cordon.
Who knows what they will do? Pat Cummins, he's the kind of guy who likes to bowl first. We'll find out very soon on SEN Test Cricket. This is the new ball live from day one, ahead of the final for the Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Back in a moment. Indeed, this is the new ball ahead of day one of the World Test Championship final for the Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. We're looking to the other side of the ground, to the pavilion. It won't be long before Pat Cummins and Temba Bavuma make that walk down the steps and through the gates and out to the middle for the toss of the coin in a few minutes from now. The pitch in front of us, Flem, we haven't been actually out there yet owing to day one crazy stuff, the way it normally plays out with these ICC events. However, I've been here for a couple of days, so have you. It's compared to normal, it's quite straw-coloured, isn't it?
It looked greenish 2 days ago.
Yeah.
But that wasn't fooling anybody. I'm talking to the Australians. They thought it was very dry underneath, and it's been very dry weather here in the UK. So it's one of those ones you'd expect the team to win the toss to bat, but with the clouded conditions, the jute ball's going to move around. So it's one of those ones with the pace attacks of either team. You won't be unafraid to bowl first.
Oh, I should say it's thick cloud cover.
Thick.
And Lord's is that, I mean, it's cliched as it comes over here, but Lord's is your classic look up, not look down joint.
Same with Leeds, Headingley's exactly the same.
Captains believe in it. I guess that's the most important thing. They believe when you look up and it's cloudy, you bowl here. And we know, Baz, that Pat likes to bowl first.
He backs himself in, and now with the form that Josh Hazelwood is in as well, he wouldn't bat an eyelid before choosing to bowl first. And it's helpful to have Bo Webster in there as well. He's suited for these conditions, and I think it might come down to that, the depth of Australia's pace attack against what South Africa have. Yes, Rabada and Mark Jansen has become a world beater with the ball, but you don't know what to expect from Lungi Ngiri, and they're depending a lot on Rian Mulder, who'll bowl medium pace, who'll play the Bo Webster role. So I think with Pat Cummins, if he wins the toss, I think he will field first.
And it looks if it can go long enough, it'll turn.
And we saw that.
Line and Maharaj, who's had a good 12 months as well. So if you do bat first and bat well, you'll be able to bowl in the second innings when the ball's spinning, and then potentially that brings in reverse swing too for the quick bowlers.
It's kind of quietly become the best pitch in England over the last few years. Like under the radar, it had a little bit of an era. It was too flat, not too dissimilar to Melbourne actually. It was too flat here, and over the last, I'd say 5 or 6 summers, results pitch, but not at the expense of a genuine battle between bat and ball. Indeed, the only 3-day test I can remember in recent times is when South Africa bowled on morning 1. That was the first summer of Bazball, where England were invincible against New Zealand. We rocked up here for the first South African test match, and Bharat just caught fire, as did Jansen. So that's one to watch.
Which could happen in this first session.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, there is not excessive green grass on this pitch, so, I think the bounce will be pretty consistent. But with the Duke ball, pronounced seam, it's going to move. The slope makes the ball move either way anyway, depending which end you're bowling from. And then we know once that lacquer goes and they shine it up, the third component is swing. So it's going to be tough batting in this first session.
Temba Bavuma's running late, by the way. I only just saw him.
Can you get timed out as captain?
I just saw him nip his head past the side screen.
You can't do the toss.
They're actually running a TV opener, which means that
I'm going to write to the MCC Rules Committee.
Yes, I'm sure. Well, you're the right place.
You know who's in that committee? Saurav Ganguly. He'll know all about it, Clem.
Yeah, indeed.
Have to have
he just didn't. He turned up half an hour late. Ganguly. Steve Waugh's sweating in his jacket and his old baggy green, and Ganguly had come out with shorts and a t-shirt.
Let's put our reputations on the line here, boys, as they get ready for the toss. If you win it, what are you doing?
I bet.
I think I'll bowl.
I feel punchy about the overheads. I think I'd bowl as well, but I don't know. I always feel that way, though.
The aggressive one is to bowl.
Yeah.
My question is, what does Marnus want Pat Cummins to do?
I'd say South Africa will bowl.
Yeah.
Get themselves in the test early. Take 20 wickets and all the rest of it. So we've got the TV. I think I can see our great mate Ravi Shastri down there. SEN's own Ravi Shastri. He'll be doing the toss.
He should do every toss, every test match toss anywhere.
The match referee is Javagal Srinath this week. Our umpires, Chris Gaffney and Richard Illingworth, who are now ranked number 1 and number 2 in the world.
Well done.
Our mate Richard Kettleborough has been relegated to TV umpire, Baz. I'm sure we'll hear from him. He was the most controversial TV umpire in the World Test Final a couple of years ago, which provided some entertainment as we got deeper and deeper into the Test match. But no India this week, so that means that they were able to be represented by their fourth umpire.
Look at the height difference between the captains.
So we're just waiting for them to get the call here from TV, but the toss is imminent. Crowd just filtering in, nothing excessive yet. It's not packed for the toss. Members have been able to get in here this morning from 8 a.m. There were queues this morning, as there always is. Part of the tradition here at Lords is that the members like to get here early and have their breakfast in their deck chairs and that type of thing. So,
but there's so many other things to do until the game starts here. So it's pretty packed outside the actual general seating.
And it's getting more and more elaborate out the back of the nursery. The whole nursery ground is covered in food trucks and all the rest of it. Part of the reason why it's seldom used for cricket these days, the nursery. It's a training facility and a corporate facility, but that's all part of the modern game, I suppose, and the grand old ground here at Lords. And the two teams that we know what they are, so there's no jeopardy in the toss as far as the team sheets are concerned, with Australia choosing to go with Labuschagne up top with Usman Khawaja, Webster at 6, Green at 3, and then Hazelwood winning the last fast bowling spot over Scott Boland. That's for South Africa. We know that they'll have Aiden Markram opening with Ryan Rickleton, Vian Mulder at 3, the all-rounder. Interesting that the all-rounder will bat at 3, Temba Bavuma, the captain, at 4. It looks like Ian Bishop is going to come through with the toss thick and fast in a moment.
Controversial.
Is it Bish?
No, it's got to be.
No, Bish has got the mace. No, Bish has got another friend of SEN, of course. About Bish worked with us a couple of times, and then Ravi.
Ravi's been ready since last evening. Don't worry.
So I'm tipping we'll get this through in a moment. Not quite like we would have hoped, but we'll turn up the volume so we can hear. Can't quite pick it up. So what we'll do is we'll take this off TV and we'll try and read the body language. That's probably the sensible thing to do. Just a reminder of that Australian team: Usman Khawaja, Marnus Labuschagne opening, Cameron Green, Stephen Smith, Travis Head at 5, who was player of the final 2 years ago, Bo Webster, the all-rounder, at 6, Alex Carey, the keeper, at 7, the skipper Cummins at 8, followed by Stark, Lyon and Hazelwood in South Africa, Aiden Markram and Ryan Rickleton, followed by Vian Mulder, Temba Bavuma, Tristan Stubbs at 5, which is of interest. Here we go.
It's St. John's Wood.
Toss through.
And we are at the iconic Lord's Cricket Ground, buried rich in history and tradition, and it's the venue for the World Test Championship final, the ultimate test. It's a Southern Hemisphere derby. It's South Africa against the defending champions Australia. And we come up to toss time at the home of cricket. The two captains, Temba Bavuma, Pat Cummins, Australia, Javagal Srinath from India, the match referee, all in readiness. Temba, we'll give it a flick. Heads. Heads is the call. What's it, Javagal? Well, Temba, you've won the toss. What have you decided?
We'll have a ball first.
What do you make of the surface?
Surface looks a good one. I think obviously the overhead conditions dictate that we ball first. So while it's still favourable with the new ball, we'd like to try and make some inroads into that batting lineup.
You've announced your team, but you happy with the combination for the surface now that you're bowling first?
Yeah, happy. I think it's too late now for anything else. I think we've selected the best team for these conditions. Everyone is confident, all 15 of the guys. So yeah, we're super happy.
How big is this occasion? At the home of cricket?
Yeah, massive. I think all of us have some sort of allegiance to Lords. Obviously, also being in a final, this is something that we would have wanted to do. And when you can hear the South African accents as well in the stand, so should be a spectacle of a game.
Enjoy yourself, express yourself.
Thank you.
Pat, what would you have done?
Yeah, we're happy to bat first. Yeah, it looks like a pretty good wicket. A few clouds, but it's pretty normal for England and looks pretty dry. Might turn later in the match.
And your combination, you're happy with that now that you're batting first, Marnus opening for the first time?
Yeah, that's it. You'll get straight into it. The preparation's been unreal. There's been 15 guys pushing for that final 11, so all the guys in the team ready to go.
You do a lot of travel miles. You come from all over, assembled here, 5 days, and then you are into a test match. Happy with the preparation?
Yeah, it's been great. I think it's just something you get used to the more you play. There's some people from India, from Australia, been over here, so Smithy from New York, so everyone's come together. We've had really good, about 10-day preparation and ready to go. Defending champions, is that pressure or less pressure? Well, I don't think there's any extra pressure. If anything, we've been there before, we've won it. So this week's all just about enjoying it. It's quite a journey to make it, the last 2 years to get to the final. So we've just had a great week and hopefully it continues. Have a good one, Pat. Thanks, Ravi. Well, that's the news from the centre. It is South Africa who won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
Indeed, that is the news. We thank ICC TV. We thank Ravi Shastri for telling us the news there. I love that quote from Pat at the end, Australia being inserted at the toss to recap there. We've been there before. It sounds like, Flem, it's hard not to reference footy stuff. Teams that have played in grand finals, that's all good. We're enjoying the week. We've been there before. That's certainly the case for these Australians. They've been everywhere.
But just a shout out to Ravi. He could do the Emmys, couldn't he? He could do the Oscars. He could do anything. That's brought another thing too, hasn't it, to cricket? So let's wait and see who the next generation imitators are, because you feel pressure at the toss to add a bit more to it. Pretty cool and composed. He didn't engage too much, Patrick. Game face on.
What do you say? We're happy to bat. You can sort of read that two ways, Baz. So the South Africans, Temba Bavuma was effusive that they've got the best team for these conditions. Once they saw the overheads, they had no doubt.
Yeah, especially with that bowling attack. And that is their best chance. Their batting's not their strength. Bowling is their strength. So give your bowlers the best chance, like you said, to make inroads. And yesterday he did speak about, with Marnus opening, there are some vulnerabilities that they think they can expose in that top order. And it's a fair point.
All right, boys, off to another break here at Lord's. South Africa have won the toss. They've elected to field first. This is the new ball ahead of day one of the World Test Championship final for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. After the break, joining our commentary team for the week, Daniel Norcross will be steering the ship, and with him, one of our favourites, former New Zealand skipper Jeremy Vernon Coney.
Now the New Zealand coin toss, I got that right. I frequently say coin toss. I don't know if you do that spoonerism. But South Africa has won the toss. They've elected to bowl. That coin toss news thanks to Belgravia Apparel in partnership with New Balance, supporting community cricket with high quality teamwear. Bharat, no great surprises for the side who would win the toss would bowl. It's grey. It's a little gloomy. There's no threat of rain. We've got a pretty good forecast for today. Just a little bit in the way of showers for day two. Otherwise, set fair. So what South Africa are hoping for here is to make the absolute best of the conditions. We've done many a Lord's test, and they say look up, don't look down. It's frequently true, but I will tell you, that I was in conversation with Sam Robson, who has a sort of foot in both Australian and English camps, having played Test cricket for England, but with a very broad Aussie twang. And he plays for Middlesex. He tells me that the pitches here so far this season have been slow. There's been very little carry through to the keepers, been very frustrating, hard to take 20 wickets. So I guess getting first use, that's kind of ideal for South Africa as the underdogs.
Yeah, and it looks like a neutral pitch, if that makes sense. And because you're right, I mean, you look up, not down, but I also like to look around wherever I go, Daniel, especially at this amazing venue, even if I don't fit the dress code often.
Well, you can't get in the pavilion.
Yeah, well, we'll
but
see.
But neither can I.
No, we'll see. That'll change. Things change around here, Daniel. Wherever I go, you'll see.
Well, indeed, they let women in. You can believe that? 26 years ago.
There you go.
That's extraordinary.
They're adapting, but and it'll be important for Australia to adapt. And I was just reading Pat Cummins' body language as he finished the toss and just walked up to Andrew McDonald. And I think the question Andrew McDonald seemed to ask him was like, why didn't you toss the coin? But if you look at who finished first, it was Temba Bavuma, South Africa, who finished first. I think that's what led to him tossing the coin. Because it's South Africa, we Australia, not Australia, we South Africa.
Yeah.
And what that body language told me was Pat Cummins was ready to bowl as well. To make the use of the best use of the conditions, yes, but also to exploit what you would perceive to be South Africa's weakness or the weaker aspect of their cricket, which is their batting. Because what's happened is, I think, good for the game. You know, coming into this test match, Australia start favourites because they have more balance in their team, more experience for sure. But now that Rabada and Marco Jansen and even Lungi Ngiri will have first use of this pitch and these conditions, tells you that that advantage almost has been negated.
And I think, you know, if you're Temba Bavuma, you are delighted that this extraordinary four-man bowling attack of Hazelwood, Cummins, Stark and Lyon, who have played, or will now have played, 33 test matches together. I think that's the most of any four-man bowling attack. You're keeping them away from these conditions. And pitches in England very much this season have been first-day pitches if you're a bowler. It's kind of inverted the normal narrative. If you win toss, you bowl, because that gives you the best chance to take 20 wickets. Well, South Africa, they have won that toss. They are going to be bowling. And after the break, we are going to have the anthems on the new ball ahead of day one of the World Test Championship final for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil.
The lights are on here at Lords, where South Africa have won the toss. They will be fielding first. We're in the final segment of the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. This segment will include the national anthems, which they'll walk out for in a moment. We've just seen announced, Flem, the chairman of the ICC, Jay Shah, who will be out there in the middle. He's been in London through the week. It feels like everyone in world cricket's here right now. They've coalesced around this ground between Saturday and now. It's a real event.
No, it certainly is, and we want this. We want a premium put on the test final, and, you know, two teams that, you know, this matchup's going to be very interesting, isn't it? Like the pitch does look dry, it looks good, but we know South Africa's attack. You were talking about a couple of years ago that Jansen and Rabada just ran through the English top order, and it is set up if the Australians don't bat well. Marnus, can he make it as an opener? Greeny, can he consolidate there at number 3? So there's some question marks for the Australians, which South Africa will be trying to dig into with this new ball.
327 wickets at 22 on the dot, Rabada, in Test cricket.
One of the greats.
A strike rate of 39, which is up there with the greatest to ever play the game. So we'll see him with the new ball. I would imagine from the pavilion end, Rabada. Would you think, Flem?
You'd say so, wouldn't you? You know, so he'll be angling the ball into Marnus away from Khawaja, but he's got that ability to straighten. And that's a good matchup in itself, isn't it? Khawaja and Rabada have had some great matchups over the years, and that classic Yorker from around the wicket at the Wacker about 8 years ago that knocked over Khawaja, and South Africa won that game, and then they flogged the Aussies down at Hobart. A lot of South Africa's wins against Australia have been led with Rabada with the ball, and they'll be hoping for more of that today.
Yeah, and that was, as you say, that test win at Perth was Rabada as like a 21-year-old in the absence of Dale Steyn, who got injured within the test match and just carried the team on his shoulders as a young lad, and it proved that he's made of real tough stuff. We're seeing the umpires walk out
they're getting a standing ovation.
And the crowd are coming to their feet. You're spot on. So Javagal Srinath, who's the match referee, and by his side, Chris Gaffney and Richard Illingworth. We're seeing the... well, it wouldn't be a grand final, to go back to our footy chat earlier, without kids and flags. There are lots of kids and there are lots of flags.
Yeah, they're holding hands with the players as they go out. And Pat Cummins' baggy green has got a lot of Steve Waugh about it.
Doesn't it
Did you
just?
just see
the beak?
you can actually see the white where the leather has deteriorated. Great to see from Australian captains, but a great moment for the players as well. You know, I hope they're really feeling it. There'll be nerves, but that's a good thing. That means you're ready to perform.
Boy, here we go. Fireworks as well. All happening here at Lord's. Not really known. There was famously an opening ceremony here with fireworks in the 99 World Cup where they put off the fireworks in the pouring rain and they didn't come out properly. So a little bit better than that. No rain this morning.
A little bit better. It's cloud. We've got the lights on. But no, they were nice. Little ceremony happening in front of us.
So we're just waiting. What will happen here is that the anthems will start through our effects mic. We'll see how it goes. We might take it off TV. We'll just play this by ear a little bit. It'll be Advance Australia Fair first. That's good enough. Australian team, they enjoyed that. National anthem of South Africa. That is some moment here at Lord's. A ground known for its history, a ground known for its presence, and, well, there's another famous moment here. Two national anthems sung by soprano Laura Wright, who tends to do most of the anthems here in England, the famous soprano who plays the game as well. Great to have those anthems sung with such might as well. The South Africa win the anthem debate, I reckon. That is an absolute belter of a track.
Wow, what an opening ceremony.
Yeah.
These teams have met in a neutral test match back in 1912. A triangular series.
Sorry, Flem. We're just going to quickly pause here for a moment as we start our formal coverage here at Lords in a moment from now. Just joining our coverage, South African captain Temba Bavuma has won the toss and elected to field first on a gloomy morning. All the lights on here at Lords. Adam Collins with you, former Australian international Damien Fleming with me. The 5-minute bell being rung by Jay Shah, the ICC chairman. Over beneath the bowler's bar in the pavilion. We're up the other side of the ground and we cannot wait for this. It's going to be Kagiso Rabada taking the first over. He's going to bowl it actually from our nursery end, which we didn't expect.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really bother for someone at Rabada who's taken over 300 wickets at an average of 22. And this is the matchup. Massive. There are actually some hugs between. I'm not sure who's at mid-on there for South Africa.
Kesha Maharaj
and Rabada. That was lovely to see that. So that signifies how much this means to the South Africans. And Usman Khawaja, brilliant in the last Ashes series here in England. Finally disposed of a poor record over here in England, but he's got a new partner, Marnus Labuschagne, who's up against a very good South African attack. Rabada from the media end, the nursery end, and Jansen will be bowling from the pavilion end.
So Usman Khawaja prepares to face the first ball of this final. Got a big double 100 in Gaul in his most recent series. Umpire Richard Illingworth calls them to order. Khawaja marks his guard. Next to him a short leg, behind him 3 slips in a gully. The clock ticks over, 10:30 local time, and play is called. This is the World Test Championship final of 2025. Rabada away from us, bowls to Khawaja, open the wicket, beats him with a beauty as well. Off stump line, had to play and away in the air through to the gloves of Verena.
No warm-up balls for Rabada. He looks very focused. He's shortened his run-up over the years. He doesn't waste a step. He's very balanced when he releases the ball. That is pitched on at least leg and missed Usman's outside edge by at least 3 inches.
So away from us again, Rabada second ball with a test match down the leg side. Khawaja doesn't catch up with it. So a 6-3 field.
And that's
short leg plus the fine leg in middle.
That's seeing Colos against the slope.
Yeah.
And that's the problem here when you're batting. If you've got the ability to move the ball against the slope, you are going to get a lot of wickets.
They're the bowlers over the years who've been most dangerous here. It's why Anderson ultimately became a pavilion end bowler.
Yeah.
Because he realised that he could work sort of counter-cyclically up the slope, and it made him such a threat on both edges. Rabada bowls, Khawaja back, defence to mid on, both feet up in the air.
Yeah, it's not going to be its quickest today, this wicket. Even so, Rabada getting enough bounce to force Usman to jump into the air. Just on TV, we're getting a close-up of the Lord's pitch, and certainly there's not a lot of live green grass on this. If not, there's already some cracking underneath.
So Rabada up again, bowls to Khawaja, leaves alone a ball that came back the other way after passing the stumps. So Verena took it moving to his right. Good bowling.
So we've seen enough already, haven't we, in just 4 deliveries. Rabada's accuracy straight away, his ability to seam the ball against the slope, and then on that delivery, he's bowled an in-swinging delivery to the left-handed Khawaja.
Pax Corden, the tallest of the men there, Marco Jansen, at 4th slip or gully. We'll see him bowling almost right away. Rabada here, leaving alone. Wider of the off stump is Khawaja, shouldering arms from the crease. So they'll have Jansen, they'll have Ngidi. Ngidi's down at long leg. I wonder whether he might get the first crack from.
Yeah, we're assuming Jansen, aren't we?
I just took it as Red Jansen with bowl from our end, to be honest with you. But yeah, they've changed it up and gone the other way. Then they've got VR Mulder, who's carded to bat at 3, but principally there is an all-rounder. We'll see plenty of seam from him. Kesha Maharaj balances out their attack brilliantly. The left-arm spinner, who's enjoyed quite a bit of success against Australia. Last ball of the first over. Rabada in here. Khawaja steers out to point. No run there. A mate to start for South Africa. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Australia none for none. Now the interrogation will begin for Marnus Labuschagne. It's like Jansen's gone straight over from 4th slip, given his cap to Chris Gaffney. So it will be the big left armour who bowls rockets and hoops it around.
I think if you're a left armour, you'd love to bowl from the pavilion end.
Yeah.
If you've got the away swinger or in swinger to the right-hander. And that's what Marnus will be worried about, but equally the left-hander can just wobble the seam and angle it towards the slip. So it's E-Day for Marnus. It's been a tough 15 months, isn't it? Averaging 25. Debatable whether he's selected in the team a couple of days out. So a huge opportunity. The opening spot is available. If he can get runs here, set himself up for 3 test matches in the West Indies.
So Bettingham's at first slip, Markram at second, Mulder at third. And in the gully, Stubbs when Jansen's bowling. Jansen, 73 test wickets, 21 and a half. So terrific numbers on paper. Can he do it here on the big stage? Was good here in his one test match against England in 2022 with both bat and ball, Jansen. Keeps the short leg. He goes a little bit behind square for Labuschagne, interestingly. Labuschagne facing up. Jansen's first ball goes back in defence. A loud call of no run you can hear through the FX mic.
Right in the middle of the bat. That will give Marnus a lot of confidence. Went to county cricket. I think there was only 3 innings, Colo. You know, no significant score. But there's nothing wrong with first ball hitting the middle of your bat.
He got a couple of good ones, and that happens. That's an occupational hazard when batting in England against the Dukes, isn't it? But yeah, lots of experience. 5 seasons with Glamorgan, 2 Ashes trips, and the World Test final of 2023. Labuschagne facing Jansen, left arm over, driving past the bowler, not quite past the mid-off though. Temba Bavuma, the captain setting the standard, diving away to his right, denying the first run of the Test match.
Yeah, excellent fielding there from Bavuma, and they need that. They need pressure from the fieldsmen, particularly in front of the wicket. There's not a lot of them, really. There's only mid-on and mid-off. The bat pad's actually behind square.
It's gone in fashion, isn't it? Short leg being just behind square compared to the old days where it was a forward short leg. Jansen in, bowls to Labuschagne, leaving on the 5th stump line through to Verena. Labuschagne averaged 28 in this World Test Championship cycle, which informs the speculation around his spot. 1 century, which was more important than I think people realised at the time at Old Trafford. Had he not made that, Australia probably would have lost in 4 days and would have in turn perhaps lost the Ashes. But since then, some important contributions, some 50s at Melbourne, 2 of them which felt significant at the time. 60 at Adelaide, 90 at Christchurch. Jansen in, Labuschagne here defending, but no big tons, and it feels like that's the hurdle that Labuschagne needs to clear. He needs to be a ton machine again.
Which was not an issue, was it? No. You know, when he got to averaging 60 at number 3. And even in that last Ashes series, he didn't fail a lot. He just played some uncharacteristic shots to get out.
Yeah.
You know, he became a run machine for 3 years, didn't he?
Yeah, that double 100 and a century in the same game, wasn't it, over in Perth when he was in, I think he averaged 65 at one stage, and it was a big old sample size too. 2 left in Jansen's first over. No runs as yet. Labuschagne forward defending. Nice start from the Queenslander in right behind it. 135 kilometres an hour. The kind of day where both batters are in the short sleeve jumpers. I wouldn't say it's full as yet, with plenty of seats available over in the mound stand to our left. Handful in the grandstand as well to our right.
Very good crowd, isn't it, for a neutral test match. Jansen, you know, he needs to bowl that length that is at least bail height when he's just gone a fraction short, because he's not as quick as Rabada. Labuschagne's been able to leave him easily.
Jansen to finish his first over, and he beats Labuschagne with one that goes across him. Had to play at it. Verena took it in front of first slip. 2 maidens to begin the test match on the Tarp House scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, Australia none for none.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. 2 maidens, 1 Rabada, 1 Jansen. The former goes again away from us, nursery, and to Kawaja, goes back and plays under his eyes. That's a backward point, no run. Our replay screen, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Last ball of the previous over. That beat Marnus by a long way.
Once again, seaming against the slope.
Yeah.
So there's a lot confronting these two Australian openers. There's the seam, there's the accuracy, pace, and there's also a bit of movement in the air. So excellent bowling conditions. They can't afford to bowl too short here, these South African quicks.
Rabada turns and charges. He's got the short leg, bowls to Kawaja, plays it into the onside one, hand off the bat to mid-wicket, no concerns, but some extra bounce. Looks like a really dark Dukes too, doesn't it, on our screen? They're the ones you want. What is it about, Flem, for fast bowlers, dark cricket balls, and the belief that they're going to swing more?
Yeah, see, I was the opposite.
Oh, really?
No, I like, not with Dukes, but with Kookaburras, I love the bright red ones. I reckon they shine up better.
Okay.
But I think the majority talk that they like the dark side.
Certainly over here.
But Darth Vader.
Yeah, when Anderson and Broad got to pick the ball for a decade or longer, Rabada bowls and leaving wider of the off-stump is Kawaja. They took turns, didn't they, Anderson and Broad, about picking the ball, and the job was to pick the darkest and the smallest feeling one. It's all vibes, I guess.
And there's definitely a significant difference between the Duke and the Kookaburra in your hand. Like the Duke is smaller and the seam is more pronounced. More narrow though, so I found that I narrowed my grip on the ball for the Duke and went wider for the Kookaburra.
Change of angle, Rabada, after 9 balls now, goes round the wicket to Kawaja. Field remains the same, wide of the off stump, and Kawaja in that familiar form leaving from the crease.
That's good skill from Rabada though, to come around and straight away. It's a very tight, just outside off stump line. Very common these days for right-hand bowlers to come around the wicket to left-handed batsmen.
So he wanted to give himself a bit of a look over the wicket. Now he's going to settle into his form for Kawaja. 2 left, tidy so far, no runs. Kawaja pulls out of a ball that was short and wide outside the line of the off stump. Considered having a crack at a pull shot, but it's too wide for that. First shortish ball, 140 clicks.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. He will just be reading the pitch. It was way too short. You can see, which umpire is it from this end? Is that Illingworth?
That's Richard Illingworth, yes.
He looked like he was bedding it down. It was only about 2 metres down the pitch, but the next bouncer from Rabada will be 2 metres fuller, and it'll be right over off stump.
Rabada to finish his second over. Wider on the crease, Kawaja leaves closer to the off stump as well. 3 maidens, Australia none for none. Chemist Warehouse replay screen, Kawaja and Labuschagne both yet to get off the mark.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
End of financial year sale on now. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins and Damien Fleming with you. Something going on behind the sight screen. One of the joys of the sight screen from the pavilion in Flem, there's quite a lot of cricket here, is that it's the only ground in the world now, I reckon, where you can have punters, or members in that case, about 5 rows in front of it. So you do get the occasional interruption. One of the stewards there is trying to
surely it's down. The only ground left that can happen in.
And of course, it will never ever change. Not at Lords. Jansen to Labuschagne. Over the wicket, defends to mid-off. Wade onto the call, no run to Babuma.
Wow, how many dot balls now, Colo? 25?
This is 19. Hopefully they're counting them. I want a world where you've got Bettingham at first slip, just going up to Labuschagne and just reminding him that where things are at in a contest.
Because this is what we talked about, isn't it? If you have a Constus opener, there is no way there's 19 dot balls. He could be out,
yes,
but there would be scoring.
Well, that is one of the criticisms of Labuschagne. It's the inability to put pressure back the other way, although early in this innings. Jansen to him, hits him on the thigh pad, balloons into the onside where short leg collects. But first time we've seen a ball hit an Aussie on the body so far. We're behind Labuschagne. Looked like thigh pad. We'll see a replay here for Chemist Warehouse on our screen. So it reared up from the middle stump length and hit him low on the thigh pad. Might have got in that awkward spot where there's no protection. Just
I think it did.
Pad flap.
Interesting watching that, expecting big bounce from Jansen. He must be 6'6", 6'7". It actually skidded. It actually beat Marnus for pace.
He's got that short leg as well. Jansen up close to the stumps. Labuschagne leaves on length through to Verena, who was the ICC wicketkeeper of the year last year. Started well in county cricket, playing for Notts this year, sharing a dressing room with Victoria and Fergus O'Neill. 1 point there.
They don't have too many quality batsmen, but they do have batsmen who can score quick.
Yeah. Seeing a shot of one of those for Australia, Travis Head, who's huddling underneath his short sleeve jumper. He's got his arms tucked in.
The two South Australians there, Alex Carey, and then we get a shot of the two big men, Cam Green and Bo Webster, chatting away.
Jansen up, bowls, Labuschagne inside edge, past short leg, spits away. So Ryan Rickleton under the lid, dive to his right. They'll get a couple of runs first of the test match. It's taken 22 balls to get off the mark for Australia, and some relieved clapping from the audience. A lot of gold shirts here, a lot of green shirts as well. One of my colleagues, written colleagues, Dan Gallen, described it as the most important test match South Africa have ever played this week, for lots of reasons.
Wow.
For lots of reasons. I think there's the short-term story about the chance to finally break the hoodoo in a major tournament. And then there's the longer lens stuff that you and I were talking about in the preview around what Test cricket might look like in South Africa in 5 to 10 years' time.
Great running there from Marnus. A lazy runner would have only got a single point.
He wanted it. 2 to count. Marnus off the mark with 2. Jansen bowls here, wide of the off stump, but does come back towards him after it passes the stumps.
How good is that, Colo? You're not getting that in T20 cricket. That's a beautiful ball in the avenue of apprehension. Yep. And Marnus gets a full stride forward and lets the ball go at the last minute. Jansen might be just, I don't know if it's an official warning, but it may have just mentioned by the umpire that he's running in the danger area.
Right, so there was a front foot no ball call, retrospectively there. We didn't get it through the effects. That must have been from the ball where 2 was scored, I reckon. There's a discrepancy between the two scoreboards. The board on the TV says 2 for none. Up underneath Father Time, however, they're all over it. They've seen the signal, 3 for none.
Yeah, I think Gaffney's saying that he's not hearing anything in his ear. Yeah, and Marnus is going, is it a no ball? And he's asking for a free hit. Hasn't come into Test cricket yet, Marnus.
I think he wants to know whether it's a clear overstep. I think it was the ball before, based on the handheld or the hand reel scoreboard.
He's got to watch his follow through here, Jansen, as well as the no ball. They've talked about him running in the danger area.
So Chris Gaffney is actually holding play up here. He's like, no, we want to make sure this is sorted out. So he knows categorically, Marnus that is, that there is 2 balls to go. It says 1 on the screen. So they'll deal with that. We'll deal with this. Jansen up. No, Labuschagne pulls out.
Just an uncomfortable period, isn't it? I don't know who this is actually helping.
Well, Labuschagne could do worse than walking over the square leg here and taking a deep breath, because he's involved in this chat with Gaffney.
He's sort of like the third umpire on the field, but he's opening the batting.
And I'm not suggesting Gaffney's done anything wrong, I hasten to add. It's just more that...
No, you can see he went to his earpiece. He hasn't got it cleared from his end.
TV saying 1 ball left. I think it has to be 2 if there's an overstep. We'll see in a moment. Jansen in, Labuschagne pulls slightly awkwardly, but in front of square. There'll be runs there across the square towards mid-wicket for a couple, for a short arm jab, but no concern with short leg behind square leg, adding a couple, taking Australia to 5 without loss.
That was a bunt. That was a baseball bunt, wasn't it? I think he wanted to play the pull shot, and maybe it was just a little, it didn't get up.
And he controlled it pretty well.
Did he? No, that was right out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah. So showing some control there in context. So there is 1 ball left in the over. We've lost the scoreboard on telly. They've given up in the graphics department. A nightmare for them. The last ball of the over. Packed court. Jansen to Labuschagne, who leaves alone. So 5 runs coming from the over. 4 from the bat of Labuschagne. Kawaja yet to score. Australia, that score. None for 5 on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. I'm wearing my SEN Henley jacket over in the UK. To bring yours and your hand luggage?
It didn't make it, but I do wear it for the home test matches.
Rabada around the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, pushing out to mid-on, no run. It was the last thing I remembered to pack when setting up the com box a couple of days ago. I better bring the SEN Henley Holmes jacket.
Henley Holmes, big supporters. They love their cricket.
G'day to Tony, I'm sure he's listening. He runs the show there at Henley.
He will be, yes.
Big supporter of what we do here, making it all possible. Of course, we go from here over to the Caribbean on SEN Test Cricket as well for round one, as it were, of the next World Test Championship cycle.
You must be looking forward to that, Colo.
Yeah, I'm especially looking forward to Grenada. I've not done Grenada before, so that will be
just a beautiful island.
Test number 2. Rabada, nursery end, away from us into Khawaja, yet to score. Won't do here either. A play and a miss from a ball that's, well, he's angling down the slope, but it's straightened up off the seam. You bang on with what you said before, Flem. Bowlers that can do that are the biggest handful here at Lords.
But we've seen Rabada and Jansen be able to do this. Oh, that's against the slope. And we know Usman, the older he's got, he does not like to come towards the ball. He likes to play from the crease, but sometimes he gets squared up and spars at balls that he can let go.
Rabada bowling beautifully, yet to concede a run. Bowls to Khawaja, outside part of the bat, skews out to point. There won't be a run there, fielded by Tristan Stubbs, who moves from gully to point when Rabada's bowling.
So interesting, those two balls. When you bowl at Usman, under his eyes, he goes back and plays it comfortably. What's happening when you get outside his eye line, and as I said on the previous delivery, you can let go. For whatever reason, he tends to spar at the ball. And that's why, four slips in place, they'll feel like Rabada, if he bowls that 4th or 5th stump line, they are in the game for a catch.
Rabada bowls, Khawaja goes back and defends from his stumps. Both feet in the air, but that's fine. That's the way he does it. So Khawaja playing his 4th test match here at Lords, a couple of hundred runs, highest score of 77 when they last played here in the first innings, batting with David Warner, which was an important... No, sorry, it was the second innings, wasn't it? Where Khawaja got his 77, batting with Warner.
They got knocked over by, was it Potts?
It was Josh Tongue.
Who bowled a couple of balls that moved against the slope to knock him over.
Rabada round the wicket, Khawaja back pushing to mid-on. He got a 50 here as well in 2013 when he was playing in his first Ashes series. So a true veteran was when Khawaja visiting England on 3 Ashes series, couple of World Test Championship finals.
The last one was comfortably his best series.
Yeah, that 100 at Edgbaston was an utter privilege to observe. He felt like, I think he batted on all 5 days of the test, didn't he, from memory?
So he's ticked him off in this second coming as a test opener, isn't it? Runs here, runs in Sri Lanka.
Absolutely. Rabada bowls, Khawaja leaves wider of the off stump. It'll complete the over as well. Rabada 3 maidens to start from him. Australia 5 for none, or none for 5, I should say. Labuschagne 4 down the other end on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. You can sync us up back with the TV coverage now. This is important, Clem, owing to the fact that it's on Prime, not on FTA TV, as it were. Jansen bowls new over. Pushing through the offside is Labuschagne. Up the slope towards the Grand Slam. A couple on offer. Diving, sliding stop from Maharaj. He'll keep it to 2. None for 7. Labuschagne, all the runs off the bat so far. He's got 6. So played under his eyes there. But yes, the sync with TV, it's 33 seconds on the toggle. Now, I know that anyone who has the SEN app, they'll know what I mean by that. 33 seconds to toggle up on the app, and you can sync us with the pictures on Amazon or on Prime, whatever it's called, and you can tune in with us throughout the course of the week.
Yeah, there's just been a couple of messages, Colo. So I think now we'll have a lot of people syncing up.
Of course, live and free here on SEN throughout the week at Lords. All the lights on. Jansen, pavilion end. Labuschagne pushes into the onside. Well played. Nicely timed pass and Geedy. There'll be a couple. So Labuschagne, that's the 4th time he's picked up 2 in the space of the last 9 balls. Australia into double figures, not quite there, none for 9.
That's retro Marnus, isn't it? That 2019 Ashes on for the next few years, moving across the crease and balls on off stump, just getting whipped through the leg side. Good signs from Marnus.
So all the runs coming off Jansen so far. Keep the field as is, but you're right, Marnus moving across his stumps and placing it out for 2. That's his happy place. Waits for Jansen, who bowls here. Left arm over. Labuschagne plays very, very late off the face of the bat to third slip on the bounce, and he's not happy. Something going on in front of the side screen. I suspect it's in the... Because, so Jansen's letting the ball go. The thing about this week is we're playing 1 pitch over from the normal test pitch. The normal test pitch is 1 to the left of our position, which means the gate where the players come through and the aisle that is of course in front of it is now right where left arm over is. Ordinarily it's not an issue, but this week just a little bit of an issue, and the steward is just making sure. I suppose he might be the guy in shot for Labuschagne. Jansen to him again, leaves alone. That's a ball that's really come back off a length over the off stump. A diving stop from Verena, the wicket keeper. Good judgment from Labuschagne, but a gem from Jansen.
This is such a great battle. 2 excellent fast bowlers bowling to 2 very experienced test batsmen. And that's a tight line. And that flew through, didn't it? That had real pace and bounce, and using the slope to angle the ball back into Marnus. Oh, that's a beauty.
Right over the top of about 4th stump after the swing. Jansen, 2 left in the over. Labuschagne leaves 1 that goes across him. So the 1 that comes back, now the 1 that goes just gently up the slope. Good stuff, this.
Yeah, it's good bowling from Jansen. I think the next time he goes with the 1 across Marnus, will start on middle leg. If it starts on off stump, it is going to miss off stump by at least, I'd say, 30 centimetres. But they've batted well so far. It's also, there hasn't been too many inside edges or outside edges. I think this is a very good batting pitch.
Last ball of his 3rd over, Jansen bowls to Labuschagne, leg stump line. It gets shoveled into the short fine leg region. It might have been pad, might have been bat. We'll wait for the signal. It was a no ball. It was a no ball. Therefore, we will have another ball this over. And leg by signal as well. Khawaja will have to face Jansen for the first time in the over. The 2nd overstep of the morning from Jansen, none for 11.
This could be good for South Africa, just to mix it up a bit. They're not bowling badly at all, but Usman's taken Rabada, and he's bowled a no ball.
That's massive.
By, at least 20 centimetres.
I know he's got big feet, but, 6 runs from the over so far. Khawaja yet to score from Rabada. Facing Jansen for the first time. 3 slips to gully, leaves alone in the channel. Ends the over here. None for 11 Australia after 6 overs. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Electricity. That's useful. Gas. That's also useful. Internet. That's always useful. Saving money when you bundle. That's even more useful. Simplifying customer service. That's super useful. An app that puts you in control, undoubtedly useful. Perks and rewards for being one of us, that's extra useful. A company that does all this and more, that's all kinds of useful. Origin, all kinds of useful.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Flem, one of your old fast bowling cartel, having a beer on the screen.
Jeff Thompson, what time is it here? It hasn't hit 11 a.m, but the great man, Tomo, just having a lager or two.
Yeah, not waiting for...
How will he be going in about 5 hours' time?
Yeah, that's a reasonable question, Tomo.
They love him over here.
Gets a lot of gigs.
Yeah.
So Rabada now gets an opportunity to bowl to Labuschagne, the right-hander. For that, he'll keep his 3 slips in a gully. The short leg will remain as well. Away from our nursery end. Labuschagne on 8, facing up here, goes back and defends straight of short leg. Rickleton's that man, no run.
Their pace doesn't on screen doesn't seem too much different, but Rabada's hitting the bat so much harder than Jansen, and he's squaring up both Australian batsmen. But what a wonderful bowler he's been, Rabada. Like his figures, as you read out earlier, are up there with the all-time greats, and particularly that strike rate. I think he's top 3, isn't he? You know, just get a wicket every 39 balls is remarkable.
Into Labuschagne goes Rabada, bowls here, leg stump line, just past Rickleton, put out a hand, didn't stop it. Throws the helmet away to collect. Gives the stroke back to Khawaja, he's 9, Labuschagne, none for 12, Australia. Yes, the best strike rates of all time. Indeed, both of these South Africans are right towards the top. So Marco Janssen's strike rate's 37, third best ever behind George Lohmann, who bowled in the 19th century. And great trivia question, Kuldeep Yadav's got the second best strike rate ever. Only 13 test matches, but still.
Scotty Boland. But anyone's significant, he's the best.
Yeah, Rabada. Yeah. 71 test matches. The only one with more than 20 on that list. Bowling here. Khawaja, taking a first slip. Angled away. Rabada gets first blood in the World Test Championship final. Khawaja edging to Bettingham at first slip, sharp to his left. He's gone for a 19-ball duck. After winning the toss and bowling, they needed that under gloomy skies of Lords. Well bowled, Kagiso Rabada.
And Polo was talking about this in the previous over, wasn't I? When they bowl at the stumps to Usman going back, he plays it easily. When you bowl that 4th, 5th, 6th stump line, Usman goes back. He could leave the ball, but he just spars at it. And that was a cracking catch too, because that flew off the outside edge. Big wicket for South Africa. Usman out for a duck, faced 20 balls. The Aussies 1 for 12.
Yeah, a 30-minute duck for Usman Khawaja. Back up the stairs now and waiting for Cameron Green to replace him. A fine piece of bowling from Rabada. And as you say, Flem, what a catch that is. Obscured to a certain extent by second slip and the wicket-keeper as well, making sure on that angle either of those two men could have dived in front of him. But instead they left the job to Bettingham, who made no mistake to his left, and it was flying. Rabada in the book. He's got 1 for 1 from 3.3, making his presence felt. And Cameron Green, for the first time in Test cricket, walks out at number 3. Missed last season with that severe back injury, which ended up in surgery, playing as a specialist. 300s in the county championship so far this season for Gloucestershire. But work to do on morning 1.
Yeah, real test here for Cam Green. Opportunity to make the number 3 position his. He'll have a lot of confidence, even though it's county cricket, with those 300s. Generally very technically correct. Different from Usman, a taller man. He looks to get a big stride forward to negate the seam and the swing. But he's up against one of the greatest fast bowlers of all time, who is bowling absolutely beautiful at the moment. Avenue of apprehension every ball.
Not put a foot wrong, Rabada. To the new man, Green. He comes in and delivers here. First ball, leg stump line, gets it 5 for 4. Gimme stump from Rabada. The first opportunity he's given Australia, really. It's off the bat. Nice thick woody sound. Boundary first ball for Green. 1 for 16.
That was not unlike the previous delivery, but unfortunately it's to a right-hander. And well done for Cam Green to be able to just get bat on that too. Actually, it's like the toe of his back.
Yeah.
And still went for 4. Oh, that's a bonus first ball.
Went fine and quick, didn't it? So fine that Ngidi had no chance. Still 2 left in the over. Keeps the short leg for Green. 3 slips behind him. Rabada bowls, better line, better length. Fourth stump into channel, swinging away and down the slope as well into the gloves of Verena.
That's class bowling, but just having a look at Usman's dismissal again, and it's a perfect full length. It squared Usman up, and that's a brilliant catch because second slip was jumping in front of first.
Didn't spot that on the first replay. Markram was going, and I think it got there too quickly, and it had to be betting. A glass ball with a successful over. Edging as well, into the corner. Markram's there. Great on for a dunk. Rabada's flying. He's pumped up. The Proteas are away. 2 for 16. 2 in the over for Rabada. Green gone for 4. They are up and about.
Career strike rate of a wicket every 39 balls. He's doing better than that. It's doing it every 12 balls in this test match so far. Full length again. Just a little bit of movement, maybe with the slope and the catching of these South Africans. Was that Bettingham again? No, it's Markham this time. Setting standards with the ball, but this slips fielding, this is first class stuff, Colo. They're low and they've got fellow slippers jumping in front of them.
What a catch that is. So Cameron Green, having made that long walk through the long room, does so twice in the space of 5 minutes. All happening here at Lords on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Steve Smith, the man of the moment, so often here at Lords, makes his way to Noodle. We'll take a break down to Norcross to replace me. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
This June, it's not just the players hitting the footy big time. You can too. Get a tradies insurance quote with IMAR for your chance to watch the footy from the SEN corporate box as IMAR's guest. Just like you back your team, we've got your back. Because when you're covered with IMAR, you're backed by a team tradies can trust. Get a quote before the end of June to go into the draw to win. Plus score a discount on your tool insurance. Call 13IMAR today. 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
It's the World Test Championship final at Lords with Henley Holmes. SEN Test Cricket. And Australia 2 for 16. What a bizarre first 35 minutes. Australia have come out there. They've tried to make a point. Bazball doesn't get you to a final. We're going to go in there with Khawaja, Labuschagne. We're going to guts it out. Going to be sticky. We're going to be gluey. Well, problem with that is, if you don't score any runs and you lose a couple of wickets to couple of good nuts, you look up and that scoreboard says 2 for 16. Jansen is going to continue from the pavilion end. He's into Labuschagne, who drives without timing, squirts away in front of square on the offside. They've run one, they'll just stick to the one. Labuschagne into double figures. This is the scene, of course. Bharat Sundaresan alongside me of Labuschagne's arrival into Test cricket, and he was there because it was a concussion replacement for the man with whom he's batting right now, Steve Smith.
Very much so. So this is the second time in his career that he's starting a fresh Manas at Lords. At that point as well, he was out of the team. He came in as concussion substitute, and we all know how his career went from there. Now in his new role, he's trying to have a word with Steve Smith, trying to say something about what's happening. Steve Smith's not interested. And Manas has just turned around and walked back.
I just spotted that. Yeah. Labuschagne likes to have a chat, doesn't he? He specifically likes to have a chat with Steve Smith, I think, who he sees as a kind of guru, a like-minded type. Smith, he's early in his innings, so we've got every fidget known to man. He's patted various bits of his thighs and his box and who knows what, as Jansen is into him. And he leaves in that familiarly idiosyncratic fashion and then hops about like a jack-in-a-box.
That's generally a sign of what Steve Smith thinks of the challenge when he gets into these over-the-top animations with his leaving and his defending early on. He knows he's in for a challenge, and South Africa are posing quite the challenge here this morning.
Well, it is their strong point. They're bowling. They've won the toss. They've elected to bowl for all these reasons, as Jansen is into Smith, who pushes a full delivery up to mid-on and then scratches away at the ground. And tells you exactly where the ball was going. He's moving his hands. He's fidgeting. He knows that it's moving around a bit out there, and these are going to be probably the best bowling conditions, certainly the first part of the match, and it's been proven so with two excellent slip catches, taking the edges of Khawaja and Cameron Green. Cam Green had a pretty salutary experience here at Lord's himself a couple of years ago, and I think it affected him quite a bit, the extraordinary way in which the Lord's crowd turned on the Australians for a perfectly legitimate act of cricket.
Oh, yes.
Well, it was. I mean, I was there for it. Johnny Bairstow was just a bit dozy, wasn't he? But the visceral reaction that came out of that, I think it hit Cam Green quite hard.
It did. And speaking of reactions, since 2019, we've become so used to Steve Smith walking out to bat in England and being booed. Did you hear that reception as we were just coming on air, Daniel, when Steve Smith's name was announced? It's a neutral crowd, largely. A lot of South Africans, quite a few Australians, and a lot of Englishmen turned South African fans as well.
Well, I was asked this on New Zealand radio yesterday. How will the neutrals be going? I said, well, when Australia play, there aren't many neutrals. It's the same when England play and India play. There's no neutrals. No. You only get to be a neutral when Australia play England and you're Indian, or you're Australian and India play England. Correct. And then you just really don't know. It's not so much neutral. It's like you want both sides to lose.
It looks like Janssen's gone around the wicket, Daniel.
And short leg has gone a little bit deep and a little bit finer. Janssen is in. It's a shorter ball, pushed out into the offside, fielded at cover point.
It is a fielder that India have employed a lot to Steve Smith in their battles over the last few years. But generally they have a deeper leg slip. This is almost a short leg gully.
Yeah.
That South Africa are employing.
Part of the reason is, I think, the slope as well. So the angle of Janssen coming round the wicket, tall left armour, and he's coming from the pavilion end to the right-hander. So he's spearing the ball generally quite fine, you would think. Janssen in. This is tucked into the onside. They're going to take the signal. Good running. Went slightly to the right of the idiot. Mid-on. Easy single taken. 2 for 18.
And you could see even before the ball was bowled, Steve Smith is standing almost outside his leg stump. He's exposing his stump so that when he does do the back and across, he's getting into a position where his head's not falling over. He's spoken a lot about that, about often getting overbalanced or off balance when you bat at Lord's because of that slope.
Labuschagne on strike. Last ball of the 8th. Strikes the pad. Is taken at that short leg gully. I think it might have been just on the bounce. We'll take a look at that after the break coming up. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Australia 2 for 18.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Welcome back. Bit of drama off the last ball of that over. We've just taken a look on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, and that ball to Labuschagne was just tucked off inside edge onto the thigh pad, and it's bounced, what would you say, Bharat? 4 or 5 inches in front of a diving leg gully, as you put it. I mean, it's a short leg gully.
It is. Yeah.
Now then, Rabada is going to continue. He's got figures of 2 for 5 so far. He's into Smith, who gets struck on the pad. The ball plops down in front of short leg, who is Rickleton, and there is no run.
And just going back to the last delivery of the previous over, that is something that Marnus has practiced for a lot, Daniel. He's been fretting over it, especially against Janssen. He expected them to have a leg slip or a short leg gully like they do. And he's tried different things, maybe leaving the ball, just trying to avoid. You can see him do that once again at the non-striker's end. So it's been in his head and almost got him into big trouble there.
3 slips, gully, forward, short leg. As Rabada is in, and it's left alone. Like a scythe, he left that one. I mean, we're used to some quite eccentric leaves from Steve Smith. But that one, I mean, whoop, there was a whip crack, a lasso.
You could almost hear the whip.
Yeah.
The coming through our headset.
And that wasn't just because Jeremy Coney has arrived.
That was partly the
reason. He does like to bring his whip. Gets us all in shape. Right.
And again, that's generally a sign that Steve Smith acknowledges the challenge ahead of him.
Rabada into Smith, short down the leg side, taken comfortably behind the stumps, drifting away. There's no, and I just see that Stuart Broad is in the box, and Stuart Broad has done what Stuart Broad was always going to do, wasn't he? It's got a very brief consultancy role for South Africa. Was that possibly the most predictable act of housery that you might possibly have got from Stuart Broad?
And to his credit, he spent a lot of time not just with the three fast bowlers playing this game for South Africa, but the other ones as well, the reserves.
Rabada into Smith, again down the leg side, swinging away quite a long way. Bahrain had to dive away to his right, take it goalkeeper style.
I feel like Damien Fleming said in the previous over, these two deliveries would not just have troubled the left-hander, but probably got the left-hander out.
Yeah, just know what? I thought when I came in today, I thought I might see Rabada from the pavilion end, because I like the idea of him jagging the ball back down that slope hard, and especially to someone like Smith, where you could actually have a leg gully and a short leg. As Rabada's into the crouching Smith, who gets right in behind this and taps it on its head, pushes it to forward short leg. There's no run. Rickleton under the lid there.
Yeah, but South Africa needed something inspirational from their spearhead. Speaking to some of the South Africans yesterday about how quite a number of players in this South African team can fly under the radar. I was told Rabada is the only real superstar back home from this cricket team.
Really?
The others can apparently just walk around.
I mean, Marco Jansen, you're not going to miss, are you?
But they might mistake him for his twin, though.
Oh, really? Right. Rabada. It's Smith, who pushes his way into the offside. Really nice hit, running down the hill. It's being pursued. It might just become a bit, won't be. Stubbs couldn't quite haul it back in. Down to the mound stand. So 4 to finish the over. Australia on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts at 2 for 22.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. For professional tilers, the all-new Tileworks by National Tiles is a game changer. Yes, National Tiles Tileworks members can make up to $50,000 per year more than non-members. It's a game changer. National Tiles Tileworks tilers get free premium adhesives and grouts, delivered free, plus monthly cash rebates. So professional tilers rush to join Tileworks online at National Tiles now. Tileworks, it's a game changer. Conditions apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. And yes, South Africa have had a good first 45 minutes, having won the toss, elected to bowl in grey, not rain-bearing, but grey conditions, so grey that the lights are on. We're expecting, as the day progresses, for the sun to come out, for batting to become easier. So there's just that little bit more premium on this period of the game. Also, we've started half an hour earlier than we would do normally. And Giddy is in for the pavilion end. His first ball is wide outside the off stump, taken by a diving Rickleton. Short, but loose outside the off stump.
This is the challenge, really, isn't it, for South Africa? I mean, Jansen has been okay, but Rabada has fired them up, the 2 big wickets, getting rid of Khawaja and Green. But what happens now? Lungi Ngidi, a lot of experts felt that Dane Patterson might get the go because he's played cricket here, he's played test match here at Lord's. But they've gone with Lungi Ngidi.
Well, he's got a terrific test record up to a point. I'll say what I mean by that in a moment, as he's in again, bustling in from the pavilion end. 3 slips in place and a play and a miss from Labuschagne. I say a play, more of an ineffectual dab and a miss, really. It's just sort of lured towards the ball like a moth to a flame, and it goes through to Verena. Still after that first delivery, he's just finding his radar here, and Gideon. There's a substantial and appreciable movement off the pitch there.
And that's what, when he's been at his peak and his test career has been scattered since 2018, this is what he does. He just squares up right-handers. He's quite deadly against left-handers as well.
He's in again with a hungry slip cord and waiting. Labuschagne drives nicely up towards the grandstand. There's no point chasing that. It's going to be 4. Really good cover drive, leading right into the stroke, taking Australia to 2 for 26. And I'm delighted to say that for the first time today, having made the trek 12,500 miles away, starting at about, I don't know when, probably 32 hours ago.
33.
33?
Yes, thank you. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Good guess. How are you, Daniel?
I'm very well. It's Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain, but most importantly, SEN stalwart. He looks like a man. He looks like a man who's come from warm climes. He's got a scarf. He's got a coat. I wouldn't be surprised at a jumper there. And Gidi is in. This is defended by Labuschagne at the offside. Picked up sort of where short point would be. There's no run. How was the trip?
Pretty good, really.
They're never fun,
I
are they?
actually upgraded myself to premium economy.
Oh, how is it working? This is a big question. Nice, slightly wider.
Slightly wider and slightly longer in my case.
Longer. You need that
to accommodate.
To lengthy legs.
Yes, yes, I know. The new joint. I've invested in titanium at the hip level, and so yes, that's all go. Of course, it's that big follow through that I had as I bowled.
Yeah. That's what did it. Is it the left hip?
It is.
And Gidi is in. This is defended solidly by Labuschagne, staying just in his crease. Ball that's straight, foolish, and there's no run.
But anyway, fine. I've just down to one crutch, and that's fine now. So we just forget all that subject now, folks. No one wants to know this, and since this is the first time I've been able to sort of watch part of the game. Good toss to win, you'd have to say. Massive. Good for the game as well. We've all said that.
Well, we've got three neutrals here. Coney, Norcross, Sundaresan. And I think we're in agreement it is good for the game. And Gidi into Labuschagne, who defends a full ball. Just taps it on its head. End of the over. Australia 2 for 26.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Welcome back. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Rabada is going to continue from the nursery end on this grey, relatively gloomy morning, but I see signs of the clouds lifting. But this session is going to be all about survival, Jeremy, for Australia, you fancy?
Well, you'd think so, particularly when you look at, say, Constance.
As Rabada is in short, push off the back foot, good diving stop, really, really good work there. Point by Stubbs prevents the run.
By leaving Constance out, of course, it's forced two changes, hasn't it? That I've missed some of them, but Khawaja, of course, an important wicket always because he can bat for such a long time, and becomes very obdurate. And you would think that South Africa, with their bowling resources and particularly their batting resources, they need to make the most of this opportunity now.
Rabada into Smith, I think he just drew the bat inside the line of a ball that went down the slope into the gloves of Morena.
Yeah, you can afford, of course, from this end to bowl just that little bit straighter to bring the stumps into play, and it can sometimes move away as well. At the far end, the pavilion end, I think you can afford to bowl a little wider because everyone thinks it's going to come back in with the slope. So, but that's a nice delivery, just a tad short. Got to get the length right in this situation.
Here's Rabada running away from us. He's in, outside the off stump, through to the keeper, no run. Classic Steve Smith. He's moving right across his stumps.
But you'll know, Bharat, I mean, it seems to me to have to bring Labuschagne up, who's just struggled a little bit in the last couple of years, hasn't he, at number 3? And then to bring Green into 3, who hasn't batted at 3 yet in a test match.
Correct.
And so, they're forcing quite a lot. Then you've got, of course, at 6, I suppose, Bo Webster playing.
Yeah.
Right, so he's in his 4th test. There's quite a lot of changes for an Australian side.
Bharat bowls full, and Smith just guides that into the gully region where it's picked up.
Would you say? You don't have to agree. You don't have to. Doesn't he look great? This is the new uniform for the Lord's members that he's wearing today.
I fully endorse it, frankly.
Thank you.
Yeah, this place You know how I feel about Lords.
Yes.
Not as complimentary as you might imagine. I'm a South London man.
No.
Oldest test ground in London. The Oval. Not these, parvenus, Johnny-come-latelys. There comes Rabada, and it squirts off the thick outside edge into the point region.
But to your point, just two batters in the top three. When you have two batters in the top three in a big game at Lords batting out of position, you are taking a risk. So the fact that Marnus is batting in a position he's never batted in Test cricket in Cam Green, we saw number 3. Yes, I mean he was brought in as number 4 last year. That's why Steve Smith vacated that position and went to open. It was a risk, and those are the vulnerabilities that Temba Bavuma spoke about yesterday, and wanting to exploit them. That's what he's done.
Was it never discussed to have Travis Head open?
Not here.
No.
They've been very steadfast about Travis Head at 5 outside the subcontinent.
Rabada is in. This is tucked into the onside. They think of a run. It isn't there at the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, Australia, 2 for 26.
Wouldn't free meat for a whole year sound great?
Fire up the barbie, mate. I have news for you. Ring-a-ding-ding. Tasman Butchers are giving you the chance to make dinner time extraordinary all year long.
Meat lovers, this is your moment. Just visit Tasman Butchers, buy anything and enter online. You could win $5,000 worth of premium cuts.
That's a year's worth of meat.
Tasman Butchers. Fresh, local, delicious. T's and C's apply. Competition closes Sunday, June 22nd.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. It's a World Test Championship final. Australia against South Africa. And Australia have had a tough start. 2 for 26. Labuschagne 14. Steve Smith is out there with him on 5. Two hugely experienced guys with a lot of runs and a high average to their names. Australia need them here right now because these are tough testing conditions. And Gidi comes in on the pavilion end to Labuschagne, who stands tall. 3 slips behind him. And he's beaten on the outside edge. Another delicious delivery. It's one of the awkward things, isn't it, guys? From the pavilion end, as you say, you're expecting the ball to come back at you, and then Gidi is a guy who can just take that ball away. You've played here, Jeremy. Does that mean... Because it seems counterintuitive to me. The guy's going to take the ball away. Kind of feel he can be quite effective from the nursery end, but I guess here, because you're playing for the ball to come down the slope, you find yourself playing at balls that might just kiss that outside edge.
The other danger, of course, is you start to change, the position of your stance. You tend to want to get closer to the off stump.
Gidi is in. That's left alone comfortably.
I'm very much against that. I think that's the wrong thing to do as a batsman. I mean wrong, because you end up playing at balls that tend to be 5th and 6th stump anyway, and getting edges to those sometimes. It's even sometimes because you're further across your stumps, you miss out on a cut that you might take on if you're more sort of middle and leg.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that your backlift then goes outside the off stump, and even if it's on all you see are pads actually as a bowler, and if you aim at middle and leg, you're actually playing across the ball slightly, so you run the risk of missing that as well.
Now, of course, I will come back at you with, there's 2 guys in the history of Test cricket who very much played that way, as Ngidi is in. Labuschagne leaves this alone through to Verena. It's a bit close to the off stump on this occasion. Don Bradman and Steve Smith, and it works for them. But I guess they've just got it going. Yeah. I mean, it looks every time you watch them back, you think they're going to be LBW any minute, and they're not.
Well, I think at the moment, from what I've seen today, I would say to Rabada, and I'm not sure exactly how many overs has he bowled every over. 6. You see, it's getting to a point now.
Leggy.
When do I stop the man? But I think he's bowled a bit short. He's beaten the edge and he's got some movement. You've got to get him driving, Smith.
Gidi in. Labuschagne lets this go by again in the channel outside the off stump.
See, this is the session, isn't it, guys? This is the session that you've got to say to your bowlers, look, we're going to leave a gap here at cover. You may get driven, but you must get them onto the front foot more than you're doing at the moment. And because the ball is actually, even if you play and miss, everyone applauds wildly But you see, that's too wide. That one from Ngidi, if anything, it's moved away and is probably 6th or 7th stump. Must bring the bat into play early on. Four slips virtually.
And Geedy turns and then runs in again. Labuschagne defends solidly, comfortably on the front foot into the offsides, picked up by Bavuma. There's no run.
But I think that's one of the reasons you spoke about Steve Smith being successful here. Even the first boundary he picked off very early today, he tries to drive square off the back foot. He speaks about it quite a bit when he plays here at Lord's and generally in England, wanting to hit the ball much squarer and off the back foot. And he picked up a boundary, was disappointed the second time, and he hit it straight to point. I think that's how he negates that and avoids driving anything through the cover.
I saw him just hit one through to sort of a square cover before. I thought to myself, I don't mind that. I think if as a captain I'd say I'd nod at my bowler. Not too bad.
Idiot to complete the over, and he's driven into the offside. It's running up towards the grandstand. It's slowing down though as it goes up the hill, and it will be cut off by an extremely enthusiastic Bavuma, who hurtles and dives to slides to a ball that had basically pretty much stopped her. It's the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Australia 2 for 29.
My tips for kicking goals in life: getting up early and making your bed.
Just go for it. Reach for the stars.
Eyes on the goal, eyes on what you want, and everything you do, go about it with integrity.
Plan, and plan.
It's important to set an achievable goalpost.
Kick goals with a fixed price funeral plan with Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900.
Wow.
Now, Labuschagne 17, Smith 5. And we got our first change of bowling from the nursery end. Jan Mulder is going to come into the attack. An all-rounder. He's slated to bat at 3 in this lineup. He's played in England a fair bit, played for Leicestershire, of course, among others. And a modest return so far, 30 wickets in 19 matches, but at a good average, good economy, reliable. He's not going to be express pace or anything like that, but you might get the length you want from him, Jeremy, as he rods away from us. Just the 2 slips and a gully in place now. And Labuschagne leaves us as it goes through to the keeper. Bit of zip, actually, off the pitch there. And it's resulted instantly in Marco Jansen coming from gully to have a word here. Bit of a brains trust going on.
Not bad speed either. 134. Yeah, just a little over medium pace. You're right, he's another player in this game who will bat out of position at number 3. They did that to get Tristan Stubbs into the side. He has a huge role to play. If you're Marnus Labuschagne, you're thinking, I've seen off Rabada, I've seen off Jansen.
Here is Mulder. He's in full, defended very solidly by Labuschagne. Bowler eschews the chance to pick the ball up, instead leaves it to Rickleton.
See, Marnus is batting on off stump here, and I would be more than happy with that if I could nip it back at any stage. If I just play along, I think just outside the off stump, he's letting the ball go, and then you might just manage to get with a little bit of extra pace, one to nip back at him. And then he's going to be playing across that line. Look at all the pads you've got that you can see as a bowler. You can't see the stumps virtually.
Mulder runs away from us. To Labuschagne, who defends a ball that just shaped ever so slightly away towards the slips. There's no run.
See, that's a better line, but again, would you say a bit short? Yes, I think for the pace, he's got to be just closer to the bat and have that movement occur closer to the batsman.
And the pace of the pitch as well. I mean, just the amount of time he had there to get right on top of the ball and defend it under his nose.
Even if you need, I mean, they've reinforced the cover field, haven't they, because of the lack of pace, almost encouraging him to bowl the ball up a bit more. Or even if you had another gully, would be all right too.
Mulder in, goes through to the keeper, no run. There's a joke there about Mulder and gully, but you know, I can't make it work.
Oh well.
I know it's a bit early for that, isn't it? Yeah, we just actually see the side on view, exactly what Jeremy's talking about there. Too short, definitely too short.
But if you leave out the narrative of how we ended up as a test opener for this test match, Jeremy, are you happy with the way, if you're sitting in that Australian dressing room, you think job semi-well done so far?
Mulder. Yeah, and Lavishank's a fuller ball, which he now does defend into the offside. He's picked up by Rickleton playing on the front.
Look, I haven't seen. I see he's on 17 of 40. I don't know whether he's been aggressive or appropriately so. It looks, since I've arrived, that he's intent very much on defence. That's natural, I think, after you lose 2 wickets quite quickly. They want to rebuild things here very much between these two. So that's kind of understandable, particularly first morning and with the new ball still in the hand of the opposition. So, yeah, I think you'd be reasonably happy with what he's doing.
Mulder in full, beats inside edge, goes through low to Verena. That is the end of the over. It will be drinks on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, Australia, after a torrid first hour. 2 for 29.
They were 2 wickets in and over just before the end of the first half an hour. Khawaja and Green both caught in the cordon in the same Rabada over. Rabada picked up Khawaja for a 20-ball duck, and Green, after hitting a boundary first ball to fine leg, third ball also edged into that cordon area. So Bettingham with the first, Markram with the second, both terrific catches. Left Australia at one stage 2 for 16. They've recovered to a certain extent. Half an hour where things have settled down, getting the Aussie team up to what is now 29 for 2. Adam Collins belatedly jumping in, launching into the box. Damien Fleming back with me. Jeremy Coney off the plane. Good to be back with you. This is a pretty much the commentary team we had during the 23 Ashes. We should be so lucky for the next 5 days to be anywhere near as exciting as that. And on the evidence of the first hour, good signs for that.
Good to see Jeremy. It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too, Flemo.
You've had a fitness test.
I have.
To commentate.
Failed it. But I got through when they said you can use a crutch. So that was good, wasn't it? Nice of them.
No, it was good. Well, you only got the one crutch.
That's right.
You used that too.
Haven't you? That's right. Yes, exactly.
We were just talking off air, a little bit short.
I think so.
South African quicks, because there is everything at play here. There is the angle of the slope. There's been seam movement against the slope, and there's been a bit of swing in the air. So don't be afraid to encourage full-blooded cover drives through the offside, because
and leave it open. Encourage it and have your extra slip in or your extra gully in, and back yourself. There is going to be a little bit of movement as you bring the batsman forward.
Yeah, I don't think they've encouraged enough outside edges, and the inside edge is a real chance to get wickets.
It's a little bit like the England. You see a lot of England bowling, particularly you, Adam. I think they tend to be short of length bowlers, one after another, and you've got to encourage the wicket.
New hour begins. Smith on 5, facing Ngidi, pavilion end, leg stump line, gets it fine enough for 4. Smith, bread and butter, across his stumps, makes no mistake, 2 for 33.
Yeah, well, that's happy days for Stephen Smith. You know, he encourages the bowler to come at him, and if you just get a fraction wrong, he's a very delicate leg glancer. We see a lot of power and booming drives in front of the wicket these days, but I'd love to see a good leg glance.
Hard to defend to as well. Hard to just know exactly the angle of that fine leg. Do you have him finer because the new ball, he's in his only second or third over? You'd think if he's going to provide a little bit of pace, okay, they're trying to stop the shot now by a leg gullyish. That's right.
Fine legs, but generally pretty square.
Yeah. So it's big Marco Jansen in that leg gully position, number 70 on his back. Ngidi towards Smith here, bowls, and he's pushing out to square leg from the middle stump line where Rickleton does the fielding.
Well, I don't mind that, because it sort of says to the bowler, I need you to bowl straighter. I need you to bowl the stumps with that leg slip, leg gully, and also the fine leg in position, and a man just in front of square. So he's got a little bit of cover there for that. And whereas if he bowls too wide, he could go through that gully area where you've just taken him from.
But I don't mind if you are tightening them up over a period of time and then throw that wider half volley out there.
That's all right, yeah.
3 slips, leg slip. Ngidi out, wider on the crease. Smith pushing to mid-on, considered a single, called it off.
Doesn't really play forward, does he? That's a shimmy across the stumps. Seeing the ball coming towards the stumps, he just works it with a full face of the bat, sort of to just wide of mid-on. But he's reluctant to get that front foot out at this stage. I'm sure he'll do it if he manages to last. But at this early point in his innings, it's very much across the crease and using his judgment with his eye. Hell of a good eye. Got more centuries, 1.5 times more than the entire South African side.
Smith backing across and leaving alone.
Yeah, it's interesting, that technique, because Usman Khawaja goes back, but he does flash at balls that he doesn't need to, and not with a full face of the bat. Like, Stephen Smith is so watchful, and he's so intent on providing a full face, and then if he feels like he's covered it, generally you'll just close the face into the leg side or open it up a little bit. It's very unique technique, but it's worked so well for him. He's had a good 12 months just settling back into number 4 too.
Loves batting at Lords, his 6th test match here, where he made his debut 15 years ago in a neutral test match as well. 2 left in the over, across his stumps, down the leg side, bisects the keeper, and leg slip though, goes for 4. Well, not far away, the leg gully was there. Had he been a leg slip, he would have been in the game. 2 boundaries in the over so far for Smith, but hands on heads when it comes to Ngidi down the other end.
Now, I'd like to see where this one comes from. This is a finer edge, obviously. Is this straighter? And that's the reason he gets away with it. No, it's not really. It's heading towards that leg stump. It certainly is an aerial, and it's gone past the left of Verena and inside Jansen. So luck there for Smith.
But even with the strategy, what's the difference between having a leg? It's almost a leg gully as opposed to a leg slip.
Yeah, that's more bounce, isn't it? I think
thinking
more
you
for
get
gullies.
more opportunity at a leg slip.
And it's
like that one there.
An area where Smith's been out quite a lot in the last 6 years as well. Last ball of the over, Ngidi to Smith, outswinger left alone way wide of the off stump. 2 boundaries in the over. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Smith 13, Labuschagne 17, 2 for 37.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit sheenegroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Our leading wicket taker on the day so far, Kagiso Rabada, who went bang, bang in the 7th over of play for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. So we are Mulder bowling from that same end, away from us at the nursery. In here to Labuschagne, who's 17 from 41. 2 slips the gully, delivers here, edges and doesn't quite make it to mark room at second slip. He dived to his right. Don't think it would have quite made it to third either, but it gives a sense of the fact that the cordon remains in play, Jeremy.
There's that third slip I'm talking about, though. That's a line of about sort of 6th to 7th stump again. That defensive stroke that you don't have to play it. It's bounced well short and to the right of the second slip, but a third slip really might have been in play there, to be honest with you. They've now given us a 3rd and a half, or maybe a 4th slip. We're guessing at this point. I've always been in favour of a shorter smaller area covered well.
Mulder again, bowls to Labuschagne, leading in the 4th stump channel. No consideration of playing that time.
So, little half chances for South Africa. Again, it's a shorter ball that he's played back to.
I think he was surprised by the bounce.
Yeah.
This is a conservative field.
Very, very.
You know, 2 early
down.
wickets.
Yeah.
Do you need a mid-wicket or cover?
No.
I'd rather a catcher.
Totally.
Full-blooded cover drive, or encourage him to whip through mid-wicket.
Yeah, ringed up on both sides of the wicket. The South Africans on the 1. Mulder bowls here, Labuschagne leaves. Bit of extra bounce again over the top of around the 4th stump line.
That's too short and wide.
Got a message in here on 0433 98 11 16, Flem. Rick in Brisbane, driving a road train, Brisbane to Melbourne with Test cricket on the radio. You ripper.
Yep. Thanks for listening. We'll get you through. Hopefully with a few more runs.
Hope you're comfortable.
Yeah.
And one in here from Daniel saying, off the text about what Daniel said. Daniel said there's 3 neutrals in the commentary box when it was him, Bharat and Jeremy. But of course that discounts the fact that Bharat's now a citizen. Mulder bowls and Labuschagne leaves on length a few weeks ago. So yes, we're an international commentary team here on SEN.
If you're bowling now, it can be frustrating. You win the toss and you bowl. There's an expectation to get wickets, which Rabada did. I'd be interested to know Mulder's self-coaching here. That's 3 short and wide ones in a row. Where are you looking? If you're bowling too short, can you look up at off bail? Can you picture the wicketkeeper's gloves? You've got to be able to self-coach in game. Got to attack in this first session.
2 left in the over. Mulder bowls here, middle stump line. That's better. Stumps are in play. Pushing to bit on no run.
I don't mind the mid-wicket to Marnus because he is that off-stump line, and I want to encourage my bowler to bowl straight. But the cover isn't required. The cover's got to go in my opinion, into that gully kind of third slip area. So they strengthen that if the ball moves away. If it nips back, it brings the LBW into play as he tries to get it square. Leave the square open. You're happy with that because that's absolutely fine. If he's going to turn the bat and play, we'll use less of a bat. You've got to run the chance of an LBW.
Mulder finishing his 2nd over. Nat comes back off the seam. Labuschagne leaves on length. It's all okay. 2 for 37. End of the over. Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre expert. Smith 13. Labuschagne 17.
Big savings, big brands, low prices. Now that's the Chemist Warehouse way. Look out for Fess Nasal and Sinus Wash Kit. Gentle strength 12 sachets, only $8.99. Find relief with Demison Cold Plus Flu Relief Day and Night, 48s, just $13.69. Stock up on some Advil 90 liquid capsules, only $14.49. And upgrade your oral care to the Oral-B IO2 electric toothbrush, just $79.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
So we've got Lungi and Guinea to continue. Coverage for Henley Holmes. 3 slips and the leg slip. Bowling to Smith. Up to the crease. Pavilion end. Squared up. Defends.
And just noting with Nagidi, he hasn't got it right either. He hasn't got his stock ball going. He's either angling into leg stump or his outswinger is about a metre wide of off stump.
It's a quiet period of play, but it's a period of play where Australia, I think, would be feeling more and more comfortable. These are conditions that you must take advantage of. If you happen to win a toss at Lords and you've got a new ball going, you've got 2 wickets quite quickly, you've got to keep pushing.
Ngidi up, bowls to Smith in a short sleeve jumper, leaves one that comes back off the seam down the slope, but it's well wide of the off stump to begin with, so no concerns.
So tidy figures doesn't hack it, actually. You've got to get the lengths and the lines right. These are the times when you earn your money, actually. Just a tidy length is fine when it pays for all the insurance as a bowler, and it pays for all those kinds of the odd little armchair and that sort of thing. But your swimming pool on the big days when it's doing something and you end up with 5.
Want to make a splash?
That's the important thing.
Make a splash. I think that's what you say.
Couple more before lunch. Well said, Jeremy. Ngidi up here. Bowls to Smith. Hits the stickers of the bat before it runs out to cover point, no single.
So when I was bowling, about halfway through my career, I read a book from Tiger Woods, who was only about 21. And, his strategies with each hole. He had a traffic light system. If he was in a good spot, pins in a good, it's green, go for it. Orange, conservative, red, just keep the ball in play or whatever. It's the same, putting it into your bowling. Using those traffic light conditions. This is green.
Absolutely.
You have to attack.
Absolutely.
Because the sun comes out in the last session, you have little movement with the slope, but they won't be in the air off the seam. So you have to, it's all systems go.
It won't last this way forever. Smith is batting outside leg stump before the trigger movement. Does so here, leaves alone.
This is where Bavuma becomes quite an important component, doesn't he? Or whoever Ngidi trusts, that you know throughout the length of the time that you've played together, that he trusts so-and-so, and you might talk to him as a captain, say, look, just go and just put this idea in his head at the moment.
Yeah.
And I want to do this and that, and we need to proceed from there. But you can't be just happy with him letting the ball go outside off stump at this stage and having five on the offside doing nothing.
I wonder, with all of this in mind, how tempted they'll be just to go back to Rabada earlier.
They've got to. They have to.
Yeah. Maybe the other end, I ponder as well. Ngidi from that pavilion end, up here, a bit wider on the crease, an easy leave for Smith. That's the problem. There's too many, as you guys are pointing out, too many easy leaves right now.
I think when Rabada got those 2 wickets in the one over, Khawaja and Green, I think the expectation from South Africa is they would have had Australia at least 4 down at lunch.
Yeah.
If Australia are only 2 down, that's a massive win.
It is. Especially were they both off the front foot, guys? Because I'm afraid I missed those things coming.
Yep. Almost half volley length.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one with Khawaja angled in and steered away.
In the end, didn't it?
Oh, there's Big Merv on the telly. Never far away from being in shot. Gets a round of applause from the crowd. He's on the big screen as well. MG Hughes. Last ball here, Ngidi to Smith, who gets out the square, drive up the slope for 4. Gosh, he loves his ground. It's as though he saw it coming, turned it into a half volley. They're both 17, Smith and Labuschagne. 2 for 41, Australia. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Look here, look at shorty got back. Should I ask her for a dance? Hold on, there's too many in the wolf pack.
The all-electric Kia EV3, crowned the 2025 World Car of the Year. Awarded for its record 604 kilometres of all-electric range and fast-charging capabilities. The Kia EV3 is your 2025 World Car of the Year. Visit kia.com.au to find out more.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
That's beautiful batting from Steve Smith on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Ball's outside the off stump. Knew another one was coming. Got into position before the ball was bowled and creamed it through cover point for a boundary to join Labuschagne on 17. So Mulder yet to concede a run in his couple of overs, but no penetration. They've put in the third slip that Jeremy's called for, though. That's a step in the right direction. Plus the gully. Operating from our nursery end. Labuschagne waits for him. Mulder bowls here, full and straight and driven out the middle of the bat to mid-off where Bavuma feels no run.
My worry here, though, if I could just say that, and I know I don't, like saying a doomsayer, you know what I mean? But it's a 7-2 field. This was 7 on the offside. And just 2 on the leg side. What does that say to a bowler as he runs in and he doesn't see a fine leg in position? I think that says to him, make sure you're wide of the off stump. And I think that's the concern I have with this particular sort of field set. He wants everything, catches and cover.
Mulder delivers, hits Labuschagne on the pad, shouldering arms. Big decision for Illingworth, turns it down. It was well wide of the off stump. It was coming back. Question now for Bavuma. Immediately Mulder goes up to Verena, the wicket-keeper, for consultation. Don't think Bavuma fancies this. Needed to do a lot right. And they won't review. No DRS for Imar. For Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 Imar.
Once again, it's that fuller ball, though. If you're in that 5 to 7 metre mark, it does pose the question to the batsman, do I go forward or back? And on this occasion, Marnus just didn't even offer a shot. Yeah, that's good seam movement.
Yeah, wobble seam, back thigh pad.
I just don't know why they've got a cover, though. Just going back to what you're saying, I want to bowl pretty straight here. And the shot Stephen Smith hit before was a poor delivery.
So the most probing ball yet from Mulder. In again, delivers here. Labuschagne leaves. 4th stump line, a little bit short, though.
No, he looks zippy enough, Mulder, but you've got to actually make the batsman play and get him into that avenue of apprehension. I mean, that's just a short ball on a 8th stump line.
But Mulder can bowl this when the sun's out and you can set this sort of field. He'll do his job. But the job at the moment is actually a little different than what I just described.
Mulder turns. Had a birthday during the week, now 27. Up to Labuschagne here, leg stump line, defended to mid-wicket, no run. And Geedy does the fielding.
You can see that that was fuller, straighter. Marnus is in that uncomfortable position. He's not sure if it might seem away or go down the slope, outside edge. If it comes back in like it did, it's just a little uncomfortable.
Well, it is. Isn't that one of the lengths that we're always trying to bowl? You bowl a little bit, Adam. You know but you know when you've bowled a decent length when the batsman is undecided, shall I go forward or back? If you stay back, you are giving the ball more time to do something. If it does turn or if it does nip back.
Mulder up, bowls here over the wicket. That's a clear front foot defensive stroke from Labuschagne, a little bit fuller.
If you bowl, if you do go forward, you're tempting. You're uncertain. You tend to get halfway forward, and you're still pushing at the ball. Often the bat's still moving, and those kinds of things. So you do run the risk of then showing both edges of the bat, whether you get a nick to the slip cordon or whether you give perhaps a little chance on the leg side. So that's the sort of length you should be striving, I think, always to achieve. Yeah. Especially when you've got a newish ball where the seam is a bit more sort of proud.
Yet to concede a run. Last ball of his third over. Mulder here. Won't concede one here either. Leaving alone outside the off stump. Labuschagne remains on 17. Maiden sent down. Smith down the other end on 17 as well. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed this end of financial year with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest, that really is sharp, the sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13-IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies mate, that's IMAR.
Wednesday, a week from now, Game 2 of State of Origin, live from Perth Stadium, right across the SEN network. You can pick your call, Blues, Maroons or unbiased. SEN, your home of sport all year round. There's going to be a change of bowler from the pavilion end. Geedy replaced by Jansen, who bowled 4 overs and conceded 12 runs at the start of the day. And he'll go round the wicket right away. So he was over the wicket in his first spell.
Geedy, 4 overs, none for 19.
Yeah.
So that wasn't good enough in very good bowling conditions.
I actually thought that Dane Patterson would play this test match. Patterson's been bowling very nicely here for Middlesex.
Yeah.
He's got a terrific record in England. And Geedy got the final bowling spot.
Wow.
It shows a line of thought, I think.
Jansen. Left arm round to Smith, who goes across his stumps and pushes to mid-wicket, no run.
About how you feel the game is going to, perhaps the trajectory of the match. If your third seamer can often actually say that because you want someone who A, can bowl lots of overs, B, not be too expensive and give too many runs away, and pick up perhaps twofer. You know what I mean? Whereas if you'd gone for the more, perhaps he might even give a few more runs away, but he's going to pick up wickets and move the game on. I think that's sometimes a better choice in a one-off match.
Bowling here, Jansen to Smith, who drives out to mid off. There won't be one.
I mean, I'm not sure what you did when you were captain New Zealand. You know, what this says to me too is not picking your 11 that early. Like these days, they announce it the day before, 2 days. With the conditions, you can actually make decisions late.
Of course you can.
You turn up and the pitch hasn't lost its green tinge, or it's cloudy like today.
That's it.
Why can't you make a late change based on the conditions?
Well, you can.
I know it's something that drives the analysts absolutely insane as Jansen bowls here to Smith across the stumps as always, turning around the corner. He'll get one to long leg, collected in front of the mound stand. Smith 18 overtaking Labuschagne 2 for 42. I know the analysts they have no idea why teams are so enamoured with the idea of telling the media what the team is day or two before. Like what possible comparative advantage do you get out of that?
Yeah.
You just give it away.
But it's become part of the game. Stokes does it every single test they play.
Well, that speaks of a confidence.
Yeah.
See, that's what they
I mean, everyone could know what the team's going to be without having to...
But I think both teams had one or two question marks about their team, so why not leave it till the toss? Marnus is opening. You don't know that if it's not announced.
And he could have just said Marnus was opening and left some other questions unanswered. That was as Janssen bowls here, Labuschagne the best. And the other side of it is, you're right, it expresses confidence and it shuts down speculation, but still.
Speculation is fine. That's what you want the opposition to sort of feel as well. Who's opening? You don't have to say when Marnus is going to open.
In the warm-up, Marnus and Constas are hitting balls together. Which one are they going for? Is it Nagidi or the all-rounder, or who are they going for? No, but it's a modern trend. You didn't do it when you captained New Zealand all the way back then, was it?
Well, I didn't know.
Janssen bowls Labuschagne, hit with a bumper on the shoulder. Runs down to the rope for 4. He was taking evasive action. This will be interesting. It'll be signalled leg buyers. Yep, is so here. Umpire Gaffney does so now. We get a nice close-up of the Dukes. The writing still all over it on the Makers label side, so the ball's in good nick. Takes Australia to 2 for 46, 1 left in the set.
Would this be the first time these two sides have played each other with a Dukes ball?
That's a fine question. I mean, I guess it's within the realms of possibility. They played with one here in 1912.
Maybe an ODI.
In the triangular.
But I'm talking about a red ball.
Yeah, red Dukes. They played with, of course, Flem the Dukes in 1999 in the World Cup here, but that's a different form of the game.
Yes. What did they use back in 1912? What was the English ball?
That, to me, sounds like a job for Daniel Norcross. He'll be in the second. He can work that out very quickly. Last ball here, Janssen. Caught behind. Yep, he's hit it. Make no mistake. Labuschagne's holding his pose, but he is gone for 17. You can hear it through the effects, Mike. There'll be no review. Australia lose a third wicket in this morning's session. A good bowling change from Temba Bavuma. Getting Janssen back in the act around the wicket, straighten him up, and he's gone for 17.
Well, that's brilliant bowling for Marco Janssen too. He started around the wicket, and what it does, it poses questions to both the right-handers. Is it going to keep coming down with the slope? Will it straighten? And on this occasion, Marnus ends up playing at a ball he didn't need to. So the slope is in his mind. Janssen being a left-hander with the angle, and unfortunately he's nicked one wide outside off stump. But credit to Janssen and Rabada, they've bowled pretty well today. Big drop off when they're not bowling, but they needed this wicket, South Africa.
Yes, it was just starting to look a bit tame, wasn't it? But the change brought about from the pavilion end has made all the difference. Something that certainly South Africa needed. They now have the opportunity with Head and Smith, the two key men, in my opinion, with this particular Australian side, while the ball is still moving.
Well,
that's the key thing.
Rabada's got to come on as well.
Absolutely.
Now.
So Travis Head makes his way through the long room and down the steps out to the middle. It's the two men who did the job back 2 years ago at the Oval. Australia lose a third wicket in the morning session, 3 for 46. After the break, Daniel Norcross takes you through to lunch.
Hi, Kev Sheedy here, a long-time ambassador of Essendon BMW. The new BMW X3 has landed at Essendon BMW, and it's an absolute game changer. Built to explore, stylish and packed with performance, this is the ultimate machine for those who demand more from every drive. So what are you waiting for? Located in Essendon Fields, head into Essendon BMW today, meet the team and take the new BMW X3 for a spin. It's time to up your driving game. LMCT 0011 700.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia are 3 for 46. They have lost Marnus Labuschagne. A tiny little tickle as Flem and Jeremy Coney were discussing the angle, the slope, all of it has undone Marnus there as Vian Mulder starts a new over from the nursery end. 3 slips in place, left alone by Steve Smith. A really good carry there, Flem. That went up about shoulder height. This is a very capricious pitch today so far.
It's one where you want the ball in your hand. Well, you should want the ball in your hand. It's another no ball. Is that the third one for the day?
At least, yeah. Janssen did a really long one. I mean, Janssen is a bit of a no-ball customer.
But he was miles over, wasn't he, Janssen, in his last one? But there has been a little bit of breakdown in communications with the no balls between the umpires and the third umpire. But this one's worked okay. They're bowling. They're running in.
Mulder in, 3 slips and a gully. Smith waits and then lets another ball go by as he moves so far across to off stump. He felt he can leave that. Bharat.
Yeah, sorry, just on Manus, you'd be pretty disappointed with. Could have left that alone, Flem. I guess he done all the hard work.
It's very wide.
I mean, he's batting so far across his thumbs. That's the idea, that you can leave them.
But well done to Jansen. You know, he'd come around the wicket straight away, and the angle, the slope, it didn't do as much as Manus was hoping, and it's hit the outside edge. They've missed a trick here. I'd have Rabada bowling. They've got the wicket. Let's get another one.
Mulder, and this is tucked into the onside by Smith, but he won't get a run for it as it's picked up by Ngidi at short mid-wicket.
Especially with Travis Head just having walked out there. If you can get rid of him before lunch, then with just Webster to come, Alex Carey in great form, yes, but if you can get Head out.
4 wickets before lunch. I mean, and because of the pace that Australia go, they're absolutely determined to prove the idiocy of Bazball, so they really dig in and dig in and dig in, but the problem with that is you look up, and if it's 4 for 60, then it's a pretty hideous position to find yourself in at lunch as Mulder comes into Smith, who lets this go by, taking around about waist height. There's a bit of nip for Mulder out there. You'll find this season on English pitches. I've seen a lot of cricket in England this season, and there's a very similar pattern everywhere. Part of it's the weather conditions. We've had an unusually dry spring, the driest on record, and so the ground staff tend to put a lot of moisture on the pitches in advance.
Well, you can see where they're landing.
Yeah,
you can see that there's dark patches already. He's bowled 5 really good balls, Mulder, but you probably want 5 good balls in one over.
Yeah, but what you get is drying out as Mulder comes in again, full, well defended by Smith, fielded off his own bowling. So what we're seeing generally in England at the moment is a pattern of play where that first day, and it usually is the whole of the first day, there's enough still in the pitch, and you're seeing a few zipping through quite high to the keeper, others occasionally dying, because the pitch, the underlying pitch, is a pretty dull one. So we're finding a lot of sides have been able to bat out draws on the fourth day.
Okay.
So, you know, where you're normally thinking pitches have got to get worse, don't want to bat last on this. No, it's been the exact opposite. It's win, toss and bowl. I'll give you a stat in a minute as Mulder is in full dugout up to Bavuma at mid-off. There's no run. At the Oval now, the last 20 first-class matches played there have all been win, toss and bowl. 20 in a row. This is a pattern and it's partly because of drainage in England when they've been redoing ground, so there's a lot of really good drainage. You find that, you know, it can pour down with rain and then an hour later you're playing. But the issue with that for the ground staff is that the squares themselves get really dry, so they have to wetten them a lot before the game, but then of course
you've
they
got
can't
to get it right, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, if it's raining on the day, you got covers on it.
Mulder in full, squirted away into the offside, picked up by Rickleton. That is the end of another over. Australia 3 for 47.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
This end of financial year, don't just get your tax done, get your backyard done with Australian Outdoor Living's end of financial year sale. Enjoy huge savings up our range of effortlessly perfect artificial grass. Save a bundle in your backyard at Australian Outdoor Living.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900.
This is the game, really, isn't it? The last 2 or 3 years, Travis Head has walked out with Australia 3 for not too much. Did it 2 years ago at the Oval as well, and changed games in a matter of sessions or.
Well, he's inspired a nation's style of cricket. He is Mr. Bazball.
He is.
A whole nation is based their whole cricketing future on one moustached Australian.
Well, okay, yeah, so starts a new over. He flashes hard. The short ball is cutting at it. It's gone through to the keeper. That's his first ball. That is Bazball.
Anyone else?
Ben Duckett has taught him everything he knows as far as Ben Duckett is concerned.
They are very similar, aren't they?
Well, they are a little. Yeah, which is why I did sort of wonder about the Head opening the batting ploy, but Bharat tells me that was never going to happen.
In English conditions, no. but in subcontinent with the ball not doing as much, he gets the Aussies off to a flyer. He'll be disappointed he didn't hit that for 6. If he gets another one there, that is going over gully for 6.
Jansen into head, who lets this one go by. He's left it on length as much as anything else.
Come on, Trev.
Wise. Yep.
What's he doing?
Do you know, we were discussing this the other day, but Ben Duckett left a ball in a one-day international. And it sent shockwaves through English cricket. It was like the third ball he'd faced. He'd left it.
Did he get dropped?
Actually,
did Stokesy run out the gloves and go, none of that,
he had a word, you know. You're here needlessly to play at balls that you should leave alone, Ben. Because he's got 2 Test hundreds without leaving a single ball.
He's a good player, Duckett. I think he'll do well in Australia.
I'll be interested to see how that goes. I reckon he will. Jansen in the left-handed head, he flicks this into the onside. A full ball, head goes to hand as the ball rolls up to mid-on. And I realise how confusing that is for you listening at home. By head goes to hand, I meant Jansen's head goes to Jansen's hand. As he just thought he might have snuck through there.
Hey, this is not late-night romance we're talking about between Travis Head and Marco Jansen. But look, 2 years ago, I thought India missed the trick by not going short at Travis Head early in his innings. By the time they did, he was already into his 80s. Looks like another fielder has just dropped back to a deep backward square leg boundary. Maybe the bouncer is coming.
Here's Jansen, flicked away through mid-wicket. He doesn't time it too well there, Head, but he'll pick up a couple. Smith is very good between the wickets, and the score advances to 3 for 49.
But they do have that deepish gully for him. I think that's Tristan Stubbs in there. I've seen teams do that, especially in Australian conditions.
I've seen teams, they come up with all different plans. It's chaos.
Well, England
it
thought
throws the other teams out. Yeah,
England thought they could get him with a short ball ploy, and then maybe they didn't execute it well enough, but he was more than equal to it. They got this idea he had a problem against the short ball as Jansen's into it full and it goes out to the offside. He plays this rather tentatively, picked up by Stubbs, moving to his left.
Unless it's a poor short ball, he doesn't play it convincingly. So when you're bowling, you're going, you didn't really get that. So you keep going there and then all of a sudden he's 40 off 20.
Yeah, right. I mean, he's such a dynamic player.
But you certainly can't get short and wide.
No.
Yeah, that's his happy place.
Down the hill as well. So, away to my left. Right. Jansen comes in to complete the 20th over. Head waits and then cuts at this, slashes it away for 4. Exactly as Flem predicted. The 50 is up, 20 overs have been bowled. Head 6, Smith 18, and Australia 3 for 53.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Visit Waverley BMW during the BMW End of Financial Year Expo Sale event. Over 200 vehicles in stock across the range, ready for immediate delivery, and open till 9 p.m. every Thursday in June. Waverley BMW, Springvale Road, Glen Waverley. LMCT 8953.
Test cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Mulder into Smith, who tucks this off his legs. I don't know if there's any bat involved there. No, it's going to be a leg bias, and the ball rolls to where a short, fine leg would be. 3 for 54.
Just going back to Damien Fleming's point, I'm surprised Rabada isn't bowling right now, Dan. I mean, it's all about matchups. And yes, Travis Head did score runs of Rabada 3 years ago in Australia, especially on that tricky pitch in Brisbane, more than tricky pitch. But this is the game. If you can have your best bowler bowling at probably Australia's most destructive batter and the game changer they have.
Well, how many this is the 5th over for Mulder? After this, what have we got left? 18 minutes till lunch. Is it worth trying to crank an over, or would you get 2? You might get 2 just. But 5 overs in 18 minutes, he might do. So he could get 2 from Rabada from the nursery end after this. He's going to come around the wicket, is Mulder. 2 slips. Gully, point, extra mid-off, mid-on. A forward square leg, a long leg. As Mulder is into head. And Head punches this off the back foot, up to Bavuma at mid-off. There's no run.
You see, he was not really rushed at all by that delivery. Mulder pulled okay. Just doesn't have the speed or the zip, and if you don't get Travis Head early, so it's a cliche, yes, but he can so easily take this game away from you. And that last ball, Damien Fleming called it, but it was so poor. You cannot do that. It's almost, I call it a way of saying hello, g'day in South Australia when Travis Head just cuts the ball for 4 through point. That's South Australian as it comes.
Mulder around the wicket, into Head, who tucks this into the onside. He's going to get run for it as it goes to the left of Rabada at mid-on. Then makes a sprawling stop. 3 for 55. By the way, we've had some texts coming through on 0433 98 111 6. And this from Martin in Phnom Penh says, sitting on a balcony with a cold Angkor draft in my hand and you chaps on the radio. Loving it. That does sound fun.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
I read it first as a cold Angkor what, and I thought, you don't want to be, that's a very large thing, Angkor what. I have a friend who's morbidly terrified of Angkor Wat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know, the kind of like old sort of incredible place in Cambodia, I guess.
It is,
Angkor Wat. Yeah, he's absolutely petrified of it. Shout out to Pete for being scared of buildings.
Well, I'm scared of windmills, so.
Are you?
Very scared.
Oh. Mulder's in full, defended by Smith, back up the wicket. There's no run. Thank you, Alex, from Colac. He's saying something nice about me, but I'll leave that bit out. He's sitting in the tractor sowing wheat after 50 millimetres of rain last week. And well, it's lovely to be back, Alex. Thank you very much.
Oh, Alex.
50 millimetres, that's a fair bit.
Oh, it is.
A couple of inches.
Can do with some rain in some parts of Australia.
You could do with it in England, you know. Correct, I mean, it's a very rare thing for me to say.
Just why your Colac is like the dairy capital of Australia.
Is it? Right. Mulder's in once more, and Smith goes across his stumps and works this away down towards fine leg. And they'll pick up a pretty easy single. 3 for 56. And finally, Nick, he's listening in from holiday at the Intercontinental in Okinawa. Ooh. He says, just a balmy 30 degrees. Loving the coverage. Go Aussies! Well, they've drawn the short straw today. The Aussies have lost the toss in bowling conditions, but I can give my Australian cousins some encouragement. I just can sense the clouds are just starting to lift, and when they disappear later this afternoon, I think batting conditions will become a lot easier. They've just got to get through to that. As Mulder is in, the left-handed Head, who punches off the back foot beautifully out through deep backward point. The chase is on. It will be hauled in just inside the boundary by Stubbs. I mean, the slope is so exaggerated here. You hear about this a lot. End of the over, 21 overs gone. Australia 3 for 58.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. We are, 13 minutes away from lunch on the first day of the World Test Championship final. So I reckon the way they're bowling these, it'll be 3. We'll get 3 overs in. Their over 8 is slow. Of course, no one cares about being fined for a slow over 8 now because they've made it to the final.
That's correct.
They're not going. I don't suppose they lose points. You're not going to start the next championship already minus something or other. I mean, that's a sort of dumb trick the English would do. How many points were they deducted over the course of the World Test Championship?
Considering what the English think of over 20. They get to the final, they'll bowl 50 overs in a day.
Jansen starts a new over. He's driven really well by Smith. A vacancy between mid-off and cover. It's running up towards the boundary. Again, it's slowing up, though, as Mavuma's little legs chase after it eagerly, and they'll get back for 3. We've had a few 3s today, and we've had 3 wickets. 3 for 61.
For all you runners in Australia, and there are quite a few, especially if you use the treadmill, just to explain the slope, it's 8.2 feet. So
that's a lot, isn't it?
It's a fair incline that Temba Bavuma had to He's got a good, strong base, though, to say the least.
My big question has always been why? Why is there this slope? You know, I mean, and I talk obviously as a bitter man from south of the river, the Oval, where we don't mess about with slopes. We just create a perfect playing surface. Whereas here, oh Lords, isn't it marvellous? Well, you can't even get it level. Had they not invented spirit levels in 1789? Or whenever it was.
Yeah. Isn't it because it was originally part of a hill of some sort?
Well, I imagine, but just put some more soil down.
Correct.
Janssen is it, the left-handed head, who reaches for this, so pokes at it really, but gets enough of the bat on it to send it down to deep backward point. Or Bharat does the fielding, they just get the one.
Well, they don't like change here at Lords.
They really don't.
Just look at the dress codes. And bumped into Kevin Peterson downstairs, and he said, well, never seen anything like that at Lords before. So I said you'll be seeing more and more of this, sadly.
No, I want more and more of it. This is because these guys deserve it. Also, without much to be too morbid, it may cause such a shock that it'll free up some places in the MCC membership waiting list. As Janssen continues around the wicket to Smith, who flays this away through backward point before. That's quite an uncharacteristic shot from Smith as we're coming up to the lunch break, but one of great enterprise. And Janssen, well, he's conceded 8 runs in these first 3 balls. Australia just getting a bit of momentum in their batting. They're 3 for 66.
Oh, he loves picking off boundary square of the wicket at Lords, Steve Smith. And for those of you listening back home in Australia, yes, the sun is making an appearance, but even more importantly, Steve Smith's continuing in the same vein. He finished off the summer and the way he batted in Sri Lanka. At the moment, he's batting like an absolute champion, the champion that he is. He loves playing at Lords. He's once again in the form of his life, and he's enjoying life out there.
Janssen into Smith, who lets this go by through to the keeper. So big question is, will we see KG Rabada again? He has been the leading wicket taker in this session. Our leading wicket takers with Belgravia apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. It's suddenly very warm in here.
I know, and it's fogging up around us. I hope it's all right. So we've been told it'll be fixed soon.
Well, this is marvellous. It's like being in a bit of a sauna. So looking through the window is becoming increasingly tricky as it steams up. But Janssen is in, and this is defended by Smith, who pushes it up to mid-off. And then, look, all of his gestures are peculiar, but I really don't know what that one meant. Normally, I know what it means.
It's as someone who's spent more than half his life watching Steve Smith practice, Daniel, I can tell you exactly what that was.
Okay, please.
I think he expected that ball to come at him a little quicker, and he was just a little concerned about his back lift. He often speaks, I said this in my earlier stint, about the fear of overbalancing at times when he's batting at Lords.
Janssen in to complete the over, and he gets struck on the pad. A big appeal, they really like it. Oh, now then he's moved across the stumps, it's hit his pads. I wonder, is Bavuma going to be tempted here? There was a couple of bouncing up and downs from the slips. We're waiting to see. The DRS timer's going down. It's 6, it's 5, it's 4, it's 3, it's 2. He's gone for it.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Absolutely classic. Wait till the very, very end. It's hard for us to tell because the ball's coming towards us, but if that's not going over the top, he might be in a touch of trouble unless it's sliding down leg.
I mean, left arm around the wicket, down the slope. You would think that's missing, and I was surprised that Bavuma went up for it. I think it was talked into it by a couple in the slip cord.
Smith, and it's coming up to lunch. It's very tempting.
Why not?
So, important moment here. Well, we'll see how important in a moment when we actually get to see a replay of this. Our replays, but Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Here we go.
Ooh. Well,
now
you can see leg stump. Look, he's been batting outside his leg stump so that he doesn't fall across, but which means that he's right in front of his stumps.
This is close, Bharat.
This is closer than we imagined, so you can see all of leg stump, and he's hit him just about the knee roll.
Umpire's call, I'm thinking, might save him here. Here we go. Oh, yeah, it's a big angle. It's a big angle.
The angle. Umpire's call.
Umpire's call. It's clipping the top of leg stump. My word, what an important moment this is in that match. Steve Smith survives at the end of the over. Australia 3 for 66.
Never trade his mate. That's Simon.
Visit Waverley BMW this end of financial year and indulge in the ultimate driving experience during the BMW End of Financial Year Expo Sale event. You'll be spoilt for choice with over 200 vehicles in stock across the range ready for immediate delivery. Plus, experience luxury after dark as they're open till 9 p.m. every Thursday in June, only at Waverley BMW. The BMW End of Financial Year Expo Sale event on now at Waverley BMW, 579 Springvale Road, Glen Waverley. LMCT 8953.
So, 7 minutes to go till lunch. Steve Smith just surviving a DRS, close DRS call as Mulder is round the wicket into the pads of Head, who tucks this away down the deep backward square leg. It's fielded by Ngidi, and they take the single, 3 for 67.
I'm trying to just put my South African hat on for a second, and it's a great morning in terms of them winning the toss and getting rid of the top three in Khawaja, Green and now Manis. But Ngidi hasn't bowled really well. Rabada bowled like a absolute world beater that he is. First up, Mulder has been steady but not looked really threatening, and doesn't look like they're going back to Rabada against Head. So
Mulder in full, beats the bat of Steve Smith. That was close to the outside edge. A slightly tentative push forward as the ball went down the slope. It sort of felt like he had to play at it.
Steve Smith will tell you that he played the line of the ball, so kind of but
I'm sure he will tell you that.
He'll say exactly that, but he was impressed with that delivery as well. But yeah, going back to my point, so South Africa got a lot of success without doing as well as they would have expected to as a unit.
Mulder turns, runs in now to Smith. Smith defends into the offside, fielded in the covers by Rickleton. There'll be no run.
Yeah, they'll take 3 for 67, and they'll be even happier if it's 4 for 70. With 5 minutes left for the lunch break.
If that decision had gone the other way, now look, I think you've got to give it to the umpire, because there's umpires' calls and umpires' calls, and that was flicking the very top right of the leg stump as you look at it. So it would have been a harsh decision on Smith if he'd been given out. But I've seen them given because he moves across his stumps. It brings the umpire into play if he misses the ball. And had Smith got out there, well, the South Africans would have been cock-a-hoop as Mulder is in again, full, stabbed at really off the front foot by Smith into the offside, fielded again by Rickleton. Once more, no run.
Spoke to Richard Kettleborough yesterday. He's obviously the third umpire for this game, about how the slope affects umpires, and he spoke about how you do take it into consideration. And I'm very convinced that if it was a right-armer bowling over the wicket and say Steve Smith gets exactly hit where he was, the umpire's finger goes up. Left-armer around the wicket, down the slope, as an umpire in the middle, it's very unlikely that you're going to raise your finger.
It's that slope that's done it. Yep. Mulder in. Full, driven back at him. Fielded well off his own bowling, and he then sort of pretends that he might throw the ball at the stumps. But Smith is home, comfortably home. We've got one ball left in the 23rd over. We'll fit one more in, and then it'll be lunch.
Speaking of lunch, Steve Smith the other day spoke about how he's heard a lot about the lunches at Lord's, but often, and he was glad that he hasn't been able to indulge in it because he's been busy scoring runs.
I saw that. yeah. The smart cricketers on the county scene, especially when they're from outside Middlesex, they make sure to get out just before lunch. Time to get your pads off and then eat. Mulder in full. Ooh, now then he plays the ball into the ground and then has to deflect it away from the stumps. End of the over. 23 gone. One more to go before lunch. Australia 3 for 67.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
This end of financial year, don't just get your tax done, get your backyard done with Australian Outdoor Living's end of financial year sale. Enjoy huge savings off our custom designed and installed outdoor kitchens. Save a bundle in your backyard at Australian Outdoor Living.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. It's going to be Marco Jansen to continue. Bowling his 8th over of the morning. Full driven and missed by Travis Head. That was a tentative poke, Bharat.
It very much was. It's that length. so important to target Travis Head with that length early on in his innings. Pulled a few rubbish deliveries at him and fed him runs so far, South Africa, but that is where he gets himself into trouble. The feet don't move, the hands do all the work for him. Felt at it, so easily could have got the outside edge. So maybe half an inch closer to the stumps might be even better.
Jansen into head, down the leg side, diving take, Parade, up goes the finger, and Travis Head has been given out. Strangled down the leg side, is he going to refer it? It doesn't look like it. And that is the fourth wicket on the stroke of lunch. Head goes for 11. It was a brilliant catch, a diving catch from Parade, away to his right. Up the slope, and what a crucial moment this could be in the World Test Championship final. The ball going down the leg side, the tiniest little flick of bat, and that is going to be lunch. A wicket in the final over before lunch, and it has been South Africa's session. Another wicket for Marco Jansen. Travis Head will be gutted by that. He just needed to get through another 4 or 5 balls, wait for the conditions to improve, but he has been got out in the cruelest, most irksome fashion. Bharat Sundaresan in Australia, lunch at 4 for 67.
Well, this has just gone from being a great session to an outstanding session for South Africa. They wanted wickets, that's why Bauma chose to bowl first, wanted to give his bowlers the best use of the conditions. They did a great job in getting rid of the first 3, but that wicket, the wicket of Travis Head, the danger man, the game changer, the man Australia have turned to so often in the last 3-4 years to get them out of a hole. They wouldn't mind how that wicket came, and full credit to Kyle Verreynne. What a catch that was. We've seen some outstanding catching from South Africa this morning, but that was right up there, diving to his right so easily as a wicketkeeper. Last over before lunch, you could let your guard drop, but Verreynne was ready, and South Africa knew they would cock a hoop after that wicket. And wow.
Well, it was the tiniest little touch of bat, but that's all it takes. And let me run you through what has happened so far today. We've had a scintillating first session. Difficult conditions for batting in. We find this a lot in England. The first day, and especially the first session, and especially a session that starts half an hour earlier than we're used to. Most cricket begins in England at 11 a.m. This was 10:30, so there's that much more moisture around. Clouds quite low. They're lifting now, but it just screamed bowling day. When Temba Bavuma won that toss, he did not hesitate. He put the Aussies straight into bat. And it was a slow, claggy start. It took 6.5 overs before a wicket went down. In that time, Usman Khawaja had ground his way to a 20-ball duck when he was excellently caught by Bedingham off the bowling of Rabada. Next to go, Cameron Green, who was put up to number 3. He's never batted there before in senior cricket. Well, he got an edge, just trying to play. His bat came across the line of the ball, and he was caught again in the slips for 4. Just the 3 balls he faced, caught by Markram off Rabada. Rabada had taken those first 2. It was 16 for 2, or 2 for 16, I should say. And then late in the session, Marnus Labuschagne just poking at one he might have left the thinnest of edges through to Kyle Verreynne off Jansen for a 56 ball 17. That was 3 for 46. And then on the stroke of lunch, Travis Head strangled down the leg side, little tickle, brilliant diving catch from Verreynne from the tall Marco Jansen. He's picked up 2. So, well, our leading wicket takers are Kagiso Rabada and Marco Jansen, 2 for 9 and 2 for 27. Our leading wicket takers with Belgravia Apparel, providing high quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. The 2 other bowlers, well, not disappointing. Looking Ngidi perhaps slightly disappointing. Didn't quite get his lengths right. 4 overs, none for 19. Vian Mulder, he's not been awfully threatening, but he's doing a hell of a job. He's doing a little bit of an old style Shane Watson job here for South Africa, where he's really clogging up an end. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 6. And this is the danger with Australia's attritional approach, as I said. Look, if you get through to lunch and it's 2 for 67, you withstood the worst of the conditions, it looks fine. But when you look up, the scoreboard says 4 for 67, Bharat, that's a slightly different matter.
Massively, and the fact that they'll walk out to bat or resume their innings with Bo Webster playing in his 4th test. He's played a handful of county games. It's all the experience he has of playing red ball cricket here in England. So South Africa spoke about the vulnerabilities in this Australian batting lineup, and it had to come down to those two, Rabada and Jansen. And it wasn't particularly a great delivery that got rid of Travis Head, and the delivery got rid of Manas as well. Manas reaching out at a wide one, but they'll take it. And Rabada and Jansen have done exactly what their captain wanted them to do. They've thanked him for winning the toss and paid that debt of gratitude by getting rid of 4 dangerous Australian batters. And really it's open now. Bo Webster at 6, and then Alex Carey, the form of his life, at 7, and then you're into the bowlers.
Well, Seb is on holiday from Melbourne. He says he's cruising through the olive fields of southern Spain with SEN on the radio, loving the coverage. I hope you're still loving it, because these are perilous moments for Australia in the World Test Championship final. They go into lunch at 4:67. Stick around after the break, where you'll be hearing from Adam Collins and Jeremy Coney through the lunch break.
A riveting first 2 hours of this World Test final. Australia 4 for 67, just 23.2 overs bowled across the couple of hours. 2 wickets in an over for Gigiso Rabada, nicking off Khawaja and Green, 2 excellent catches in the cordon. Then Carl Verreynne, the South African wicketkeeper, played his role, taking Marnus Labuschagne, a comfortable catch off Jansen. Great bowling change from Bavuma. Labuschagne caught behind for 17. And on the stroke of lunch, the man who burst open the World Test final 2 years ago, Travis Head, caught down the leg side. A screamer from Verreynne. 4 great catches. Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand skipper, with me. That's defined the session in many respects, how tidy they've been behind the wicket.
Absolutely. I think when you play against Australia, and even though it was a long time when I did in 85, you cannot afford to have a poor session. They are consistently at you, and you need to be at your best right throughout. Now that means that the best bowlers in your side must perform at their peak. We had a guy called Richard Hadley. He was better than any of the Australian faster bowlers at that particular time in 1985. And then you need to have the level of support around that best player. In this particular case with fast bowlers, keeper through to gully, and hold all those catches. Well, they've done exactly what you've just asked me and described. So we've seen 2 catches, a good catch, that first one off Khawaja, because he pushed at it and it went quite fast, and it was a reverse cut job up around shoulder high. Good catch. Second one, Markram took a good catch because Mulder nearly got in his way, if you saw that. That says to me that the spacing isn't quite right in the slips. You've got to keep the spacing, but you've got to get a bit closer. Mulder thought he could get at that and he nearly tipped it, and that would have been a drop catch then. But however, well done Markram, wasn't put off. Third catch, Verreynne, really just Labuschagne off stump line where he bats, playing at a 6 stump line, got a fine edge. It doesn't stop you playing at those deliveries just merely because you bat on off stump. It might rule out the inside edge of your bat, but it doesn't rule out the outside edge. And then Head, a little bit unlucky. It's always a bit of a strangle down leg side, isn't it? But you play outside the pads, that's the risk you run. And an excellent power off the left leg from Verreynne to give that dive to get across and take that in the right hand and in the mitt, right in the mitt, the nucleus of that hand. Good catch.
So now it does, the focus shifts to Steve Smith. He's still there on 26 from 51 on a ground where he just loves batting. He'll be joined by Bo Webster after the 40-minute interval here, so lunch will end at 1:10 local time. Bo Webster, who played so well under immense pressure at the SCG on his test debut in January, an unbeaten half-century in the second innings there, but an important contribution in the first as well. This is where, as a test cricketer, you've got to step up, big stage, and with heaps of work to do for Australia.
Yeah, half the side out nearly for less than 70. It certainly is asking a few questions. There have been a few questions though, Adam, haven't there? Even against India, that they won 3-1 at home. There were a few little questions about the top of the order and positions. Labuschagne, for example. And I already mentioned the fact that Constas wasn't selected in this match, forced 2 changes in the order. And then Bo Webster coming in now in his 4th test. There will be questions. Rabada, no doubt, will have to come in straight after. I'm very surprised he didn't bowl a second session for a second spell in that first session of play. Maybe 7 was 1 or 2 too many. There's always a tricky decision you have to make as a captain. You want to be using your most dangerous bowler when the ball's still new and it's doing something and he's got 2 wickets. So you like to keep him going that extra 1, but these are times when the bowler himself has to understand it might be 20 in the day, but it might be 12 in the first session, and then you get a bit of a rest.
In the end,
what I mean?
Well, in the end, it worked out okay because Mulders didn't go for us. He started. Well, he wasn't that probing early on, but that's when Labuschagne and Smith were batting together. What he was able to do was effectively tie up an end, conceding 6 runs in 6 overs. So what we've had from our nursery end in the session, only 15 runs coming from this end. So the vast majority of runs from the other end, from the pavilion. But Jansen coming back when he did. Your thoughts on that call from Temba Bavuma to get the left armour back in the attack, operating around the wicket? Gee, it worked down the slope.
It worked down the slope because it might have just held its line just a little bit, And as a batsman, you're thinking about, well, if he's a left armour coming in, it's going to just keep coming in on the angle of the left arm in towards the stumps. I've got to make sure I guard that. And secondly, then you've got the slope to that. So those 2 things perhaps can confuse you slightly as a batsman, I think. And certainly Labuschagne, who was the man dismissed, just played too wide at the ball. He didn't know where his off stump was, and so he actually ended up defending it as well when he didn't need to. So a mistake by Labuschagne, and that can happen. It's a tough game.
So the Australian lower order, all eyes will turn to them later today, presumably. I can see Pat Cummins has had a net over on the nursery ground with Andrew McDonald, the coach. They're walking back across the main surface here and over to the dressing room. Thank you, Jeremy. We'll pause there, get a bite to eat. We'll see you soon after our break here. Jared Waitley was earlier today in conversation with Craig Foster after the Socceroos qualified for a 6th consecutive FIFA World Cup. And that'll be before we return to play live here for the second session at Lord's. This is the lunch break for Belgravia Apparel, providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. With the lights on, gloomy morning here at Lord's. South Africa have made it count so far, with Australia at the long break 67 for 4. Rabada, 2 wickets in the over. It left Australia 2 for 16. Labuschagne and Smith put on 30, and then Labuschagne played at 1. He didn't necessarily need to on the 6 stump line, caught behind for 17, 3 for 46, and right on the stroke of lunch after adding 21, the 2 men who made centuries in the most recent World Test Championship final, Head and Smith. It was the former who was caught down the leg side, a screamer from Kyle Verreynne, his second catch of the session. Head gone for 11. So Australia at the long break as they prepare to walk back out to the middle again. 4 for 67. The hovercraft is leaving the ground. The batsmen are making their way to the middle. That'll be Bo Webster playing his 4th Test match, a massive one here, a world final, along with Stephen Smith, who's made his way to 26 in pretty good nick so far. The lights remain on at Lord's, although the cloud cover might have not dissipated, but it's a bit brighter than it was when we first got here this morning. Adam Collins with you. Damien Fleming rejoining me as well. And now Australia need to put in a shift. They need this session to go their way.
They do. And on top of that, Colo, what about the catching from the South Africans?
Outstanding.
And particularly the first 2 slip catches, the man next to him jumped in front of them.
Yeah.
So to actually have the composure, they were both dipping, was absolutely brilliant. And so great session for South Africa. They did win the toss and decide to bowl in very friendly conditions. And Rabada and Jansen were first class. With all the mayhem, Stephen Smith, wow, he still looks at the peak of his form. Changes for this session, it has brightened up a little bit. The lights are still on, but the dark clouds have gone away. This should be a better batting conditions, but Bo Webster, He's had a nice start to his career. He's looked very confident in all three facets of the game, but there's got to be nerves here at the home of cricket, at Lords, and Australia are under the pump.
So Jansen picked up that wicket with the second ball of his over, so still 4 left in the 24th. They didn't have a particularly quick over rate, but you might expect that in the first session of a test match, and it'll be Bo Webster facing up with 3 slips and a gully behind him. Relatively conventional 6-3 field. No short leg, he's moved out to square leg. Just waiting for Chris Gaffney to call the players to order, as he will now. So Jansen to continue his successful over from round the wicket as we begin the second session of the World Test Championship final here at Lords. Webster's first ball, Jansen to him, bumps him. Gets underneath it, through to the gloves of Verena. We also welcome to our coverage for the first time today, master statistician and scorer, the best in the world as far as I'm concerned, Andrew Sampson, who's got the lovely South African lilt as well. Hello, Samo.
How's it? G'day, mate. How you going?
Right on cue. Well loved by SEN audiences across the years. You can tell us what you're seeing in the numbers of the game so far as we work through the next 15 minutes or so. So Beddingham, Markram, VR Mulder, the 3 in the slip. Sun finally out, bursting through the clouds as Jansen bowls round the wicket and Webster leaves outside the line of the off stump. So we saw Rabada not turned to
just one spell
just before lunch, which suggests to me that, well, it's going to have to be him from the nursery end, isn't it, Flem?
Yeah. And I would think a longer spell as well, because 2 more wickets, you're into the tail. And Rabada just bowled absolutely beautifully. I mean, his first spell, he was unlucky just to take the 2 wickets.
Yeah. Jansen and Rabada, great strike rates, all 4 wickets this morning. Bowls here, Webster leaves on length through to the gloves of Verena. He's done a fine job so far. A lot of experience bowling in England for a whole bunch of guys in this game, but also wicket keeping in this country. Verena played here in 2022, and you often hear from keepers coming out here for the first time, Flem, that it's trickier than it might look with the wobbling Duke's ball. Well, he's been playing a bunch of county cricket. It's paid off there.
That's got to help. Yeah, I mean that was a sensational catch. But that's cricket too. That was as bad a ball that Jansen bowled. Hit the outside edge a lot of times, and Travis Head strangled down the leg side.
Jansen to finish. It's popped up towards square leg. It wasn't far away from Rickleton, who was hovering around just in front of the square leg umpire. So wicket maiden for Jansen. He's got 2 for 27. Australia remain 4 for 67. So Webster, the new man in yet to score. Smith 26 on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Don't say that too often. The umpire down at the pavilion end, Chris Gaffney, thought there was still 1 ball to go, but that wasn't to be. Samo?
I was sitting quietly in the mound stand early on, and I got a message on the WhatsApp group about, is this the earliest minus Labuschagne? Sorry, I was getting confused between the Labuschaghnis and the Labuschagne. Has faced a ball in a test innings, and it isn't. Obviously batted at number 3 quite a lot, and has been in the first over a few times. The earliest he's faced was actually the second ball of the innings in Brisbane in 2018, after Kagiso Rabada dismissed David Warner with the first ball.
Ah, yes. Okay.
So there we go. So I answered that one.
They all count. Thank you, Samo. So it is going to be that man Rabada you referred to before. 3 slips and a gully for Smith. This is the contest here, right away after lunch. Rabada in, new spell. Smith carving away, first ball for 4. Down the slope, out towards Father Time. Top of the bounce, moves to 30 with a boundary.
That's the back foot punch through the offside from Stephen Smith. It's been a real feature of his batting throughout this innings, and I've loved his discipline when he's getting good deliveries. He's respected it, defended it, left it, but when he's had the opportunity to put the bad ball away, he's hit it out of the absolute screws there.
Old-fashioned loosener from Rabada. In again here to Smith, wider of the off-stump, shoulders, arms.
Isn't that funny? That's a similar line, wide, but because it's fuller, it shapes a bit. So it's just showing what we've said, that if you bowl full, you are in the game. Even when you bowl a bad ball like Jansen, that was full, wide, but it led to a dismissal.
And that's Smith at his best, where he's able to put the bad balls away. I had reason to go back and watch the highlights of Smith's double 100 here a decade ago, when it was Anderson, Broad and Wood were the 3 seamers for England that day. Rabada Up away from us, Nursery and Smith again well wide of the off stump, left alone, and he just pummeled bad bowling that day. It was just an emblem of a guy who was, if not already, but nearing the peak of his powers. That run of Test cricket when he was averaging 75 for 5 years, which now just seems scarcely believable that anyone would do that in world cricket. But
he's had a good 12 months though, hasn't it?
Sure has.
We were going. We're seeing a great player. Just a little bit of a decline as you see great players the older they play.
Halfway through the over, bowls here, makes him play defence back down the pitch.
Yeah, I'd love him to average between 55 and 60.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the way he responded as well, let's remember that Smith at Perth and then subsequently at Adelaide was kind of nowhere against India. Then responded with a sparkling 100 at Brisbane, which became sparkling the deeper he got into it. The first 40 he was hard held, but then he
definitely
found his
second
stride.
Half.
Yeah. And then that 100 that he made
that was
at Melbourne.
Up there with one of his best, wasn't it?
Rabada up, Bolster Smith, who carves over the cordon, up and away for 4. Out to the Allen stand, 2 boundaries in the over for Smith. No meaningful control there, but I suppose it's that wide that he only needed to clear the cordon and did so comfortably.
Gee, we didn't see this in Rabada's first spell.
No.
I mean, once again, it's so wide. He didn't get it in the middle of the bat, but, he was always going to get enough bat on it not to fly to a catcher behind the wicket. So these are bonus runs for the Australians because the ball's still swinging.
So 4 for 75 becomes the score. Last ball of what is by far Rabada's most expensive over. Still got the 4 catching men. Up here, Rabada bowls. Smith leg stump line, sneaks it through. Past mid-wicket, nicely timed. Work to do for Maharaj. He'll think about a third, and Smith will take it on. He gets through comfortably. So, 11 runs from Rabada's first over after lunch. It takes Smith to 34, Webster yet to score. 4 for 78, Australia. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. For professional tilers, the all-new Tileworks by National Tiles is a game changer. Yes, National Tiles Tileworks members can make up to $50,000 per year more than non-members. It's a game changer. National Tiles Tileworks tilers get free premium adhesives and grouts delivered free, plus monthly cash rebates. So professional tilers rush to join Tileworks online at National Tiles now. Tileworks, it's a game changer. Conditions apply.
We're here at Lord's for Henley Homes. You can listen back in Australia by syncing up the SEN app. The delay's 33 seconds, I'm reliably informed, back in Melbourne. Give or take, depending on your telly. But, there's a way of doing it. Sun's out. Jansen's in. Pavilion end. Bowls to Smith. Hits him on the body. Balloons up to third slip. Just got big on him there.
It just wasn't short enough.
Yeah.
Maybe he's seeing the ball that good that he thought he could pull that ball. But that was a brilliant batting in the last over. Rabada's such a big threat for Australia. You let those balls go and Rabada gets away with it and then he'll get closer, he'll get into that avenue of apprehension. But no, he's gone for 11, so now he's on the back foot.
So Smith is starting way outside leg stump. He's got that trigger as far back as it's ever been, I reckon. Leg slip in. Jansen bowls edge and lands just in front of first slip. Thought it was carrying to Bedingham. Squared up nicely. Up the slope as well from Jansen.
Yeah, Jansen from around the wicket is posing questions for the Australians. And so it's the angle as a left armour. You've got the slope chucked in there, but he's actually able to get the ball to move away from the right-hand batsman against the slope. He's a good cricketer.
That's been the threat this morning, isn't it? It's the up the slope opposite to the way you might imagine. I know we bang on about it a lot, but it's a massive factor.
It's massive.
Here at Lord's. Jansen in his 9th over. Bowls round the wicket. Smith goes back and defends to where short leg isn't. No run.
Yeah, you think of Glenn McGrath. He owned bowling at that pavilion end. And obviously with the slant angling in, but he was able to get the ball to straighten. So he got a lot of outside edges. And just a little bit of extra bounce too, I reckon, when you bowl at the pavilion end.
Smith, meanwhile, loves it here. Test hundreds. 2015, he made it the double. 2023, last time he was here. Would have got one in 2019 if not for that concussion when he was in the 80s. Jansen up, Smith leaves outside the line. He's also got a few Test hundreds over at the Oval, so he just loves batting in London. 500s in London for Steve Smith. There'll be a stat there somewhere from Andrew Sampson, I'm sure. players that just
they're
love
big
batting
numbers in one city, aren't they?
Yeah. And he made his debut here in a neutral venue test in 2010, adding to the quirk, playing Pakistan.
Who did he debut with?
Tim Payne, wasn't it?
Payne.
Yeah. 15 years ago, a mainstay. 2 left in Jansen's over, delivers to Smith. Smith leaves in that channel, decking in off the slope again, back up the hill.
So that is a dangerous ball, even though that's wide. We saw Marnus Labuschagne spar at one of those. Maybe it wasn't quite as wide, but fuller. So it's a man's going out to deep backward square leg on the fence. There's still a leg slip in place as well.
We started the over with a short one, didn't he? Is this the bluff or is this for real? Rickleton out. 1 or 2 men back on the leg side. Jansen goes short. It does hit Smith on the body. It goes in the direction of Tristan Stubbs at leg gully, but on the bounce and off the body. End of the over. Maiden for Jansen. 4 for 78. Smith 37. Webster get to score. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trusted tyre experts.
Dad, are you okay?
Yeah, mate. Just having a flashback to the old Car City ads.
What's Car City?
What's Car City? Know that one?
No.
It's Car City, mate, on Maroondah Highway, Ringwood. You know the one. Selling cars for 35 years and now with better deals than ever. Up to 1,000 cars on site, over 12 acres and 3,000 cars online. All makes and models, new and used. There's easy off-street parking, even a cafe at Car City, 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
Our coverage for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, built from only $227,900. Some lovely shots on our screen here of the old scoreboard beneath Father Time. That's one thing that is never going. They're getting rid of the Tavern stand and the Allen stand next year, Flem. Rabada, nursery end, bowls to Webster for the first time, goes back and plays out to cover. There won't be a run, so they fairly regularly update the grandstands here at Lord's. So we're above the Edrich and the Compton, which got replaced during the pandemic. They're stunning new grandstands at this end of the ground. The Warner got done in 2017 before the Women's World Cup final, and next on the agenda is the as we're seeing Rabada Bowl here, down at third man. Anywhere from deep point down to third man, those stands are next to go. Rabada to Webster, who beats him genuinely. Off stump line, plated it, went past the shoulder of the blade.
This is real test match batting here for Bo Webster, facing one of the great fast bowlers going around, Rabada. Went for 11 in the last over, bowling to Stephen Smith. I reckon he'll enjoy bowling to Big Bo here. Just reaching for a ball outside off stump.
Watching it back here, hit the seam, wobble seam. Such a big part of the modern game. Rabada bowls to Webster. 4 catches, squares him up. Quick single, off the mark, out to cover, gets through. Well played. And by well played, I mean good running. Andrew Sampson.
So most test hundreds in London is 9 by Root and Peterson. But obviously it's easier to do that when you're English. And most by a non-Englishman is Steve Smith with 5, averaging 70.35 of the 1,196 runs. Bruce Mitchell, Warren of South Africa, Warren Bardsley, and of course DG Bradman of all but 4.
Rabada in, bowls here to Smith, leg stump line, through mid-wicket, finds the gap for the second time after lunch in that direction. Out to the grandstand, 2 taken. They should get back for 3 fairly comfortably, and they do. So Smith advances to 40, puts Australia at 4 for 82. Nicely played.
Gee, it's like a different pitch when Stephen Smith's facing Rabada, isn't he? Scoring so freely, and Rabada can't dot him up whatsoever. He's gone both sides of the wicket. I thought that was a clever single from Bo Webster, showing a lot of maturity. Get down the other end.
Yeah, the conservative option there is on no risks, but saw the chance and took it. He's back on strike here. 2 left in Rabada's over. Webster cut in half. Gets through to the diving Verena. He appeals. He heard something, but no one else did. But the delivery's a screamer. Back up the slope again.
How close was that? As you said, against the slope, it might have even kept low. I mean, the way Webster reacted, didn't bounce as he thought it would. Oh no, it's just That seemed, what do you reckon, a metre against the slope?
It's got an absolute mile.
Oh, wow.
Above the middle stump and just past the inside edge as well. Rabada is flying again. Bowls to Webster. Leg stump, line defended. 4 runs from it. Smith 40, Webster 1, 4 for 82 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. For professional tilers, the all-new Tile Works by National Tiles is a game changer. Yes, National Tiles Tile Works members can make up to $50,000 per year more than non-members. It's a game changer. National Tiles Tile Works tilers get free premium adhesives and grouts delivered free, plus monthly cash rebates. So professional tilers rush to join Tile Works online at National Tiles now. Tile Works, it's a game changer. Conditions apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Andrew Sampson for one more over.
Well, Wikipedia says Marco Janssen's born in Clarksdorp. I have him as born in Potchefstroom, but let's assume I'm wrong for argument's sake.
Okay, we seldom assume that, but we will for the purpose of the hypothetical. Jansen's 10th over begins. Bowls here to Smith, who's hit on the pad. Appeal from the bowler and the keeper. Looks like it's going over, and that's also the assessment of umpire Gaffney, just making sure they won't consider a review. I don't expect they will. No one else really wanted it. Back to you, Samo.
Yeah, his form that I got when he made his debut in first-class cricket in South Africa says Potchefstroom, as is his twin brother, Dwan, also born in Potchefstroom, coincidentally. But assuming he was born in Clarksdorp, for the sake of the argument, it's the first time in the history of Test cricket that a bowler from born in Clarksdorp's ever dismissed a batsman born in Clarksdorp, because that's where Marnus was born as well, of course. Not a very big place, Clarksdorp. In the northwestern province.
Love it.
I don't think many people would have got that.
No.
You're one of about one person in the world that would have got that, Samo.
Anyway, I was quite excited. But I better check where he actually was born.
Jansen to Smith, bowls here, short, takes it on, gets inside the line, helps it to long leg where Rabada's fielding. 41 for Smith, 4 for 83.
He wants to take on the short ball, doesn't he, Stephen Smith?
Remember well that day where he was hit by Jofra Archer, and his willingness to continue to take on the short ball. They had 3 catching men out there, and he was just pinpointing it between the fielders. Yeah, but until he got hit, of course, and that changed everything.
Yeah, Test, but Bo Webster did really focus on his off stump and where it is.
So the deep square leg comes in for Webster inside the ring. Still 3 slips to gully. Jansen, left arm round. Webster, hit on the pad. Bowler likes it again. Umpire Gaffney repeats the dose, keeps his finger down, as he did earlier in the over. More interest from Bavuma this time, though. They did lose a review before lunch. Bavuma is going. He is going upstairs for Imar for Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 Imar. Upstairs, Richard Kettleborough. So he went across his stumps, that much is certain. We're quite high up here, so bounce difficult to tell, but we'll see it on replay in a moment.
And it's an incredibly tall bowler bowling to an incredibly tall batsman.
So Webster on 1. He's been given not out on the field. First replay, Flem.
Oh, what do you reckon?
On the angle.
Any other batsman, I'd say that's hitting. Is it going over?
Is it hitting? Is more than 50% of the ball hitting inside the line of off stump as well?
That's the other option as well. I mean, it's going with the slope.
So there'll be an umpire's call, yes or no, on impact, and another one, I suspect, on height. Close call.
It was a misread from Big Bo, wasn't it?
Hit him on the knee roll. But, as you say, they're pretty big pads he's wearing.
Given not out.
Waiting for Richard Kettleborough to call for the technology. There's no inside edge.
Come on.
South African fan on screen here, tentatively tapping his hands.
What's Pat Cummins rocking with those glasses?
Yes, a few of them are wearing those.
Are they trendy?
Here we go. So it's umpire's call on impact. It was hitting, but umpire's call on impact will save by Webster. It was hitting middle stump beneath the bails. Had that been in line with the off stump a little bit further along, it wouldn't have been keep the review South Africa. It would have been Bo Webster walking off. Instead, it remains 4 for 83.
Isn't that a little quirk that's worked beautifully for Bo Webster?
We haven't seen that that graphic that shows you just how much of the ball either. I reckon we're talking sort of 40% plus of the ball.
No, that's knocking the bails off, isn't it? Oh, he's got lucky there.
So they keep the review. At that point, I apologise, they kept their review earlier. That was umpire's call on Bales as well, wasn't it? So 3 apiece remaining for both teams.
He's bowled well here, Jansen.
Change in field. So Stubbs goes round the corner to that. It's not quite leg slip, it's not quite leg gully. It's like 4th leg slip. Jansen halfway through his 10th. Round the wicket, bowls here. Webster short ball takes it on. Doesn't get all of it. Past square leg it goes. Rickleton with work to do. Rabada collects it instead. Around from fine leg. 2 for Webster. He's 3, 4 for 86.
If Big Bo gets onto that, I reckon he could hit the clock.
Yeah, on reflection, it was probably more like 20% of the ball in line with off stump. So he was saved by maybe 2 or 3 centimetres. He's got a decent review. Worth a look.
The ball is still, the odd one's doing a lot, isn't it? Like significant movement off the seam.
Jansen, 2 left, wide of the crease, bowls to Webster, inside edge onto the pad, they'll scamper through. For the second time they've taken a quickish shingle, gets Webster to 4. But yes, an inside edge, extra movement, down the slope once more. What bowls?
They've just got to get through this spell, haven't they, the 2 Australians, Rabada and Jansen. The change bowlers didn't have much impact at all. So that will be the challenge for the South Africans, is how they keep this pressure up with the bowling change.
Jansen to finish his probing over to Smith this time, who plays him out through point, in front of point for 4. 3rd time in the session. Smith has crunched it through the offside. Moves to 45 with the boundary. He's in terrific nick. 4 for 90 Australia on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
If you need a new workhorse, visit Freeway Motor Group for end of financial year deals. Get a Ford Ranger Wildtrak from just $70,000 or Transit Custom from $55,000. The LDV T60 Max gets $4,000 off the entire range, and the G10 van starts at just $39,990. The GWM Cannon run out starts from $33,990. Or go large with free on roads on a Ram 1500. And the Hyundai Staria Load gets a $5,000 bonus. Find out more at freewaymotorgroup.com.au. LMCT 9351.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Steve Smith loves London. That much is certain. Rabada away from us to Webster. Plays nicely through cover. Better than that. That's one of the shots of the day. Barely a backswing required. All timing. Out to the rope in front of the mound stand. Webster to 8 with authority. 4 for 94 as we welcome Bharat Sundaresan.
Oh, afternoon, guys. They generally say it takes you a while before you learn how to drive in London. Oh, Webster looks like he was born to drive here.
Got his black cab licence straight away.
That is the corridor of carnage. How well did he hit that? Rabada's leaking runs. Should have bowled a second spell in the first session.
Rabada delivers. Webster hit on the pad by an inside edge. There were 2 noises, so umpire Illingworth wants nothing to do with it.
That seems to be the problem area for Bo Webster, though he seems to fall over, and we've seen it in Shield cricket as well. He does get LBW quite often.
That's hurt him. Has the ball hit it, or is his bat hit it as it's coming down, his toes or boot?
We'll see a replay here. Chemist Warehouse screen. So back off the seam from Rabada, inside edge onto what? I think it's the back thigh before you get to the thigh pad bit. Yuck.
That's hurt. That's the second time he's got down really low too, isn't it? Like, I want him to stand up tall and get that forward press like he did with the ball that he drove for 4. So with width, he's getting a forward stride in. But when they're bowling straighter, he's getting caught on the crease.
Rabada, nursery end to Webster here over the wicket, leaves well outside the off stump. Good leave.
Always reminded of Tom Moody when I see him batting. Flem, just the way he loads up as well. Tom Moody never stayed that low, did he, though?
No, he was very upright, if not stiff. Big Tom. But, yeah, what a wonderful player Tom Moody was too. Worcestershire, wasn't he?
10
dominated
years.
there.
Captain for 10 years at Worcester.
Graham Hick.
Champion of that club. Rabada in here, leaving alone in a good channel. Fourth stump line just trended away into the gloves of Verena.
Yeah, it's definitely swinging now, isn't it? So there's still that triple threat of the slope, the seam, and swing.
Feels such an important spell this from Rabada. If he can get another one here, they get a look at Carey, especially if it were to be Smith. Barely a murmur in the crowd. All eyes on Rabada. 2 left in the over. Delivers here to Webster. Leaves alone again, a fraction wider. Feels like so much is riding on every ball here. Into the over as well, my apologies. The screen's 1 ball behind. That's okay. 4 for 94. Smith 45. Webster on 8 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
The football is now in the hands of the debutant. He's lining up for an easy goal. Oh, but he's played on in the opposite direction. He's kicked it to the pie boy in the crowd. Oh dear. A clear example why clear vision is important.
When clarity of vision matters most, you can trust Dr. Noel Alpins and his team at New Vision Clinics, combining their experience with the latest technology. The highest standards of vision correction are ensured, allowing you to see as well as participate. Call 1-800-20-2020 for an obligation-free consultation. That's 1-800-20-2020.
I take it all back. It wasn't the graphics. It was the umpire. 1 short. You don't see that too often in Test cricket. We're going to see Rabada now bowl the last ball of his set. They went to their positions for the next over. 1 more for Webster to get through. Rabada bowls and he thinks about playing and just, I think, pulls inside the line at the last moment. Now over for real. Boundary from it. 4 for 94.
I just saw on TV that if South Africa had gone for a review for that LBW shot against Bo Webster, they didn't seem interested. It would have been out.
Was there an inside edge though?
Ultra edge now.
No. Oh, it was 2 pads, so the 2 noises we could hear.
Oh, it is 2.
It's clipped the front pad before crashing into the back pad. You're spot
massive.
on. So having reviewed in the previous over, we'll see it here. Yeah, front pads were the first contact.
So that's the 2 noises you were saying.
Yeah, it was very obviously the second. You can see Illingworth wasn't interested in it at all.
But it wasn't a big appeal either, though.
It was mostly Stubbs it was Stubbs at point going nuts, who really wanted it, in addition to the bowler. Shukri Conrad, the South African coach on the balcony, he's seen that on the screen as well. Oh no, could have had another. Jansen to Smith on 45. Sun's out here at Lord's. Smith goes back and defends like it's not even a thing. It's like it's going in slow motion. He's seeing it so well.
Or just the transformation in Steve Smith's confidence since that 100 in Brisbane. He said this a couple of days ago about how the only time he's really felt pressure about his position in the side in the last 10 years was after that Adelaide test in the home summer.
And like, not unreasonably either. I mean, he was in really bad nick. Having said before the series he was flying, well, he had the last laugh. Jansen bowls to Smith, and that's gone past the edge and taken by Verena. It has done loads. After passing the stumps on about the 4th or 5th stump line, almost went under the bat. It has gone a mile. Verena's had to dive a long way to his left to cut off 4 byes.
He has. And Mr. Fidget he's going nuts out there, Stephen Smith. He's telling everyone that we did this and do that. And from what I'm seeing, all it did was go with the slope.
Yeah. Went a long way, but
kept a bit low.
Yeah, it was past the edge, but very low on the bat.
But it's like he needs to explain there's a reason it didn't hit the middle of his bat and go for 4.
Jansen once more to Smith, who gets out the way of a short one. Thought about playing it, hit him on the shoulder. He was into that crouch, and for the briefest moment, it looked like he was going to get the bat up in the air, but it was all shoulder or jumper before it got to Verena. The crowd enjoys it.
Yeah, and just to your point, Flem, most of those conversations, or all of those conversations, are with himself. I've seen so many bowlers, net bowlers, react to what Steve Smith says, and Steve Smith almost goes, I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah, I don't need your response. Hey, the sun is out. It looks beautiful.
Lord's looking a treat. Jansen bowling a treat. In here to Smith, who goes back and defends down the pitch.
Speaking of sun and sunnies, Flem, I heard you talk about the stylish ones that Cummins and everybody's
wearing. Are they stylish, or am I just old? Because they don't look. They look 1980s. Or 1994 Dumb Dumber. I reckon Lloyd Christmas was wearing those.
I think he was. I think it's also a company that Pat Cummins is linked with, so...
That old chestnut.
Everyone's got them these days.
Really? Have you got some collar?
Let's see what I got in my bag of tricks here. Jansen in, 2 left in the over. Smith goes back to defend.
And what's the theory with them?
Travis Head's got a glasses company. I've got some here which are of the Glenn Maxwell variety. Again, they're quite leery.
Well, I'm going to have to admit the ICC golf day yesterday, guess what? I've got a pair. I might have to bring them tomorrow. Are they good?
They're terrific. I bowl on them. They're awesome.
All right. They'll be golf glasses for me. Good on you, Maxie.
Yeah, he designed them himself as well, Maxie. They're good stuff. Last ball here. Jansen bowls to Smith on 45 and he leaves alone. A maiden for Jansen down the slope at Australia's number 4. Webster down the other end on 8. It's 4 for 94 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
Do you dare to be like no one else? In the Lexus RX plug-in hybrid, you can. Using electric for short trips and an efficient hybrid engine for longer ones, it performs like nothing else. And with sports luxury features, it offers an experience like nothing else. Be no one else in the Lexus RX plug-in hybrid. Contact Lexus of Brighton to book a test drive today. LMCT 9897.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. They've been going at 4 and over since lunch Australia. They resumed at 4 for 67. Webster's got 8 of those after the break. He's back on strike. He's parted ways with his short sleeve jumper. And it's Rabada into him from the nursery end. And he cuts him in half again, just as he did in the previous over, but from a fuller length, past the inside edge and somehow past the stumps as well.
Yeah, Bo Webster had no idea about it. He just was opened up. Ball just flying between that gap between bat and pad.
Something's happening with his footwork, though, because he's getting caught on the crease. Because when he's getting beaten, he does lower himself as if the ball's kept low, but it's not. There's some movement, but he's not stable at the crease.
Rabada, sun out, bowls to Webster, gets it just past the bowler, but not quite past the captain at mid-on. Oh, my apologies, it's Maharaj at mid-on. No run either way.
He looks very vulnerable for the LBW here, doesn't he? There's been a couple of shouts, but he looks late on the ball, and his head looks like it's falling across to cover. And then he's obviously losing stability because his weight's going that way. So even if he hits through the leg side, he could chip it to square leg or mid-on.
He almost got a leading edge to that one, the previous delivery.
Rabada up to Webster, delivers here. Webster cut in half again. This was shorter and wider, so it didn't threaten the stumps in quite the same way, but he wasn't in the same postcode as the ball.
Yeah, and we're just seeing 2 batsmen at different leagues at the moment. Stephen Smith was putting that exact ball through the covers off the back foot for 4.
So Webster, not blessed with huge amounts of experience in England, played 5 first-class games here for Warwickshire. Never played here at Lords, which, as we noted off the top, that is a factor. Rabada bowls here, Webster in behind it, pushing out to cover, no run.
That's a better defensive shot, though, wasn't it? He actually did lean forward into the ball. His head was over it, and he could control and deaden the swing.
And he didn't dominate in county cricket either. He got an 85 on Taboo for the Bears, but yeah, averaged 29. So, I mean, I think it was more important actually having the game time than the runs, but still, it's a different ball game when you're up against that dark red Dukes.
Well, if 6 months ago you told him he'd be playing a test at Lords, you wouldn't have believed you.
Fair point. 2 to go for Rabada in his 10th over. Bowls to Webster, inside edge onto the pads again, playing with his bat and his pad away from each other. 3 South African fielders converge upon the ball and the batter. Good pressure in the fields, good body language.
He almost feels like he needs this luck to continue for him to survive this Rabada spell.
Yes, get through the spell.
So it's Rabada's 4th since lunch. Well, 6 before. Still got 3 slips and a gully, or maybe 4 slips if you want to interpret it that way. He's a huge man marker, Jansen. to finish here. Rabada bowls, Webster beaten on the outside edge. Terrific from Rabada to give him the tempter to finish. Maiden for him, changing commentary after the break with Daniel Norcross and Jeremy Coney jumping in with Bharat. It's 4 for 94, Smith 45, Webster 8. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Looking for deals that'll blow you away? Look no further than Chemist Warehouse. This week we have Travacum Original 10 tablets, only $6.79. Betadine ready-to-use sore throat gargle 120ml is just $11.99. Stay active with Ostalin Calcium and Vitamin D 400 mini tablets for $27.99. And keep hitting those goals with the support of Bondi Protein Co. 800 gram range, just $29.99 each. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia survived the first half an hour after lunch. And perhaps they shouldn't have done. South Africa failing to refer an absolutely plum LBW. I mean, similarly, you might wonder why the umpire didn't give it. And maybe there was concerns over inside edge. It had to be that because it was bang in front. It wasn't going over the top. Right. Lungi Ngidi is back in the attack from the pavilion end. He's into Smith, who lets this go by, goes too low, worryingly low to Carl Verena. And with the sun out, this is where conditions may change, Bharat.
They do, and you have a very well set Steve Smith in there. I mean, he's looked set from the moment he walked out to bat and picked off that first boundary through the point region. Such a big moment for South Africa this. I thought they were slightly let down by Lungi Ngidi in the first session. Pulled a couple of decent deliveries but leaked runs. He has to make it count here.
3 slips and a leg slip. The tall Janssen. Smith is in. It's rather cutting out towards deep point. Didn't time that at all. Sort of clothed it really out towards deep point. Where Mark... Well, who was that filling out the boundary? Stubbs. Which brings Bo Webster onto strike. Bo Webster, the man with the name of an American live golfer. Bo Webster the second would be the only way of making him sound more American. And at the moment, he's hacking around rather like a golfer.
And which again goes back to how crucial this Ngidi over is. He's looked in all sorts against Rabada. So he'd be looking for a reprieve.
3 slips and a gully now. It's like change of field for Webster, who cuts at this, but again does not time it. It's sticking in the pitch ever so slightly. Stubbs does the fielding. Jeremy Coney's alongside me, watching the travails of Bo Webster.
Yes. Well, conditions are different, aren't they? As we mentioned, they might. After lunch, that warm sun really has now become rather more orthodox.
Yes.
One might say, and regular.
Yes.
Is it a religious thing? Or?
Oh, well, it's, means, of course, that the Rabada session is pretty important, isn't it?
Yep.
Because there is, we don't like to say it, but we're going to, there is a fall off.
And Giddy is in. Webster gets up on his toes, pushes into the offside of the back foot. Stubbs does the fielding, rushing in from point.
Especially since he's been picked ahead of Dane Patterson, who a lot of South Africans believe should have been playing here. Not that he has a great record at Lords, but at least he's bowled quite a bit at Lords. And the fact that they kept him in the squad is, in fact, to believe that he will play ahead of Ngidi till 3 days ago.
How does he bowl with the new ball?
He has bowled with the new ball before.
I just wonder, because you'd want Janssen and Rabada to take the new ball, wouldn't you, rather than Patterson?
Ngidi is in, and Webster carves this through the offside. It was a bit of a gimme ball from Ngidi, and it's going to run up to the grandstand for 4. It's well in front of square, and it came off the pitch slowly. It was wide, it was short. Do you know what? It was filth.
That was the reprieve he wanted, right? And he bowled a few rubbish deliveries in the first session as well, and this was right up there. And he gave him a sighter earlier in the over where Webster, probably still low on confidence, didn't connect. But this was easy pickings, and wow, he would have heaved a huge sigh of relief, Webster. More Ngidi. Can Ngidi bowl from both ends?
Well, he's moved him into double figures. There, Webster goes up to 12 from 27. He's in again, is Ngidi. And that comes back into it. It's a better ball. It's a little bit fuller and also jagged a bit back off the seam. End of the over. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, reads 4 for 99.
Visit Waverley BMW this end of financial year and indulge in the ultimate driving experience during the BMW End of Financial Year Expo Sale event. You'll be spoilt for choice with over 200 vehicles in stock across the range ready for immediate delivery. Plus, experience luxury after dark as they're open till 9 p.m. every Thursday in June, only at Waverley BMW. The BMW End of Financial Year Expo Sale event on now at Waverley BMW, 579 Springvale Road, Glen Waverley. LMCT 8953.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection. Bills from only $227,900. Rabada is going to continue. 3 slips, a gully, a deep point going out. Mid-off, mid-on. A forward square leg who's now going out to a deep square leg. And a long leg, offering the possibility of the short ball. But at the moment, Rabada is just making that ball talk. He's in now to Smith, wide of the off stump. Flattened away off an under edge, down to the deep backward point boundary for 4. Didn't actually come straight out of the middle, made almost like a splintery noise, but it's brought up. Steve Smith's half century of just 76 balls. It's been tough batting conditions out there, but he alone of the Australians has looked, you'd have to say, in complete control. And the 100 comes up 4 for 103.
I mean, the fact that he loves scoring runs here the way he does, but I'm surprised he chose New York over London, Daniel, to make his base.
Coffee. It's all about coffee.
It is, though.
Yeah, you know these Aussies.
Yes, I do now.
And I think anonymity, perhaps, as well, as Rabada is in. And the ball shapes ever so slightly away from Smith, but he's able just to push it into the offside, take the single. Bavuma had quite a bit of ground to make from mid-off. 4 for 104. I think there's something in that, isn't there? I mean, Virat Kohli, Sachin Tendulkar have made homes in England, haven't they? Much the same way as Steve Smith would want to get, I think, probably away from England because he would be recognised a little bit here. New York is a place where he can just put cricket away from him.
He did.
Did he pick up a bat?
He put his bat away for 2 months. I said, I don't believe you. He said, no, I did.
This is a man who shadow batted in the room above Mel Jones many years back. Rabada's in wide of the off stump, hit into the ground, fielded at point by Rickleton, and she was kept awake at night, wasn't she, by this sound of this tapping. And it turned out it was Steve Smith in the room above her, just shadow batting for like 4 hours in the middle of the night.
It also led to an interesting headline in one of the websites in Australia where it said Steve Smith does away with bedroom practice exercise or something like that.
Does away with bedroom exercise? Right. Yes, that is slightly ambiguous.
Because he doesn't pick up the bat and does any knocking anymore, so...
Yes, well, some other people in this commentary box. Rabada is in outside the stump through the keeper, and there's no run, definitely pretty much hung up our bedroom exercise boots.
I think probably as a young kid I might have slept with my bat occasionally.
I did.
Yes.
My first bat. I slept in my first pads. Oh. I got them on Christmas Day 1977, and I didn't take them off till New Year's Day.
Were they the one with the buckles?
Buckles.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I had very much ingrained lines on the back of my calves. Yeah. By the end of it, probably didn't smell great
stand
either.
Them up in the morning and slide out of them.
Rabada's hit, pushed back to the bowler, no run. Well, I'd imagine, you see, that what I was doing, Jeremy, was at the age of 8, my big heroes were John Edridge and Geoffrey Boycott.
Oh, the fighting.
So I was getting myself into the right mindset to be able to keep my pads on for 6 days at a time, in case they brought back timeless tests.
Very handy for South Africa when you play there. and the boat has to leave.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, but Norcross is there, 47 not out on 2,000 balls. Rabada's in forward, pushed down by Webster. A full swinging, brilliant delivery. We'll tell you more about shortly from Rabada on the scoreboard, the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, Australia, 4 for 108.
Hi, James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals. In Australia, prepaid funeral funds are often exempt from the asset and income tests for government benefits, making them a viable option for many. So when you pre-plan your funeral with us, you can have peace of mind knowing it won't affect your pension. Your family won't be left with all the decisions and costs of planning your funeral, and you get to decide how your life is celebrated.
Find out more and get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN test cricket for Henley Holmes. Lungi and Geedy's in the attack. The last ball of the previous over. Well, the ball is how old? 33 overs old. That hooped from Rabada from a full length. Webster was all at sea. Smith now back on strike. 2 slips and a leg slip. And Geedy is in. It's on the pads and tucked into the onside. Goes straight to the field and there's no run.
I'm sure, Jeremy, when you're batting out there in a test match, you go through phases like Webster is right now against Rabada, where you keep, the end of the over, keep looking in that direction, going, he hope he doesn't come and pick up the ball again. Because he's not late bat on ball, really.
Well, Australia have been going at 4s, haven't they, since the resumption of play. They're in a bit of danger here, that the way things are happening. They're providing not only Smith, who's looking, he was in early, wasn't he, after losing 2 early wickets.
And Geedy into Smith, who gets struck on, the groin perhaps, or stomach. He looked to pull a ball that was just a little too full for that perhaps. And it's thudded off his body and just landed slightly away to his left. It's another no ball. It's been a bit of a disease for South Africa today. And I'm delighted to say that Andrew Sampson is in the box, and I'm going to ask him about how many no balls Marco Jansen has bowled in his career. This is another biggie from Geedy.
No balls as well, like even Mulder's no ball.
Is this a function of Lord's, Jeremy? Because it's such a curious place to bowl at, that your rhythms are slightly altered by the slope.
Look, I didn't. Why are you asking me?
Well, you must have captained some people here who were very good.
Yeah, well, Hadley always bowled at that end, at the
pavilion.
Yes, always.
McGrath always bowled from that end.
He did.
Anderson always bowled from that end, and it was statistically not his better end. As Geedy is in, that's tucked into the onside. He's going to get a signal for it. It goes well to the right and mid-on. 4 for 106. Of course, I was using the word always slightly loosely there, because he couldn't have had any statistics at the other end if he was always bowling at the pavilion end, but he did occasionally bowl from the nursery end, and it was actually perfect for it. Now then, Bharat is looking at a series of
look where this
replays on. Replay screen, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
And they've just offered too many gifts to Steve Smith today. He's batted really well, but he's had so many balls that he's just picked off.
I would think he bat 9 4s in his first 50.
And Geedy into Webster, who works this into the onside, playing around that big front pad. He'll get a single as Rickleton has to move from square leg to field. 4 for 107.
I reckon probably 5 or 6 of them is off the back foot square or cutting square or behind point as well. Sometimes in front, sometimes behind. But it's been a very productive area. But the bowlers haven't found a line to him either. And Geedy's got such a long delivery stride. It means it's very hard to catch up with your arm to get over the top of your front foot to deliver. Very hard.
In now to Smith, who lets this go. It's just coming back down the slope ever so slightly. It wasn't a million miles from off stump.
And every time Bo Webster is on strike at the moment, he's getting a single. So Smith is doing the predominant striking, and that's exactly what South Africa don't want. So things aren't quite going for them. I've mentioned that the weather is now, it's still just swinging a little bit in Rabada in particular. I'm interested also in how Bavuma uses Rabada this session.
It's a nicely aged ball, this one, for English conditions, as Geedy is in. Again, he's played around that front pad by Smith up to mid-on.
Yeah, that's a great point. He bowled 6 overs and that's it. One spell in the first session. He's bowled 5 in this spell.
Should have had a wicket, because they should have gone upstairs.
Just looking at him down there at fine leg, hands walking around like he's walking in his backyard, but maybe just wondering whether he has one more over left in him.
And he's been all over Webster, hasn't he? I mean, really, he's caused him all sorts of trouble, nipping the ball back. He's got him crouching when he plays forward, so he's down very low, and for a tall man, you don't need to do that, do you? He could almost bat out of his crease and be safer than that.
Geedy in again. Strikes the pad. Was a bit of inside edge on that. Smith wonders if there's a run on, but there isn't. It's a little bit of a conversation, then a shake of the head. The ball before that, by the way, was a no ball. Another no ball. Second in the over and the 5th of the innings.
Steve Smith just a little disappointed that He tried to play it square, turned his bat a little more. He wanted to hit it more towards mid-on. See, he was telling himself, shaking his head pretty vigorously.
Yep, the wider bat, of course, the straighter you go, more chance of hitting it.
Here comes Ngidi again. Flexes the knees to Smith and then tucks this into the onside once again, just to the right of mid-on, so they get an easy single. A rather confused stop, bit of fielding. Completes the over. There have been 5 runs from it, and on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts Australia are 4 for 109.
Missed Hyundai pre-office? Don't worry, our e-office is on now. Enjoy offers across a wide range of new and demonstrator Hyundai models, like the compact Venue from $25,990 drive away, the remarkable i30 sedan from $30,990 drive away, or the dynamic Tucson from $39,990 drive away. Hurry into e-office now. Visit your participating Hyundai dealer today. T's and C's and exclusions at hyundai.com.au.
SEN test cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Andrew Sampson, luminary genius statistician, is with us in the box, sporting an unruly beard, I have to say.
It's due for a cut.
As Rabada starts a new over with a short ball outside the off stump, but it ends up going nowhere. Up to mid-off, there's no run.
Well, was going to get it done, but before I came to Lords, of course, because, but didn't quite get it in time. There's too many other things going on. No balls.
No balls.
No, Ngidi doesn't bowl that many. He's only bowled 10 and 400 overs before this game.
And there were 2 in that one over. Yeah.
Straining, perhaps.
Jansen's bowled 26 in about 450 overs.
Yeah, he feels like more of a no-ball candidate.
More of a no-ball candidate. Not excessive, though. But I did have a look at Lords as well.
Oh. Rabada is in full. Tapped into the onside, but picked up by Rickleton at short square leg. No run.
So there is a little bit of evidence that there's more no-balls at Lords, looking in the current decade, 2020s. On average, there's about 10 no-balls a test match in the 2020s. At Lords, in 8 test matches, there have been 100 before this one. So 12 and a half, so slightly high.
That's 25%.
20.
I mean, that's statistically notable.
A fairly small sample of Lords, fairly test matches. But there is a bit of evidence, yeah. I mean, you can understand maybe with the whole slope thing in the way.
Rabada in, pushed into the offside. Smith, it's fielded at short extra cover. There's no run. It would make sense to me, because you've got a slightly, it'll feel a bit weird, won't it? Bowling on a hill. I mean, it is kind of amazing to me that the most revered ground in this country is one that has a fundamental structural flaw.
One of the curiosities about the game, though, isn't it? It's what we love.
It is.
One of the things.
One of the things.
Yes.
I just think they should play south of the river. It's much better for you. Rabada in. Oh, now then. Appeal for LBW as Smith leaves the ball, and then Smith indicates to himself, to the umpire, and to the entire crowd that it's clearly going over the top. And then he points and gestures to all concerned. And the result of that is that there will be no referral. Height, I think, the issue. But Rabada's really getting the ball to come back up the slope,
isn't it? Important over. A couple of balls remaining in it. It's the time where Bavuma was thinking about removing him from the crease in the first session. I really need a wicket here, South Africa.
Rabada into Smith, who lets this go by too wide, but swinging away into the gloves of Arena.
I also have a little bit of news for those who might have been listening a bit earlier. Marco Jansen, there was a dispute over his birthplace.
Oh, yes.
I contacted the South African media manager, who's informed me, yes, he was born in Klerksdorp.
Klerksdorp.
Which is very important, because it means it's the first time in the history of Test cricket that a bowler born in Klerksdorp has dismissed a batter born in Klerksdorp.
Hello. Rabada is in. This is pushed into the offside by Smith. On this bombshell, they're going to come back for a couple, and they're going to make it 111. 4 for 111 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
It's not exactly a metropolis.
Hungry?
How does this sound? A genuine New York Reubens. 1/4 kilo of sliced hot pastrami, sauerkraut, Swiss melted cheese, and our in-house dressing piled high on toasted rye. This is Finey from the Final Siren and Lenny's Fine Foods. Drop in for that Reubens or a huge selection of filled bagels, soups, meals, dips, and New York deli favourites. It's all at Lenny's, 636 Inkerman Road, near the corner of Kooyong Road in North Caulfield.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. We have just discovered from Andrew Sampson that this is a day to be alive, as a man from Clarksthorpe has dismissed a man from Clarksthorpe in a Test match. Jeremy, Coney and I have no idea where or what Clarksthorpe is, as Ngidi is in. This is pulled, strappled, straight back past the bowler, not with perfect timing. It's going to creep its way to the boundary in front of the pavilion. And Ngidi, when he dived, tried to get a hand to it because it didn't come out of the bat quite as solidly as Bo Webster would have liked, but he's picked up 4 nonetheless, and Webster, I think, is trying to hit himself into form against Ngidi.
Clarksthorpe is about 2 hours drive west of Johannesburg, in the northwest province, about half an hour's further on from Potchefstroom, you may have heard of.
I have heard,
University town, where they played international cricket. And Clarksthorpe's a kind of mining come farming service town, not very big.
Sounds charming. Ngidi is in. So Webster gets up on his crease, up his toes, and pushes it to the offside.
Particularly charming for that matter. But anyway, both Magnus Labuschagne, as he would have been when he was born, and Marco Janssen were both born there. I can tell you the
same hospital, presumably?
Possibly, yeah. There won't be too many, yeah.
Did you find out what ward?
I'll see. Maybe I'll try that.
Okay, all right.
Well, what's the story about the midwife who's supposed to have delivered? It was either something like Matt Busby, Jock Stein and Bill Shankly or something mad. 3 famous Scottish football managers back in the day. So he came from Bells Hill, which was a similar mining town with a bit of agriculture. Ngidi is in. This is fold and angled by Webster to backward point. It's picked up by Stubbs and there's no run.
I can tell you the 3 other Test cricketers born in Clarksthorpe, in case you're interested. You probably won't have heard of Peter Karlstein, who played in the late 50s, early 60s for South Africa.
Not so familiar with him.
Martin van Jaarsveld.
Martin van Jaarsveld,
20 years ago, also played a few Tests.
Played for Kent, didn't he?
And the other one's the current one, Tasman Brits.
Tasman Brits
was born in Clarksthorpe.
The famous javelin thrower.
That's the one.
Yeah. Opens the batting for South Africa's women alongside Laura Wolfhart.
There you go. You're informed today.
I love a bit of South African. Ngidi is in. Forward in defence comes Webster. They're going to get a single because it just goes about 2 or 3 yards onto the leg side in front of square. And Smith was alert to that possibility for 116. But just everything that Webster's doing in the moment doesn't look quite right. The bat is making contact with the ball at strange angles, Jeremy.
Very odd, aren't they? And even last over, that's the boundary he got, which went to long on, very straight long on. It was a pull shot, wasn't it?
Yep.
But it passed the bowler and the umpire on the full, and he just wasn't really into position, didn't get inside the line long enough to play the pull stroke, went very straight.
Gideon to Smith, who defends, pushes into the offside, won't get the single this time as it's picked up in the covers. It's that shot that you described there was
you called it a strapple, didn't you?
Yes,
which is right.
I was introduced to the strapple by one of your countrymen, Ian O'Brien.
Yes.
And I think patented the word in about 2009-10 when it started to come into vogue. You see a lot of strapples these days. He's a strappler. One of the first great strapplers, of course, is commentating here, Kevin Peterson. Loved a strapple, that lad.
Well, you strappled your pads on.
I did. You did? And Ngidi is in. Last ball of the over. Smith cuts. Down out in front of square on the offside. They'll only get the single for it, though. 36 overs gone. Australia at the end of the over. 4 for 117.
Australia's #1 Kia dealership, Werribee Kia, make buying cars easy. The end of financial year sale is on and it's massive, with every car in stock reduced to clear. For the best deals on any Kia, new, used or demo, call the hotline on 1300 buy Kia. Upgrade your old car now, as Werribee Kia are paying top dollar for trade-ins. Plus, there's great finance packages on site for ABN and private buyers. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. It's the World Test Championship final. Australia are fighting back after an awkward first session. 4 for 67 at lunch, 4 for 117 now. The 50 partnership has been brought up between Bo Webster, who's looked all over the place in this hour, and Steve Smith, who has looked like the man we know him to be, one of the greatest batters of all time. But now he's going to be facing up to Keshav Maharaj as we see spin for the first time today. Rabada got an excellent spell, but in the mind of Jeremy Coney, an over or two too long perhaps.
I think maybe that depends, you know, when you look at the day as a whole. That first session had to be, you know, I think the majority, if you could, as much as you could.
Maharaj's first ball is driven sweetly through the offside by Smith, going down towards the tavern stand. Won't get 4 for it. Will get 2. They come back for 2. Well run, 4 for 119.
You know, I mean, he's the most dangerous bowler. We can all see that. And I think if it means that you don't give him 7 overs in one spell, but you break that up to perhaps a 4 and a 4.
Maharaj in. Down the wicket comes Smith. He doesn't quite get hold of it. Gets thick inside half of the bat. It squirts out to Tristan Stubbs, a short mid-wicket. There's no run.
4 and a 5 perhaps. Even especially in that first session, that he might have to bowl a few more overs.
Maharaj in, forward comes Smith, pokes it into the offside, picked up by Bavuma. There's no run.
While the ball's new, while the pitch is new, while the clouds are still down, while the sun's not out.
Do a sort of 4 and 4 perhaps.
Absolutely. Or even 4 and 5, you know, or 5 and 4.
Because you got lunch.
Yep.
Yeah, got a little bit of time there. Maharaj in, this is driven. Square of the wicket, a good diving stop. Prevents a run. Who is that out there? We've got a substitute fielder out there at point. Because he's not wearing the right number if it's somebody who's in this lineup. Right, this has been whacked way out over deep mid-wicket. How far has that gone? Well, it's gone for 4. It's a good enterprising shot from Smith. He's going to come after the spinner. He's not going to let Maharaj settle. That boundary takes Smith to 62 and Australia to 4 for 1, 2, 3. This is the problem with the Australian way of doing it. You could have 1, 2, 3 for 4, but you know, you guys insist on doing it the wrong way around. We did establish last time I was on SEN that Australia is the only one that does this. Maharaj in, driven again by Smith, but not with great timing, so shanks it slightly into the offside. And there is no run. That should be Drinks. Just waiting to see. It is. This is Drinks coming up right now. So they'll give me a change of commentary team when we come back after Drinks with the score 4 for 1, 2, 3.
Adam Collins taking over commentary from Daniel Norcross and Damien Fleming taking up expert duties from Jeremy Coney. We're here for Henley Holmes. Hello, Flem.
Yeah, you've summed it up pretty well there. Australia needed that session, losing Travis Head just before lunch. Stephen Smith looks like he's batting on a different pitch and facing different bowlers than the rest of the Australian lineup. It's been a classic Stephen Smith innings, particularly here at Lords, where he loves batting so much. And Bo Webster, wow, it was a battle early, but showing real resilience, very team-orientated batting. And by hanging in here and not allowing the South Africans to take a wicket, it's put Australia in a very good position. It's still cloudy, but it has lightened up a little bit. The pitch just looks different, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to flatten throughout the day. So for the Australians, I hope Stephen Smith can go big today, and Big Bo and Alex Carey and co can give plenty of support from here on end.
And they've got it 4 since lunch as well, so transferring pressure back onto the South African quicks. Of course, getting through that spell of Rabada was so important. Ngidi, he's been expensive. 35 from his 7 overs. Fresh hour begins. Bowls here to Webster. Well behind it with a big stride and quick single taken because the ball just trickles to short leg. Smith through comfortably. Webster 19, 4 for 124. Ngidi up in the 140s, which is about his cap. He's not express pace, but lively at 141 kilometres an hour.
It's just the consistency, isn't it, with Ngidi? He can bowl a real wicket-taking delivery, but he's been too much down leg side, and then he's given the real wide one outside off stump that the Australians have been very savage on.
And Smith, who just in his own bubble here. 2 back for the short ball as and when. Ngidi up from the pavilion end. Smith across his stumps, defends to mid-off. I feel like a couple of years ago, might have been 3 summers ago, Flem, we had a period of time when Steve Smith was talking about trying to bat more next to the ball, the way that he started that amazing run in 2013 at the Oval, actually, and through the 13-14 Ashes and that series to South Africa that followed. But now it feels like we're watching Steve Smith of 10 years ago, 2015, when he started really going across the stumps. Feels like this is the mode of Smith where he eventually, at age 36, feels at his most comfortable taking guard. I don't know, how would you describe that? It's way beyond leg stump. You just don't see it with anyone but him before he shuffles across as he does here. Ngidi, inside edge onto the pad, spills away to the onside. Smith adds 1. He's 63, 4 for 125.
Well, he's the cricketing chameleon, isn't he? I mean, I think he was batting against England in a Perth Test match. And just when it's not happening here, I might bat outside leg stump and move across. That's right. He problem solved in game. So there's so many different changes to his technique. You can refer back to the one he had in 2017 or 20. You can't you?
And it's amazing how he kind of tells us about this in the media.
Yeah.
He gives us a running commentary on what version of Steve Smith we're likely to see at any given time. Ngidi up to Webster here. Webster gets it fine, very fine for 4. Ngidi turns away in disgust. He can't believe he's given him that. Webster reaches the 20s, 23 for him, 4 for 129. Great session this for Australia so far.
Yeah, bowlers, when they're really in good form, talk about how they've got great rhythm. Ngidi is really battling here. He's not getting through the crease, and that delivery there is a sure sign of it, where he gets through his action very quick with his non-bowling arm, opens up and just sprays the ball down leg side.
Didn't play a lot through this World Test Championship cycle, Ngidi. We'll get Andrew Sampson on that too. 2 slips to gully, sun out. Ngidi bowls. Fuller and straighter. Was it pad first? That's what Verena thought, but it ends up at cover and there's no movement from the umpire, Illingworth. Samo?
Yeah, just played 2 games in the current cycle. Taking 4 wickets for 81, which is fairly reasonable. But just 2 games, which is only 2 first-class games since the beginning of 2023.
It looks like it. Did they go upstairs? They did. It was a very late appeal from Ngidi.
That's interesting, because it wasn't really Ngidi, it was Verena, wasn't it? Now, there were 2 noises, and I think the working assumption was that it was surely bat first, but we did see one of these with Webster earlier in the session, where had they gone up, it would have been gone. Let's see the replay here, the first one of it.
He hits his back
pad, and then the ball hits the middle of the bat. That will go down as one of the more comical reviews that's taken.
Wow.
That is missed hitting his pad by 15 centimetres. That's a stinker.
It's almost like they're doing it because they know they missed out on the previous one.
Absolutely.
Isn't it?
So I get the idea of hearing the other noise, but you can't be chasing reviews. We've seen with other captains that ends badly on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, that is. So Ngidi, 1 left to go in this up and down over. 6 runs from it. A review gone. Bowls here. Webster flays it through the offside for 4. Got on the front foot and crunched it up the hill out towards the Warner stand. That will help him build in confidence. Webster to 27. 2 boundaries in the over for him. 10 runs from it. 4 for 133. Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Hi, it's Maisie Nankerville from the Melbourne Mavericks. Get this, kids go free with any adult ticket purchase to our remaining home games. Your support can make all the difference. So come on, Mavs fans, let's take flight. Tickets from melbournemavericks.com.
Seeing that back on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen, that was stand and deliver stuff from Webster. A sign of his growing confidence. 41 balls in the middle for 27. It makes the holding role of Maharaj all the more important. Board ticking over here for Australia through the middle stanza. Starts his second over. Slipping a leg slip. Indeed he won't. Smith pulls out.
What was that?
Smith just threw his hand up dismissively. No, you stop there.
He wants to launch him through the covers here, Stephen Smith.
Maharaj bowls to Smith, and he does go through cover, but politely. Out to wideish mid-off, where there's one on offer. Rabada does the fielding. 4 for 134. Smith's faced 101 balls for his 64.
Yeah, you talk about bowlers getting into rhythm. Ngidi just the 2 games in the last 3 years, but he's never bowled a lot in his career. A couple of years ago, for the first time in his life, he bowled more than 20 overs in an inning. And in fact, over his entire career, he's only 4 times bowled 20 or more overs in an innings, most of 24.
Oh, if Australia bat well here, how's he going to travel?
Maharaj flights it up. Webster places it to deep point where there's a sweeper in front of Father Time. 28 for him, 4 for 135. Because his 20th Test match. He made his debut a long time ago now, 2018.
Yep, and he's had a lot of injuries and things, but just hasn't really bowled enough, quite frankly, over his career.
Became something of a T20 specialist. Maharaj round the wicket to Smith, who defends.
So that's pitching on off stump. Stephen Smith just defending that. If he bowls that on a 6th or 7th stump line, he's hitting it over short cover.
Maharaj again, similar delivery, but a different response from Smith, who drives expansively to deep point where the sweeper gets another touch. 65 for Smith, 4 for 136.
Maharaj's got a good record against Smith, actually. His first Test wicket.
Yes, of course, in the whacker, wasn't it?
Very memorable.
Got him 4 times overall. Average of 33, which is a decent average against a player of Smith's quality. And the strike average is 45.
Good career, Maharaj. Bowls here a bit flatter. Webster knocks it on the head to deep point. 3rd time in the over, a single in that direction. I wonder whether there might be a case for getting a fielder in there and denying that release stroke. 4 for 137.
He'd be up there for South African spinners. 198 wickets.
198, he'd be the first to get to 200.
And an average under 30.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent.
Yep.
So what did Tayfield get?
Tayfield got 170.
170.
That was the end of isolation record.
Last ball here, leg stump line. Forward to Smith from Maharaj, pushed out to the offside. 4 runs from the over. 4 for 137. Smith 65. Webster 29 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Get what you really want at Kilmore Ford. Not far north of Melbourne, Kilmore Ford can provide you with what you really want. Check out Mustang, Everest, Ranger, Raptor, Transit, Tornado, F-150 or the electric Mustang Mach-E. Kilmore Ford, LMCT 808.
G'day, it's the Ox. If you have a family member, friend or work colleague struggling with addiction and you don't know what to do, call Cheryl at MyHab on 1300 190 370. She'll answer every question you have and find the right path to recovery. See myhab.com.au.
Leon Mulder is going to take up the attack from the pavilion end. He bowled 6 overs for 6 runs from the nursery end before lunch, which contributed to the pressure that South Africa were able to exert. That's what they're looking for again here. 70 runs since lunch without taking a wicket. One thing I'm fairly certain of with Maharaj and Tayfield is that Tayfield must have been married more times. Had 6 goes, didn't he?
6 or 5 or 6. I think it was 5, yeah. Along with Bill Edrich, I think that might be the record. I'm not sure. Don't keep that on the database.
Mulder up here bowling for Webster. Plays into the onside. No run.
Maybe you should, Andrew. That'd be at the top of the tree, surely.
People want me to keep what ward people are born in hospitals in Clarkston now, as well as how many times they were married. It's just getting too much, man.
Just when you get a bit of spare time.
No such thing as spare time for a cricket statistician.
There's the Bill Edrich book that came out last year and won a bunch of prizes I've been meaning to read. Of course, we're sat in the Edrich stand.
I'm interested now.
Wow. He had a reputation as being one of the great party boys ever in cricket.
He's mates with Compton, is it? Estrich and Compton, yeah.
Great opening stand here at Middlesex. Mulder bowls here and pushing into the onside. No, I'm sure this will be good for... Can Sampson do this without any notes? What did Compton and Edrich get in 1947? What were the two numbers?
The Compton was 3816.
Yeah.
And Edrich 3531. I think I'm going to have to check, of course, but that's the two highest aggregates in the season.
That's runs in
one season. One season, yeah.
How many hundreds Compton? It was more than 10, wasn't it?
18.
18, yeah. In a season.
It's good to do that in a career these days.
And he was a soccer player, wasn't he?
Compton, yeah.
He played soccer. His brother was better.
FA Cup final?
I think his brother was a better footballer.
His brother played for England, but Compton didn't play for England. His brother did.
Just that big cover drive from Big Bow in that last over. I wonder if that'll just get him going a little bit.
Extra man over the onside as well for Mulder, bowling to Webster at mid-wicket, but he plays it out for a backward point. Really good shot. Waited on it, played it under his eyes. Out towards the grandstand behind point 4 for Webster. 3 boundaries in the last couple of overs. 29 for him, 4 for 141.
It's not a great field to bowl to as a medium pacer, is it? A packed leg side. Still got 2 catches in the slips, but if you bowl a fraction outside off stump and you're a fraction short, he's going to be able to run the ball down to third man every time. If he gets a bit fuller, go that full-blooded cover drive. The chances of that getting caught are minimal. And there's 2 out for the pull hook shot. I've got a feeling Mulder bounces him. I think Big Bow's going to give a crowd catch.
And now they've immediately made, so for one ball, mid-wicket's gone in. And straight back over to the posh side, so they'll put a fielder
I think it's a better field
out to cover as well. So Mulder operating with 2 back on the leg side, so a deep square and a fine leg for the short ball as and when. Webster 33, facing up here, works it into the onside for an easy single to mid-wicket. 4 for 142, Webster 34. Samo.
Got Edrich wrong. So Compton 3816 at 90.85, 1800s. Edrich, I said 3531. I missed 8. Probably too busy counting his wives.
Surely they
3539 actually.
They won the county championship that year. Yeah.
So Edrich 3539 at 80 was 1200.
And didn't their number 3 and number 4 also had 2,000 run seasons that year?
Robertson and Brown with numbers 1 and 2.
These days, meanwhile, Flem Middlesex are in Division 2. Are struggling to get out of the bottom division. 75 in 100 balls this pair have put on since lunch. This is terrific batting. As the sun starts to make its way across as Mulder arrives and bowls to Smith across his stumps and leaves.
Well done.
Just waiting for the right ball. It's been all about decision-making for Smith. It's turning into a lovely day.
And the pitch always looked good, didn't it?
Yeah.
Colo, but it was very dark and cloudy early. The ball was always going to move around a bit. And they were lucky to get that 4th dismissal of Travis Head. You imagine if Travis Head and Stephen Smith had got going after lunch.
Not wrong.
And the pressure has dropped when Rabada or Jansen haven't had the ball in their hand.
So Mulder has to play his role. First over back in the attack, delivers to Smith and he plays late and he doesn't quite sneak it past Jansen, so they don't take the single. 4 for 142, 65 Smith, 34 Webster, tyre power scoreboard.
Hi, I'm Corrie Perkin. Join me and my best friend Caro Wilson each week for the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast, sponsored by Red Energy. Red Energy is 100% Australian owned and have a number of plans to suit you. Call 131 806 or go to redenergy.com.au.
Hi, it's Liv Lewis from the Melbourne Mavericks. Did you know we have 2 game memberships available? Get yours now from melbournemavericks.com. Your support can make all the difference. So come on, Mavs fans, let's take flight. melbournemavericks.com.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Got a nice little quick biz one in here. That Webster's control percentage was the lowest in any Aussie innings since Brad Haddon played an innings at Cardiff in 2015, which indicates how tough he's done it until about 5 minutes ago. Sundaresan jumps in.
Resilience, though. We'd like to see that.
Especially in Test cricket.
Get through the tough period and it gets easier.
He's earned the right now to play it more on his terms. Facing Maharaj from the nursery end. Delivers here, Webster, big stride in, pushing to one of the 2 men in the covers, no run.
And he showed that on debut as well. Yes, there was no Bumrah in that 4th innings, but his runs in the 1st innings, and he just showed that he was ready.
Maharaj approaches and Webster goes back and doesn't make the most of a shorter delivery. Picks out cover again.
And there is a difference between someone who makes his test debut after playing nearly 100 first-class test matches, as, say, compared to a Sam constantly there, Fleming. Problem solving is much better.
Maharaj passes umpire Illingworth, bowls here. Back goes Webster. This time he sneaks it through from back of a length out to deep point for one. He's 35, 4 for 143.
No, he's had a deeper cricket education because he's played for Tassie young, been dropped a couple of times. So you're constantly working out your game. Different formats. You know, he was an off-spinning all-rounder. You know, now he's a fast medium all-rounder. So there's been a real change to his game.
Maharaj to Smith. Goes for the lap sweep, but no one at the 45, so it's a safe shot for one. That's all they'll get. As the board ticks over to 4 for 144. Smith 66. Is that a sub on the field?
Yeah, that's Corbin Bosch.
Corbin Bosch, yes, so it is. Who's off? Did you pick that up, Baz?
Thinking Geedy's off.
Yeah, I'm predicting the Geedy.
To Webster again now, Maharaj with his left arm orthodox. Round the wicket bowls here. He goes back and defends to cover. Another touch for Bettingham in there.
There's a little bit of straightening there, isn't it? This pitch is pretty dry. Nathan Lyon will be going, I want to be the match winner in this second innings.
Yeah, gets the ball fourth. It could be crucial. Maharaj here, back, and Webster back as well. Third short ball in the over. Milks it for one, retains the strike as well. Webster 36, Smith 66. Australia 4 for 145.
Who helps you shop and save the smarter way? Well, it's Chemist Warehouse, of course. Because we've got the Panther Nappy Rash Ointment 100 gram for just $13.49. Dimmetap Kids Cough, Cold and Flu 2 years plus Black Elderberry and Ivy Leaf 200 ml is $16.49. Pendivite Gold Multivitamin plus Iron Liquid for Kids 200 ml is now $16.79. And don't forget, Ollie 6 Stage 3 Dairy Goat Milk Formula Toddler 800 gram is $32.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Change of bowling for South Africa. A man who's got 3 wickets in Test cricket at an average of 85. Aiden Markram.
Yeah, the only thing I can think here is maybe the one Maharaj to bowl from the pavilion end, which I don't mind as a left arm orthodox because the slope will be coming in and then you turn it against the slope.
So Maharaj with his off breaks. Delivers here to Webster. Leg stump line turns around the corner for the easiest of singles. He's 37, 4 for 146.
If it's not that, I don't like it.
Yeah, I better hope that is the call, Flem.
Yes.
That's the reason for this move. Because if you're Bo Webster, you're thinking, hang on, I went from Rabada to Maharaj and Markram.
And maybe Muldra is more suited from the nursery end, you know, just using the slope to go away to the right-handers.
Bowling change for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. So the field's fairly spread. 1, 2, 3 back on the leg side and deep cover as well. So 4 men back for Smith. Markram bowls down the leg side. Some turn, in fairness, but Smith doesn't catch up with it. Brainer takes it down the leg side.
Oof. What's going to happen later in the game?
Yeah. That's the thing. These Lords pitches, normally 2 days out, they are very, very, very green. Markram bowls here, Smith gets forward. 2 days ago, it looked like the kind of pitch that we often see a county match start on. So we're a bit further along in the maturity process of this 22 yards that matter most. So he bowls again here, Markram, and Smith around the corner, but Corbin Bosch sliding away. Great name to say, Corbin Bosch, no run.
His dad obviously played in that 92 World Cup, didn't he? Tertius Bosch.
It's a superstar name. Marnus Labuschagne, I reckon's up there. Moses Henriquez.
Not a bad topic, that. 0433 98 11 16. Markram delivers here. 2 full for Smith to have any concerns about the stumps. He gets on the front dog and smacks it, but straight to Bavuma. He does well at mid-wicket. Saved at least 1, maybe 2.
Stephen Smith is a bit bland.
How do you spell that one? 12th man stuff from back in the day. Okay, Markram, 1 run from his first over so far to Smith on 66. Edged and taken on the juggle. Marco Jansen. It's the bowling change that's done it. It came from nowhere. Aiden Markram, his 4th Test wicket, and it is Stephen Smith at Lords in the World Test Championship final. What a moment that might be. Australia 5 for 146 against the flow of play. The juggling effort from Jansen. He's gone for 66.
This could change the whole context of this game. Stephen Smith and Bo Webster were doing it easy. They're facing 2 spinners. I dare say, from the South African, besides Jansen, no one would have got a hand on that. Big Bo and Cam Green would have. So unbelievably, Markham, who we are suggesting is changing ends for Maharaj, has dismissed Stephen Smith, who was playing an unbelievably great test knock that looked like it was just going to go massive, and it hasn't.
That's what Temba Bahoma would say. That's why I brought Markram on. Yeah. And chances are he won't bowl another over in this innings. What a moment. Yeah, Steve Smith probably just let his guard down, went after the wide full delivery.
My gut feeling too, it just wasn't a half volley. It was wide and on the up, so there was a lot of things he had to take into account there. So, well, that's a big change, isn't it? It was just going Australia's way this session. Batting conditions had got easier. It looked like Bavuna was struggling. What do I do to manipulate a wicket? And it's Markham who's been able to do the job.
Well, there you go. Talk about against the flow of play. That is just remarkable. Aiden Markram does not bowl in Test cricket. I know he bowls a lot in limited over
cricket. Markram's got his bowling average down.
Tell you what, has he ever? What a time to do it. Smith was in total cruise control. I mentioned earlier in the over, there were 4 men back. This was a protection over. And somehow he's burgled one. And you're spot on, Damien Fleming. VR Mulder will bowl the next over from the nursery end, which suggests we'll see Maharaj from the pavilion.
Yep.
And what a moment that may well be.
And they've got a wicket.
The best possible result just when they needed it. Yeah. A stand of 79 broken. The game changes again. Alex Carey in, Webster on strike. New over begins. Mulder bowls and Webster goes back and defends. Of course, this being the ground where Carey had his own moment of sorts a couple of years ago. We'll see the replay here. Plenty of overspin from Markram there. It felt like Smith was playing for it to come back towards him. And yeah, Jansen 1, 2, 3 bites of the cherry. The big mitt wasn't letting it go.
Couldn't be more impressed with South Africa's catching in this test match. This is world class catching. And was it a no ball?
No, that's Mulder.
Jeez, you've got me there.
So the first ball of a new spell was a no ball for Mulder. Bowls here to Webster, who cracks him out through point. One man to beat and does so. Out to the old scoreboard and father time. So Webster now the senior man in this stand. He moves to 41. 5 for 151 Australia as this new partnership begins.
Yeah, plays that shot so well, Bo Webster. Just a little bit of width. He just a punchy batter. He just punched it nicely for 4. He's got a partner in Alex Carey who's been in the form of his life for the last 6 or 7 months. Riding high on confidence after having led South Australia to a Shield win. I just had to say that.
Gee, that would have to feel good, that shot. So his last couple of 4s have really come out of the middle of the bat.
And it prompts the change in the field, so an extra man over to the offside.
If he is allowed to just whip it through the leg side now.
So Mulder up, middle stump line, off stump line perhaps, and he skews it out to Rickleton at cover, who's just jumped over onto that side of the ground. Well bowled.
But just the beauty of Test cricket, right? When you try to explain this to someone who doesn't get it. Yeah, that guy was brought on for just 1 over so that someone else can come on from this end, and then he gets the biggest wicket of the game.
Second front foot no ball in the space of 3 attempts for Mulder here. Needing to readjust now, as you talk about, Flynn. It's very different bowling from one end to the other here, and missing the mark twice. 5 for 152, 1 legal delivery in the over. How does Mulder respond? Away from us to Webster bowls here. Webster leaves alone, 5th stump line. Yeah, I mean, you're right, isn't it? I mean, you wouldn't see it in other sports where someone, he just does not bowl in Test cricket. And, seeing it again a couple of times on replay here, there was the overspinner. He got plenty of work on the ball, got it to dip. And because it didn't turn, Smith was looking to drive it. And then Jansen did the rest. And the look on Bavuma's face when he realised It was the delayed gratification with the juggle. He's like, how have I done that? How have I pulled that off? The stuff you love as a captain. Game on at Lords. Game on here indeed as Mulder bowls here to Webster. Inside edge past leg stump. Wow. Down for 4 it goes in front of the visiting dressing room. That weren't far away.
He can't be dispirited with that.
Not at all.
Yeah, Mulder, that's got to be your DNA. He needs to bowl full outswingers. And Big Bo, he hasn't been keen to get forward, has he? And there was a massive gap between that and Pat. That actually could have easily gone onto the stumps, but he's been rewarded with 4 runs.
He's ridden his luck throughout this innings, especially against deliveries like that. So many times he's been cut in half.
Looks pretty unfazed though, doesn't he, Big Bo?
Yeah, he really has accelerated in the last half an hour, up to 45. Facing again, plays wide of the body to Mulder, and he's beaten. Goes above the blade, horizontal bat. What a pretty shot. So, big going on. 10 runs in the over so far. A couple of front foot no balls. A false stroke for 4. And a lavish shot for 4.
And no boost for Alex Carey. That was
2-3.
We're done with that now. I note, by the way,
2 years' time.
Yeah, it could be different then, yeah. I note that Australia are using the visiting dressing room, which is where they normally are. For a moment, I thought, I wonder whether they're in the home rooms. But South Africa finished top of the ladder, so they have that privilege for what it's worth. Not sure how different they are, to be honest, here at Lords. Mulder, 2 left in the over, bowls here to Webster, knocks it out to cover where there won't be 1. The home dressing room is where there are more of the honours boards and more of the regalia.
I don't think I've ever been in
Another Noe. 3 Noes in the over.
So the worry here is he could knock Webster over here and be a no ball.
9 ball over it'll be at a minimum, and he's well over, you're right.
They've all been giant no balls.
Yeah, so busy boy Richard Kettleborough, a lot of front foot no balls today. I'll try and work out how many exactly as we...
Yeah, he's just got to slow it down a little bit.
That's the 7th no ball today. So Mulder, still 2 to go. Bowls here, plays late into the gully, no runners. That man with the big hands, Jansen, it cuts it off. So you've never seen the home dressing room
No, because you've always been away. And then I've had a couple of functions.
Yeah.
We've been in the away groups. Yeah.
I've captained the game where we've been in the home dressing room. An unbelievable privilege to do that. But walking down from the home rooms through the long room and all the rest of it, it's incredible here. Last ball of the 8th over that Mulder's bowled today. The pavilion, that's behind Bo Webster. Waiting for the all-rounder to get to the crease. Does so here, and Webster drives hard, but doesn't get all of it. Out to mid-off. End of the over. Change in commentary there will be. Plenty coming from that. 5 for 157. Webster 45. Carey yet to score. Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Ready for your next holiday?
Experience more of the world's best destinations at Luxury Escapes, with more inclusions, more value, and more expertise.
Find and book everything you need for your next dream escape, from hotels and resorts to flights, tours, cruises, and experiences.
Discover exclusive offers with unparalleled inclusions like daily dining, free flow drinks, and more at luxuryescapes.com.
Visit luxuryescapes.com to get more from your next holiday.
SEN Test Cricket for Hanley Holmes on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. We saw just how far over the front crease Vian Mulder's foot was going 3 times in that previous over. There have been a lot of no balls today. They have not as yet come back to bite the South Africans, but what has come back to bite them is their failure to refer Bo Webster. And I mean this in the nicest possible way, but I have no idea. Now he is on 45 of 62 because he's looked all over the place for so much of today. As Markram is going to continue, having made the big breakthrough. They appeal for an LBW off a sweep here. Carey's first ball, quite an ambitious first shot. Now they're going to have a chat about this. They've got plenty of referrals left if they want them, and they're going to go for it.
Oh, wow.
Well, it's time for a referral.
He's been very trigger happy, Tamtemba Bowma, with his referrals today. Alex Carey every time you've seen him in the subcontinent, no surprises that he starts his innings by attempting a sweep.
Loves to sweep, doesn't he?
He does. This was a half-hearted attempt, almost like a paddle sweep attempt.
Well, let's take a look. Ooh. Now, this is not a bad referral at all. If that hasn't touched a bit of pad... Oh, has it got a little bit of glove? Is it just touched a bit of glove?
Well, we need...
Yeah, we need ultra edge.
We do.
Because it's hit in front of middle and off, so it's not going to be impact a problem.
No.
Right, here's ultra edge, I should say.
Could be in trouble if this hasn't hit anything.
It's perilously close to glove. There,
yes.
It's just touched the bottom hand. If it hadn't, then I think that would have been curtains. But South Africa lose a review.
Very lucky. Very lucky. It's interesting because he's missed length, hasn't he? He's allowed the ball to bounce. He hasn't quite played and seen that it's a little bit shorter than you imagine, and that's what Markram's sometimes a good spinner, especially on the first day, won't worry about turn. He'll want to get over spin at that stage.
He's in again, round the wicket from the pavilion end, and this is cut away by Carey to backward point. There's no run. Let me just give you the field, because it is quite germane. There is a deep backward square leg for that sweep we saw earlier. And then a forward short leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on, a relatively long on. He's about 15-20 yards inside the boundary, a short extra cover, a backward point, and a sweeper on the offside just in front of square. Markram's in, forward comes Carey, defends on the front foot, picks out cover, where Bavuma does the fielding. 5 for 157. The game, it just feels, is at a very key moment. The sun has come out. Conditions, we imagine, are going to get a bit better for the next couple of days as Markram is in. This is punched off the back foot, finds a gap. Carey gets off the mark, just in front of square on the offside. 5 for 158. And with the bowlers just one wicket away, albeit they can all bat. But South Africa will be sniffing a chance here to get Australia out for under 270. And at Lords, on days 2, 3, it can get a bit nicer to bat. So the game is afoot, I would say.
Very much so.
I think with the South African batting lineup, I think everybody recognises that's not going to be easy to get a big total.
Markram in, that turns a little bit back into the right-handed. Webster who defends back to the bowler.
They've blown a bit hot and cold, haven't they? And I just they're going to, I think, need to bowl Australia out for sort of 250.
Yep.
As a guide.
Markram's in, it goes for the sweep. Does Webster, gets it fine. It's running down towards the boundary. Fielder in hot pursuit. He's covered it from a slightly odd angle. As a result, he has to put the dive in. Does Rabada, but he gets to it, much to a lot of delight of the crowd down the way to our left. A fine leg. They pick up 2. It's the end of the over after 44. Australia 5 for 161.
Every detail about Porsche has to be just right down to the way you pronounce their name. It's this unrelenting attention to detail over 35 years that Porsche demanded when selecting Charlie Battisti & Co. as their certified collision center for Porsche. So should the unthinkable happen, Charlie Battisti & Co. will restore your vehicle to Porsche's exacting standards. charliebattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Bjorn Mulder is mystifyingly remaining in the attack from the nursery, and not because he's bowling particularly badly, but they've just taken a big wicket of Steve Smith, South Africa, and you might have thought, well, I lost the panel here. Mulder in, outside the off-stump, thick edge, nearly drags back onto the stumps. Webster's charmed life continues. Jeremy, I know you're in some conniptions. You'd want to see Rabada. There's only 25 minutes till tea, but he could bowl 3 overs, then put his feet up.
Yeah, I think that perhaps the usage of Rabada could just be a little question mark. If I, was Bavuma, I would say to myself, every time a wicket falls, I'd like my most dangerous bowler on, if I can possibly arrange it that way. And the other one is that I'd like, if it's not Rabada, then I want Janssen on at the other end.
Mulder in, tucked away nicely by Webster. That one has come out at pretty much the middle of his bat, down to deep backward square, gets a single. 5 for 163.
I mean, we've just seen a wicket fall. surely you'd want one of your major bowlers on with the new batsman rather than Markram, despite the fact that he's taken
he's done his job, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
He's done the job, then you whip him off.
And Mulder, who's struggling for a little bit of rhythm at the moment. So I think you want to be able to range your bowling resources in order that you've certainly got one or t'other of your most dangerous bowlers operating most of the first day.
The big problem for them has been Ngidi today.
Absolutely.
Yes, it has.
He has been a huge letdown for them.
Nearly 6 runs and over.
Yeah. And it seems to be a very templated way Bavuma goes session through session.
Yeah.
Starts with Rabada and Jansen, bowls Rabada for 6 overs, and then we don't see...
They say goodbye.
Yeah, exactly.
Go down to deep
and
fine.
then he goes and walks around in his backyard with his hands behind his back.
Now Mulder's going to come around the wicket with 2 slips and a gully into the left-handed Carey, who clips this nicely into the onside. Might have thought of a single, but they've decided against it. It's picked up a mid-on.
And they've allowed Webster to get away on them, haven't they? I mean, he's given so many sort of quarter chances, inside edges, play and miss, all sorts of things, and nearly an LBW 2 or 3 times. So they had to bowl tightly at him, in order to stop him hitting his big shots, because that's what he's really done. He's collected off big shots.
And he's going at over 4.5 and over.
Yes.
Right, Mulder in again. Carey, drive, slashing drive through the covers for 4. A very fine shot, little bit of whip. And this second spell from Mulder's not going well. His first 6 overs went for 6. Well, the next 16 legitimate balls have gone for 21 further runs. But a fine shot from Carey.
Yeah, and just to digress a little, and the last time, Jeremy, you and I saw Alex Carey together was that match-winning innings in Christchurch, which is a career-saving innings for him. But the last 6-7 months, he's been in the form of his life, scored runs for fun in Shield cricket, led South Australia to the Shield final win, the 100 in the run chase, batted beautifully in Sri Lanka, got the big 100. He's riding high, very different to the Alex Carey you would have seen 15 months ago.
Mulder's round the wicket to him. And Carey, nearly drags back onto the stumps again, just plays so late, and has a little dab, the ball follows him, but then he picks it up, tosses it to the fielder, and just shades of Lords a couple of years ago. So you want to be careful, Alex Carey, picking up balls at Lords. I mean, South Africans probably aren't quite as mean-spirited as the English would be in similar circumstances.
Is Johnny Bairstow in the crowd?
But he looks as if he's keen to play shots, doesn't he? A big drive that was on the up, and there he's trying to run that one, quite close to him coming back in. Got a bottom edge.
Last ball of the 45th over. Dabbed into the offside, thick outside half of the bat, goes square of the wicket, picks up a single. Webster wasn't looking. Mulder quite fancied a second there, did Carey. At the end of the over, the 45th of the day, Australia are 5 for 167.
Hi, James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals. A fixed price funeral plan with Tobin Brothers Funerals is a no-risk investment, tailored to suit you and your family. It's based on your specific needs in the form of a contract. And you can rest easy knowing a prepaid funeral plan is not counted under the income and assets test, regardless of the prepaid amount. So it won't cause you any problems with the pension.
Chat with your accountant or financial advisor first before making a decision. Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. We've got a change of bowler. Aidan Markram has done his job. He's removed Steve Smith and he's been whipped out of the attack. Marco Jansen is coming in. By the way, don't miss Game 2 of State of Origin next Wednesday, live from Perth Stadium right across the SEN network. You can pick your call, Blues, Maroons or Unbiased. SEN, your home of sport all year round, as I learn a whole new language. What's a maroon when it's at home? Maroon, it says here.
Queensland.
Queensland, okay. Jansen is it. Now flashing at this is Carey, misses it through to the keeper, no run. Explain yourself.
The jersey.
Yeah, it's the rugby league.
Is it spelled M-A-R-O-N-E-S?
No.
It is on my screen. Usually it was.
Double O.
Well, that's why I just read what was there, and it said maroons.
Oh, right.
Sounds like a fruit.
Oh, it's apparently the way they pronounce maroons.
Yeah.
Maroon. I'm learning.
You are.
It's harder than ancient Greek, this, I tell you. As Marco Janssen is in, left arm over, he goes after this again. Carey flat-footed. Now it goes through the keeper, there's no run, but this is what we mean. You can sort of see it with Markram, though, can't you? You can see him trying an over, I guess, because he's a lefty. He's a left-hander, so as the off-spinner, he might get a bit of purchase. There's a little bit in the way of grubbiness, but it won't be dry grubbiness, and it won't really be, messed up too much. It just looks quite nice for us from here. It's just a bit moist out there.
There will be time for spin later in this match. If we look at the way that the player traffic, it's quite marked, isn't it, for just 40-odd overs?
Here comes Janssen. And that's pulled beautifully by Carey. Little short-arm controlled jab out to the boundary for 4. Didn't get up anything like enough. 5 for 171, and Carey races to double figures, 10 off 11. Yeah, I mean, I've seen quite a bit of that this season, these dark patches. They're usually a function of heavy watering the night before, so you get these patches. They look nice, but believe you me, when the sun comes out tomorrow, you'll barely be able to see them for a day or two. And they might come
There's
back.
been some big runs scored here at Lord's, actually. Getting 350 in the last innings of a match to win.
Exactly. Janssen's in. That squirts of a thick outside edge into the gully region, where a diving fielder. Forgive me, but there's a man out there wearing an erroneous number.
It's Mulder.
Why is... I know why. It's because my sheet's wrong.
Mulder, it says 13.
Yes, he's 24.
But he's added on 11. That's right.
Yeah.
11 and a side.
I've been wondering.
I wasn't expecting it. I'm the 11th, 24.
That's right. It's a philosophical conundrum as Janssen's in. This is played late, pushed into the offside by Carey, and there is no run. One ball remains in the 46th. What is the time? We've got about 15 minutes to go until tea. And we've had a text that's come in. I'm going to tell you all about it when we come back from our break. You can text us, by the way, 0433 98 11 16. And you can text just as Dono in Murrumbina has texted. More of which shortly. And again is Janssen, flicked away, fine, down to long leg. The fielder is there, Keshav Maharaj. Come through for an easy single, 5 off the over. Australia after 46, a 5 for 172.
Big savings, big brands, low prices. Now that's the Chemist Warehouse way. Look out for Fess Nasal and Sinus Wash Kit. Gentle strength 12 sachets, only $8.99. Find relief with Demison Cold Plus Flu Relief Day and Night 48s, just $13.69. Stock up on some Advil 90 liquid capsules, only $14.49. And upgrade your oral care to the Oral-B IO2 electric toothbrush, just $79.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
So Dono in Murrumbina has asked, has Steve Smith ever been dismissed by a bowler with a palindromic surname? As Mulder is defended up to mid-off. Wow. There is no run for Boomer does the fielding. Because his name is Markram, of course, and Markram is Markram, forward and backwards.
That's a very good question. I'm just going to say no. It's an easier answer.
Well, how many palindromic surname players can you think of? Yes, he's trying to work it out. No,
that's what Yasser Shah, but that doesn't work. Yeah.
No, it really doesn't. that spells Amarad backwards. Mulder is in, 2 slips at a gully. Strikes the pad, balloons into the slit cordon, but was going down the leg side with the angle. He's coming round the wicket and down the slope. Carey on strike on 11 here.
Carey looking for runs, isn't he?
Yes.
I mean, he's looking like he's quite happy with the way the pitch is playing. Almost semi-loose to start his innings. He's played a half pull stroke that really took off. He tried to sweep early on and just got a little glove on it before it hit the pads. Saved him. He's looked at playing shots. He's very, very...
Here's Mulder again. He's worked that from outside off stump. Square of the wicket on the onside. It's going to get a single. That's a great example of it there, isn't it? I mean, that was a ball that could probably have been left or defended in the offside. Instead, he's looked for the single in the gap.
Yeah, I think that's just how he has approached batting during the Australian summer, both for South Australia and in Test cricket. Played a couple of crucial innings in the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Sri Lanka obviously was different, turning pitches, and he swept a lot. But then even when he made a return to Shield cricket after Sri Lanka, if you look at his strike rate, he made, I think, 300s in Shield cricket, and all of them came at a strike rate of 90. And he seems to have decided he's going to start quickly.
Mulder into Webster, reaches for this and pushes it into the offside off the back foot, but a really good diving stop by the long-limbed Janssen, hurling himself away to his right, prevents any runs.
I guess it's a sign of the confidence he has in his game as well right now, Jeremy.
He's a clean striker of the ball, isn't he? Always has been.
I don't like that shot from Webster, though, again. I mean, that is a long way from his body. Indeterminate. Could so easily have got an edge. There's a couple of slips. Could have gone to gully. Could have gone to the keeper. That's where all the wickets have gone today, to slip and keeper. Mulder's in once more. And Webster drives elegantly this time, but picks out the squarer of the two covers. There's a short catching cover who's a little bit straighter, and there's slightly squarer, slightly deeper cover, but still saving one for the firm push.
Our life is so much about timing, isn't it? I don't know that 8 months ago Paul Webster would have thought he'd get to play Test cricket. Makes his debut in a decider, scores the winning runs, makes a half century, goes to Sri Lanka, and here he is playing a crucial hand at Lord's, and luck has gone his way. He somehow just hung in there.
Really has, and fair play. When you get it, grab it with both hands as Mulder is in. Webster goes after this, and that'll be his 50. There was a wide ball outside the off stump. He cut it, but a controlled cut. Ball didn't get up. He gets it out to the sweeper and brings up his half century from 69 balls. It's been a really important innings. He came in at the start of this session, and he'll now be looking to bat through. He's got another 11 minutes to go. It's the end of the over. Australia 5 for 174. SEN Test cricket with Henley Holmes. Johansson is in, and his first ball is on the money as Webster comes forward, and that inside edge saves him again. It squirts into the onside. They'll get a single. I'd love to see the inside edge of Bo Webster's bat, because it'll have a lot of streaky red marks down it, I would say.
Pushed a long way at that, didn't he? I wonder if the bat paired sometimes too for someone who bats and pushes at the ball like that.
Like in your thinking.
I think the other thing too is that when South African bowlers have missed their mark, boy, it's been by a long way today. When it's been bad, it's been awful, really.
Janssen in. This gets a thick edge from Carey that's going to run down to deep third, and it'll make it all the way to the boundary for 4. It went pretty fine. They went through where a third slip would have been. Wonder.
Got the impression it was guided.
Guided, you'd say, yeah? Yeah. Well,
let's see if he's just opened the face slightly, has he?
Well, he has a bit.
Yeah.
He has a bit. But, I mean, it wouldn't have been a catch. It wasn't a catch ball. I'd have bounced well in front of where third slip would have been. Played it quite softly. He moves to 16. Australia 5 for 179. And that ball now in its 48th over. He's starting to become less and less responsive. An important partnership, this, and an important 10 minutes or so for Australia as Janssen is in to Carey, who works his nicely. Good timing up to mid-on, where Ngidi does the fielding, wearing a rather jaunty sun hat. As we're just seeing a little bit of the odd replay. We're seeing how Webster gets into this terrible tangle with pad and legs, and
he does.
You know,
when he plays forward, he hardly plays forward at all.
Yeah. Do you know what it reminds me of a little bit? Peter Hanscom. A little bit. Yeah, I'll tell you for why. It's an English pitches thing. Janssen is in. Oh, wow. That has swung quite considerably. A really good diving stop or take by Kyle Verena. Manages to stop it going down the boundary for wides. It swung away from the left-handed Carey who left it. But what I mean is that in England, it's not always smart to be camped on the back foot. And the moment the ball nips and moves, Webster looks in something of a spot, more than a spot of bother, because he's not sort of able to get to the ball and stop it outside the line of the off stump, for example. So as a result, the one that nips back just has him all over the place. Jansen's into Carey, who carves it. It's a brilliant diving stop. No, he's missed it. It's gone down to deep third for 4. Mulder flung himself at the ball. I thought he got it for a moment, but he hadn't. It was just past his outstretched right hand. And a second 4 for Carey in that region in this over.
Just a little bit wide, wasn't it, from Jansen? Allowed a sort of a gentle cut shot, wasn't it? Just again, it was guided through that area between second slip and gully.
He looks so much more comfortable, doesn't he, than Webster?
Oh, he does.
It's on 20
Webster's
of 21.
trigger, if you notice his trigger move, instead of going across his stumps as Smith does, for example, who takes a step, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Whereas his just goes straight back, and it leaves him on that leg stump sometimes, and he then is pushing at a ball that's outside off.
Jansen into Carey, who drives with no timing into the ground, back to the bowler. Jansen fields on the bounce. There's no run, 5 for 183. And that is, in fact, I thought there was one ball left. That is the end of the over. 7 minutes or so to go. Australia 5 for 183.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. For professional tilers, the all-new Tileworks by National Tiles is a game changer. Yes, National Tiles Tileworks members can make up to $50,000 per year more than non-members. It's a game changer. National Tiles Tileworks tilers get free premium adhesives and grouts, delivered free, plus monthly cash rebates. So professional tilers rush to join Tileworks online at National Tiles now. Tileworks, it's a game changer. Conditions apply.
SEN Test cricket with Henley Holmes as Mulder is in for the penultimate over of this session. It's defended by Webster to the offside, picked up in the covers, but no run. We've only had the 1 wicket in this session, and leading wicket takers in association with Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. And that wicket was taken by Aidan Markram, of all the people to get rid of Steve Smith.
1 for 116, I think I make it. So
yes, that's right.
It's been well over 4 runs and over.
Mulder's in again. Webster sounds tall and then drives. Well, does he drive? He almost sort of places the bat towards the ball in a rather listless fashion, and it rolls to short extra, and there's no run. I don't wish to be unkind to the fella, because he's got this. He's got a half century at Lords in the World Test Championship final, but there's a couple of things we're seeing on our replay screen here. Really wide base, which goes even wider because he takes a step back and then somehow finds himself a bit in no man's land. And you feel a burst of Rabada after tea is going to be the order of the day for South Africa. Mulder in once again. Now he plays that nicely, goes back and just guides it through deep backward point. Chases on for Rabada, who gets there, and they'll come back for 3. It's one of the more curious aspects of the way South Africa is set up here, that they're resting their main strike bowler, but they're sticking him out to sweep on the offside and to run hither and yon. I mean, it's kind of muddled thinking, Jeremy.
Well, I just think that he should be bowling. I mean, now he should be bowling, and it should be, even if it's only just little bursts of 3 or 4. I think you can use your bowlers in different ways, can't you? And I think it's been one of those days. Okay, now that the sun's come out, there's a bit more breeze. We can see the flags on top of the mound stand.
Mulder's round the wicket, the left-handed Carey, who defends stoutly off the front foot. Up to Bavuma at mid-off, there's no run.
And it might be that he only operates in 3 over spells, but he might get 2, you know, during the, and then you fit that in around with Jansen bowling, you know, just after he finishes, and then you've got, I think, they're the 2 most dangerous bowlers I think South Africa possess, and you want to have them on as much as possible, I think, where at least there's some problem, not just at both ends, but because then you're using everybody up at the same time, and then it falls away too much.
Mulder's changing his line here. He's going to go over the wicket to Carey. Oh, strikes him on the pad. A ball that just actually did shape a little bit back into Carey.
Still a little bit of swing, isn't there? Just a tiny bit of swing there for Mulder.
There is a little.
We saw it in Jensen's last over. Yes, it is a no ball.
Another no ball. It's been a feature of today. Richard Illingworth, the umpire, signalling that no ball. See how big that is? Another big one.
That is.
It's 2 or 3 inches. I'm afraid it gives me the heebie-jeebies when I see no balls at Lord's. Not quite got over that incident 15 years ago. As Mulder comes in again. And that's nicely played by Carey on the front foot. Just pushes the ball up to Bavuma at mid-off. He looks in such good working order here, Carey. The feet are working beautifully. The ball striking in the middle of the bat. There are no real oohs and ahs when he's on strike. Still got a couple of slips in place. And Carey's willing to go after the ball, but he does so in such an assured and crisp fashion. Bedingham and Markram in the slips. Wait. As Mulder is in, that's worked away off middle stump out through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. It looked in a way perilous, but he also looked like he had so much time to play that shot. Picks up a couple of runs. It's the end of the over. Australia with an over to go before tea, I fancy. Well, let's just wait and see. A 5 for 189. Yeah, we're going to get one more in. So, it's not going to be Jansen who's going to
Maharaj, is it?
Maharaj has swapped ends. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I quite like this to the right-handed Webster, perhaps.
Well, Smith and Webster didn't really allow Maharaj to settle at all. He couldn't find a length or, in fact, a line. They just kept on hitting him through the offside field. And so he couldn't settle. There was a smidgen of turn there from him, the bowling from the nursery and towards the pavilion end. Not much, but you wouldn't expect a lot on day one of a test match. Let's see how he goes here. It would be, if anything, into the breeze slightly from that end.
So he starts the last over before tea. Back in his crease goes Webster. Can't find the gap between point and extra. Goes straight to Mulder. There's no run. Lord, they're managing to recreate the Lord's hum, these South Africans and Australians. Forward in defence comes Webster. Defends into the offside. Bavuma fields at short extra cover.
Webster's gone quite hard at the ball right through his innings. Really played some big shots. Perhaps a drive to encourage him to get into a drive. There's a cut.
Maharaj in.
Yeah.
That is cut out towards Ngidi on the sweeper boundary out in front of the grandstand. Just one more to the total. 5 for 190 brings Carey on strike. 3 balls to go until tea. Now then, ordinarily you block these 3 balls, but Carey's looking a bit different to me.
Yeah, I don't mind the man at 45, provided he's in for the catch there, because Carey does like to sweep, and he might just miss the length and get a top edge. That's possible.
There is Maharaj, and Carey does sweep, finds that 45. Mulder, and there's no run. Of course, he swept the first ball he faced off Markram, and had it not been for a tiny, tiny scintilla of a tickle of a glove, he would almost certainly have been on his way LBW, but he was saved on that occasion. As Maharaj is into him, that turns a little bit back into him. He defends the offside. There's no run.
It's a bit of Maharaj. Nice. You need a nice short last step so that the arm can get up over the body, and then you get that sort of overspin. That's what he wants.
Last ball before tea. Goes for the sweep again. Picks out Mulder at short fine leg, and that will be the end of the session. Australia began it at 4 for 67 in all sorts of bother. Travis Head having gone off the last ball of the previous session, but this session, the second session, they've added 123. Carey has 22. Webster 55. The one man to go, Steve Smith for 66. Out to Aidan Markram. Belgravia Apparel providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. Yes, Aidan Markram was the leading wicket taker. And this session, which seems kind of faintly preposterous, Jeremy Coney, as we just briefly mull on a session that's belonged to Australia, but the game still hangs very much in the balance.
Well, does it? Well, it's 67 at lunch, wasn't it? And so one wicket to fall in that last session.
1 for 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. And how many overs is the question? You see, I think that was 4 runs and over for the Australians throughout that whole session. And kind of some lost ground has been made up by Australia, hasn't it? So they're poised at sort of 200 for 5 and another 30 overs of that kind of run rate, then you're getting into the 300s. And so, you know, this is going to be a very, very important next session, particularly for South Africa, that they don't allow Australia to push away.
It's going to be a long session as well. It's going to be 2.5 hours. Only had 50 overs bowled so far. We're not going to get the remaining 40 in. After the break, highlights from this session, and we'll hear from Australian soccer legend Mark Bosnich on the Socceroos qualifying for yet another FIFA World Cup.
He was the one wicket to fall. Aidan Markram brought on for what turned out to be 1 over of off-spin to change ends, and remarkably, Smith batting like an absolute dream was undone by a little bit of overspin, the juggling catch from Marco Jansen at slip. It was the defining moment of the session, with Smith falling for 66, but thereafter, Bo Webster, after a scratchy start, has reached 55 from 76 balls, 8 boundaries in that. And Alex Carey, so much history at this ground from the Ashes Test he played here a couple of summers ago, a sprightly start, 22 from 29, reaching the rope on 4 occasions. Adam Collins with you, Damien Fleming with me, Andrew Sampson with us. Flem, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, Colo, listeners, Andrew, no, it's been a very enjoyable day. It was so overcast early. We weren't surprised that when Bavuma, the South African captain, won the toss, decided to bowl, and it was really hard work thanks to the bowling earlier. Rabada, Jansen's bowled very well throughout this test match. Stephen Smith easily has played the innings of the test match, but Bo Webster just showing some real resilience. It was hard work, his first 30 deliveries, but he's battled hard. His innings has flourished the longer he's been out there, and Alex Carey's had an amazing 12 months with the bat, isn't it? Like, even domestically for South Australia, you know, he looks one of Australia's best batsmen, full stop. So big partnership, 1 wicket for South Africa. They get into the Aussie tail. I mean, it's a strong Australian tail, but for the Aussies, another hour and a half of these two will get a sizable total on what I think the Australians should bowl really well on, Colo. And the later this test match goes, I think we'll see the ball turn more and more.
Yeah, our coverage is for Henley Holmes, I should have noted off the top. So a session where they went at 4.7 runs and over as well. So they did transfer pressure back onto the South African attack, even if it did come at the expense of Stephen Smith when he was out, as I say, caught it slip at about the halfway mark. So as we begin the final session, it'll be predictably Kagiso Rabada. His first spell, needless to say, Flem, was a dark sight better than his second. Is his spell in the first session, he was just about untouchable. Then he did go around after the lunch break, and it was where Smith and Webster were able to get on top of them.
Yeah, mainly Stephen Smith, wasn't it? I love the battles of the modern great fast bowler versus one of the great middle order batsmen of all time in Stephen Smith, and Smith won that battle convincingly, taking 11 off Rabada's first over, and he really battled to get his line and length going. But they'll know that if it's Rabada and Jansen opening the bowling in this third session, they've just got to force the bowling change and not lose any wickets, because it's pretty easy runs besides that.
All right, Rabada begins the final session on this first day. First ball to Webster, and it's whipped down to fine leg for an easy single, collected in front of the Warner stand by Ngidi. Webster 56, 5 for 191. Boy, you had to fight hard by Webster Webster, and when he found his groove, he was good as gold. But that first, let's call it 30 balls, as Bharat said at the time, he looked like he could be dismissed with any one of them.
Yeah, but you said it earlier, Colo. He come over to play county cricket to get some experience and didn't dominate, averaging 29. But more importantly, he hasn't played here at Lords. And I don't care where you've played around the world. It is very unique. Just the atmosphere, the home of cricket. But the slope is significant. And it affects all three facets of the game.
Carey facing Rabada. Bowls here. Inside edge onto the pad. Spits out behind the square leg umpire. He'll get one for that. 23 Carey, 5 for 192. It's one of those quirks, isn't it, that the home of cricket has a playing surface which is so unlike any other. And I know there are slopes at other grounds, but given there's so much Test cricket, international cricket played here.
Flat playing top.
Flat square, that's it.
And I said it was Thomas Lord, wasn't it, in 1814? But I think Sir Gubby Allen, as president, had the chance to make a decision on it.
Rabada up, bowls here. Webster leaves well wide of the off stump.
And I believe he decided to keep the slope.
We'll keep it. Why not? It's certainly telling from our side of the ground, because you can see where the pavilion, which is, of course, the pavilion isn't on a slope, naturally, but on the left-hand side from our vantage point, you can see how pronounced it is with the foundation compared to the right-hand side. So that grand old building that's been there since the start.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I like on the TV commentary, which we're getting a feed of in our comm box ourselves, as Rabada bowls to Webster, squares him up with the ball. It just moved a little bit away off the seam, well negotiated in the end. We're getting what I would call long room cam, where they're tracking the batters through the long room and up the stairs. And you know why we recognise those pictures so well? That's where the brouhaha happened in the long room last time we were here.
Have we seen any action as they've been walking through?
No, it was very quiet in there this morning. The long room, when it would have been, it was when Kawaja walked back through there when he was dismissed. There was barely anyone in there. 2 left in the over. Rabada bowls. Webster goes back and defends. There'll be more people in there now, I'd imagine, this time of day. But yes, the long room feels a fair bit different today to what it did on that emotionally charged Sunday afternoon back in the June of 2023.
No, I'd never seen or heard anything like it here at Lords. Coming from the other venues where there's basically a soccer stand at all the venues now, and it does add to the atmosphere, but Lords was a lot quieter than that until the run out.
Until it wasn't. Rabada to finish the over. Well forward again. Webster, bat and pad glued together. Out to mid-off, ends the over. 5 for 192. Webster, 56. Carey, 23. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Yeah, there's sometimes criticism of Lords not having enough of an atmosphere, that it's a bit subdued. And I kind of get that to a certain extent, that it is a different feel here. And let's be honest, this week's different. Usually Test tickets here are absurdly priced.
What are we looking at?
For a Test match for England-India this year, to get in the ground, I think I'm right in saying 140 quid.
Yeah, I thought it was more than that, but that's not cheap.
No, and I think the World Test Championship, when India were going to be in it, we were looking at north of 150 to get a ticket. My theory is there's quite a few spots in the mound stand and the grandstand where there aren't people today. The seats aren't taken. Maharaj, pavilion end. Carey, reverse sweep, bowled through him. First ball he's bowled in the session. Carey gets down low to reverse sweep. It's a shot that when he's in good nick is such an asset for him. But he's had his leg stump bent back. Carey gone for 23. The partnership that was worth 46 is broken. South Africa reduce Australia to 6 for 192.
Yeah, this is pretty much one you won't want to watch on the replay. Alex Carey's actually yorked himself, hasn't he? If it's a full toss, he would have hit it a half volley, but it was a Yorker length, and the percentages of being able to get to bat on that were way too high. That's a needless dismissal for the Australians, just when really that was a fluent knock from Carey, 23 off 31 balls, so he was in no problems whatsoever. The modern day cricketer plays that shot, but for us in a Test final, it's still a surprise, isn't it? It's a shock to see that first ball after a break. Give yourself a chance to get back into the innings, and Australia now 6 wickets down. They are into the tail.
So Pat Cummins, who has been so dependable at number 8 since taking over at the captaincy, we saw him have a net at lunchtime over the back on the nursery ground. Well, job to do here. And it's because Alex Carey's attempted to go the reverse sweep first ball that Maharaj has sent down after tee. What a bonus that is for South Africa. You could see the response from behind the wicket. They could not believe their luck.
So basically, if he just played that looking to drive, he would have got to that in the full toss, wouldn't it? It's still that one where you just go, that's a low percentage shot.
Just dipped on him. And even that, it was playing above the ball compared to where he thought it was going to be. Keshav Maharaj, it's going to be 199 test wicket, Samo?
That's right, 199. No South African spinners got 200.
Okay. One to watch.
Are we expecting Patrick to play a reverse sweep first ball?
Well, he did get out first ball sweeping at Delhi a couple of years ago. I don't think we'll see him doing that first ball here. Slightly different circumstances on a Bunsen that day.
He has a chance to get caught at bat pad. I'd have another catcher on the leg side to Cummins.
Yeah, silly point. Maharaj Cummins first ball to silly point, not far away. Did it get to his hand? I reckon it might have. Rickleton under the lid, went to his left. Bettingham, my apologies.
It's in hindsight. How close is he to the batsman, Colo? He could give himself another metre, and would he have caught that if he'd given himself a metre?
Right under his eye.
He might have, mightn't he?
Here's the angle we want. Yep.
He's too close.
You bang on, Flem. That would have been much better chance. Second ball, Cummins gets to the pitch and flays it down to long off, who's there for... Don't quite know why they have a long off right away. Anyway, they do. Cummins won. Sorry, my apologies. They got a single from the previous ball. It's Webster, 6 for 194.
And Colin, my theory there is it's easier to jump forward, isn't it? If he got a ball that balloons, you can jump forward.
Bowling here is Maharaj. Cummins in the short sleeve jumper, knocks it on the head too. Bettingham at silly point, no run.
So that's I'm surprised how close he is to the bat.
Maybe that's just the idea of wanting to get in Cummins' head right on, within, I don't know, 1.5 metres of the pitch itself. Maharaj bowls, Cummins bowled to backward point, flighter delivery, indeed well bowled outside portion of the blade.
No, we heard it was dry underneath. I think Maharaj and Lyon are going to be big factors in this test match. We've talked a lot about the fast bowling of both teams, but...
Maharaj to complete the over, going back and riding the bounce is Cummins. A successful one for the Proteas. Carey bowled for 23, reverse sweeping by Maharaj. He has 1 for 16. It's 6 for 194 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Step into Chemist Warehouse for stunning skincare and savings. Grab Thayer's anti-blemish treatment 15ml for $15.99. Soothe Skin with Aveeno Skin Relief Moisturising Lotion 1 litre, $17.99. Try L'Oreal Paris Revitalift Filler Day Cream 50ml, just $27.49. And for a bright smile, try Oral-B Power Toothbrush IO3 Series Clean and Whiten, now $99.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
New over begins with Rabada bowling here and playing it nicely through backward point, almost through the cordon really, by Webster down to the rope, and he gets there to the Allen stand rope. So down the slope to a certain extent. Webster up to 61 with his 9th boundary. Such an important role for him to play now, 6 for 198.
It is. He's played this type of shot a couple of times. Very soft hands, controlling the ball, opening up the face, and the outfield here at Lords is the lightning. They're putting in a third man now.
So it's a game of two ends. Webster fought hard, built into it, accelerating here. And South Africa realise that the main game will come when Rabada gets a crack at the lower order at some stage. Happy to give him a single. Deep point. Third man, fine leg, the 3 men back. 2 slips. Rabada bowls and squared up is Webster, but there's one out to cover point. They won't mind that. 6 for 199.
Have we mentioned last time South Africa played Australia in a test match at Lords at all?
1912.
1912, yeah.
We haven't done it yet, but I'd love to do it at some point.
Okay. We did.
The ill-fated tri-series.
Was it thought of as a success, the triangular test series?
Well, the biggest problem was obviously just the 3 test-playing countries at the time, South Africa, Australia,
so it really was a World Test Championship.
It was a World Test Championship, yeah.
Precursor.
And, the big thing was that it rained an enormous amount.
Okay.
that season.
So Cummins facing Rabada for the first time. Leg stump line drilled in, pushed to mid-wicket, no run.
Why did South Africa play on mats for so long?
It's a good question. I'm not entirely sure. I can tell you when it changed.
When did it change?
So it changed. So in the 1920s was the first time they were turf wickets in South Africa.
When did they debut in Test match cricket?
In Test matches in South Africa, the 1930-31 season against England. So up until then, all Tests were
they had
mats.
30 years on mats.
Up until then, it was mats, and in that season they had.
Rabada to Cummins. He's on one, bowls here, knocks him over. He rolls through the captain. Second crack at him. Cummins, who's been so dependable down the list, gets done by a beauty. Rabada's third. South Africa tails up. Australia 7 for 199.
Well, he's a bit unlucky, Pat Cummins, because if Rabada was bowling on mats, that would have bounced over the stumps. So
top of off.
But that's an absolute cracker. And not dissimilar to the ball that Webster got the previous delivery, but Webster well set, was squared up and got down the other end. But that's not a bad delivery. That's an excellent ball to a tail ender who's just getting their eyes in. I'm loving the zing bails too at Lords. They're very distinctive. But Cummins, that's a big wicket because Cummins' batting has really improved under his own captaincy. He's really led from the front. Stark to come in, and we know he's an excellent hitter of the ball, but he is vulnerable to the ball the full ball that comes back in, the in-swinger, which Rabada should be able to bowl at will. So another twist, isn't it? Australia went to the tea break in pretty good position. An unnecessary dismissal for Carey, reverse sweeping first ball. And now that's opened up the gate for Rabada to run through the Australians.
And that will be where the scrutiny lies, I'm fairly certain. It's the Carey dismissal that exposes Cummins to one that, yet you're spot on, Flem. It doesn't quite get up. Hits the top of the off stump, beat him on the outside edge as well. So down the slope, that is bang on target from Rabada. And now Mitchell Starc walks in far earlier than Australia would have envisaged even 15 minutes ago. What an important little passage of play this might be in the context of the World Test Championship.
Yeah, he's coming around the wicket straight away. I think with the ball swinging in on the slope, I'd be happy if he come over the wicket. You're trying to get LBWs and bowls, but he's going to use the angle, he's going to use the slope, and he has the ability to make it straight against the slope, Rabada.
So Rabada to Starc for the first time, round the wicket, bowls here, gets behind it, defends, well bowled and well played. So we talked at tea about South Africa winning session 1, Australia winning session 2, how much rides on who wins the actual day. It was going to come down to these 2 hours, and well, the start has been spot on from the Proteas. Can they fully capitalise? Stark, such a fine number 9. Played a lot at number 8 at test level as well. Last ball of Rabada's over. Pulls inside the line. Perhaps a player miss either way. Lovely shape from Rabada to complete the over where he knocked over Pat Cummins. Australia now 7 for 199. Webster still there on 62 with work to do. Stark yet to score. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
For too long, only institutions had exclusive access to premium investment opportunities. But iPartners changes the game for wholesale investors. iPartners opens up the field to alternative assets with access to opportunities out of reach. Get front row seats to sophisticated investment strategies. iPartners, fund managers specialising in alternative investments, offer the diversification and risk-adjusted returns you need for a long-term outlook. Visit iPartners.com.au and start kicking more investment goals. For wholesale investors only, consider the risks. Learn more at iPartners.com.au.
Webster helps himself to a single down the ground from the first ball of Maharaj's new over, and in the process Australia bring up their 200. 7 for 200 after being sent in this morning. Bharat Sundaresan jumps in with us as well, a coverage for Henley Holmes.
Evening, gentlemen. I think somewhere at Lord's, Eloise Carey has once again banned the reverse sweep for her husband. She did it 2 years ago. She said you are not allowed to play the reverse sweep again. And he kept away from it for at least 6-7 months.
That was the India experience, wasn't it?
We just can't understand it. Is it? You just play that on its merits.
Maharashtra Stark yet to score, will do here with a single to mid-wicket. Beats Bavuma, who was diving.
And if you're getting bogged down, and he plays it really well. I totally understand where you're going, well, if I do this, it'll change the way they're bowling to me. But first ball after the tea break. Because it's total premeditation.
It's going to lend itself to a lot of criticism, I suspect. Maharaj bowls here, well forward Webster. The other side of it, Flem, you can already sort of see how the debate will play out. There'll be, how on earth can you do that first ball after tee to the spinner? The other side will be, we want modern batters doing what comes natural to them. Maharaj bowls, he's got a silly point for Webster, but he gets it out to cover no run.
That's a contradiction, though.
Yeah, I know, right?
He can't be naturally premeditating.
Yeah, I suppose what I mean is like there'll be he makes runs with that shot, so don't deny it to him. Tends to be the way with the reverse sweep. Bowling here, held up nicely, beautifully bowled. Webster had to play it late, did it with his wrists out to backward point for 164 for him, 7 for 202.
So how does Stark play? Maharaj, ball spinning in, and this ground isn't big enough when Mitchell Stark gets in the middle, but whether he just gives himself a couple of balls to get his eye in.
Maharaj, last ball of the over, down the leg side. Stark doesn't catch up with it. He's there on 164 for Webster, 7 for 202 at the end of the over. Might still be with us. I don't think we're at an ad here. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes. Getting some lovely shots on the screen of the London Eye, which is a fair bit further south from where we are at the moment, nearer to the Oval, but one of the iconic landmarks in this beautiful old city.
Did they base that on the Melbourne Eye? What happened first?
I've got a view about the Melbourne Eye or the Melbourne spinning wheel. I don't think it ever should work. I love the fact that most of the time it is in an operation.
Yeah, have a look at that over there. What's that?
Rabada bowls here. Short ball. Taken on by Webster. Finds the gap in the deep backward square for 4. Crunch that into position early. He's seeing it nicely. Solo effort. 68 is now the top scorer for Australia. 7 for 206.
Played it with some anger that time. He was made to look pretty foolish earlier today by Rabada, but this time a length that he prefers to bat against, just swiveled, and there is that big gap. The ball sped up the slope that time.
Yeah, he's been out there long enough to take on the short ball.
Rabada, the 2 slips, bowls to Webster, plays it into the onside, knows the early call to Maharaj. So the game within a game here. We said in the previous over, Fleming, it worked beautifully for Rabada. They'll very happily concede a single to get Cummins on strike, so it proved. And second ball, off stump bent back. We're in a similar mode here, aren't we? Can he get 2 or 3 balls this over to Stark before he's set?
And I guess because Bauma has been so predictable with the way he's used Rabada, you know he's going to bowl 2 more overs and then he's done for the session.
Rabada's up here, away from us, bowls here, down the leg side, gets it fine for 4. Crashes into the rope in front of the visiting dressing room. 7 for 210 will become the score. Webster into the 70, 72, test highest score.
How many leg glances has it been for 4?
Yeah, quite right.
You know, it's a shot you don't see a lot in modern day cricket. It's a lovely shot, but it means the bowler's got it wrong. But Webster, and his strike rate's up there now, 72 off 91. Day 1 pitch where you've been sent in to bat. Excellent effort.
So Rabada once more approaches and bowls and edging, and he's gone. He's caught it first slip. The safe hands of David Bettingham. He makes no mistake. Rabada, wickets in consecutive overs, and this time it's by Webster. Australia's leading run scorer on the day. Now batting with the lower order, and it's 3 wickets in a hurry after tea for South Africa. Australia now 8 for 210.
Yeah, there's a bit of slope involved there. It's a wideish ball, and Bo Webster, as I said, the strike rate's been increasing, and he wasn't leaving the ball as much, and he'd worked it down to third man a couple of times before, but that was too close to him, and all he did was hit an easy catch to Bettingham, and Rabada is ripping open this test match. South Africa have come out after tea, a lucky first wicket, but nothing wrong with the Rabada dismissals. It's quality fast bowling.
Only fair that Rabada is the man to get Webster's wicket. We just spoke about how much he troubled him in that first spell. Should have had him out LBW if they'd gone for the review as well. So what a crucial knock though from Bo Webster. He was lucky, but he rode his luck. And without his 72, Australia would have been in all sorts. But goes back to that Alex Carey's shot, the false shot. Has opened the door for South Africa. And when you have Rabada still fresh and fired up at the other end, this is what could have happened, and that's exactly what's happened.
Well, it helps his career strike rate. He's taken 4 wickets against Rabada in his 15th over. But, lack of footwork there from Bo, and slightly fuller than the deliveries he was working down to third man. But that's a decent knock from Bo Webster. Australia would be in a world of hurt. Well, they'd be bowling if he hadn't shown real resilience, toughing it out. Played some excellent shots throughout the innings.
Rabada picked up a 5-wicket bag on day 1 here 3 years ago. Wants to do again here to line. First ball past the edge. What a beauty. What a gem. With the old Duke's ball, sure it still hoops around, but that is just done bits. What a bowler. Andrew Sampson with us as well.
331st Test wicket for Rabada, which takes him past Alan Donald into 4th place on the South African wicket takers list. Is just Intini 390, Pollock 421, and Steyn 439 ahead of him.
What company? Stunning stuff. The roar for KG goes up around Lords. He's got 4 for 50. Bowls here. Nathan Lyon leaves alone. The end of another successful over for Rabada. 4 for 50 for him. 8 for 210 Australia. Stark 1 line yet to score. Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, Andy Maher here. At Berwick BMW, we're all about the ultimate driving experience. Feel the rush behind the wheel of the M3, the precision of the M4, and the pure power of the M5. These cars are built for those who crave more. More speed, more control, and more excitement on every drive. Visit us today and discover why the BMW M range is the choice for those who demand the best. Berwick BMW, 6 Coventry Road, Narre Warren, LMCT 8953.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins with you. Bharat Sundaresan with me. Marco Jansen prepares to send down another spell of left arm quick from the pavilion end. And Australia holding on here on day 1.
Yeah, this is Operation Mop Up for South Africa. They've gone to their second best bowler on the day and probably in their lineup, Marco Jansen, as KG Rabada receives a standing ovation from the South Africans.
Love it. Absolutely love it. So 3 in the slips for Stark. Jansen's got 2 for 49, both before lunch. Bowls Hewan leaves outside the off stump. Now a deep backward point on the offside as well.
Well, how much time did we spend in the lead up to this game, Adam, talking up Kagiso Rabada and the role he'll have to play if South Africa were to have a chance in this game. Australia, obviously favourites going in for a lot of people. Amazing how he stood up for his team. He came into this game under a cloud.
Up here again, Jansen bowls, and playing through the offside is Stark to no avail. He won't beat the man at cover.
And boy, has he delivered for them. Those 2 early wickets, and he's clapping along. He's doing a Virat Kohli down there at fine leg at the nursery end, Adam. He's loving the adoration.
Yeah, it's the white stripes, isn't it? Oh, KG Rabada. Absolutely loving it. In here, Jansen bowls to Stark down the leg side. Edge onto the thigh pad. They get through for 1. Verena is disappointed he wasn't able to haul it back in time. Every run counts. 8 for 211.
And especially at a time, Adam, the last time Australia played South Africa in a series, which was back in Australia, 2.5 years ago, 3 summers ago, he was so disappointing. Remember, he got a wicket with his first ball, got David Warner out. From that point on, he looked short on pace and rhythm, looked sluggish at times. So for him to do this on day 1 of such a big game for South Africa in Test cricket, probably the biggest test they've played
Well, this is it, isn't it? We were talking about this earlier today, about where this sits. I mean, what this test represents for South Africa and the need for them to have a big first day and really get themselves into the contest. I'm sure that's in part why they bowled first at the toss. Jansen in here, line leaves alone, a ball from round the wicket that's coming down the slope but had enough room to shoulder arms.
Yeah, and just even the stat that the great Andrew Sampson just mentioned, the fact that he's gone past Alan Donald.
Yeah.
And we spoke about this on the new ball yesterday, Adam, the fact that he doesn't get spoken up or talked up as much as, say, Alan Donald still does.
Yeah, I think that's fair. As in, I think it's reasonable that these are the conversations that need to be had about Rabada. He's already a great in this South African team.
Bowls him, Jansen round the wicket, down the slope, off go the Zing Bales, middle it off a Splade.
That's 4 in a real hurry for the Proteas after tea. Lyon bowled for a duck, 9 for 211. Boy, oh boy, they've lost 4 for 19 since tea, Bharat Sundaresan.
It all goes back to that reverse sweep. I keep saying that. This one down the slope, Nathan Lyon through the gap ball, neck and crop, hit the middle of middle stump. I can't blame Nathan Lyon here, really. Just perfect left arm around the wicket bowling from Marco Jansen. Used the angle, used the slope. And you could just hear the crash coming through our headset. So it's all happening in a hurry. Australian tail falling in a heap. Just Josh Hazlewood left, and Marco Jansen has one ball to a complete operation mop up and have South Africa out there batting. So you asked the question at the start of this session, Adam, how crucial it was for them to win this session. I think they might already have done that with the ball anyway.
Yeah, 4 for 19, that collapse, repeating that horrible reality for Australian fans tuning in. 1 a.m. on the eastern seaboard. Josh Hazlewood walking in way too early. And of course, Australia's bowling attack, they've got some runs to bowl too, of course. That's owing to the contributions of Stephen Smith and Bo Webster. But from where they were at tea at 5 for 190, now 9 for 211. And Hazlewood with work to do just to get out of the over. Still one ball left in it.
And the script couldn't be more perfect for South Africa. Won the toss under gloomy skies. Got the best of the conditions. The sun's out now. Looked pretty straightforward to bat, especially when Webster was out there and Alex Carey. So Australia won't have the best of the conditions, even though they might have the more senior attack.
Hazlewood, the number 11, facing Jansen. First ball beats him. Nearly kissed the edge on the way through. Another bowling change brings a wicket for Temba Bavuma. Australia 9 for 211. Stark still there on 1 with him. Hazlewood yet to score. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Daniel Norcross jumping in for me.
Searching for some supplements and healthcare to keep you moving? Then visit Chemist Warehouse for great savings like Pain Away Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Cream, 70 gram, just $14.75. Relieve constipation with Prunelax Constipation Relief, 80 tablets, only $12.99. Or try Movicol, 30 sachets for $14.99. And grab Bondi Protein Co, 800 gram range, just $29.99 each. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Sure thing. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, with Australia languishing at 9 for 211 and Stark on strike. Lets that go by. Round the wicket from Rabada, just in front of the keeper. Goodness me. What has been happening since tea? Well, there were hints of it before tea, to be brutally honest with you. The two guys who went to tea are going to look at their shots and go, what have we done here? Firstly, obviously, the Alex Carey dismissal been litigated over and over again. I'm afraid you can't have it both ways. He was looking good. Occasionally, as Rabada is in once more, it's played off the back foot, squeezed down a deep backward point, not taking the single Stark. He's protecting Hazlewood. Yeah, I mean, look, Carey was playing a good innings. He's a dynamic batter. He's in good form. It didn't work out for him.
No.
For Bo Webster, he's going to well, that is a shot of excruciating awfulness. He's top scored for Australia today. but I was chatting downstairs to various luminaries, including Jeremy and Jared Kimber, and I was trying to think of a scratchier innings as Rabada is in. This is defended back to the bowler by Stark, no run. And Rory Burns' 100 at Edgbaston sprang to mind,
Yes.
which was one of the most unpleasant hundreds I've ever seen in my life. And in fairness to Bo Webster, that was one of the tougher 72s I've witnessed. The inside edge of his bat is pure red. There was a lot of wafting, and eventually you can't keep wafting and getting away with it, which is the problem. And Australia find themselves in a bit of bother here. Rabada in. This is driven firmly by Stark. Again, there's a long single on offer, but it's not taken. I don't like it when we get to this stage. I'm pleased, though, to say that South Africa have not gone into the full awful trap. I've seen this happen many times with many captains, not just English captains. Another no ball, incidentally. It's been a bit of an issue today. You know, where the field goes out. You've just taken 4 wickets. You're bowling at the number 9. You've got to try and get him out. South Africa is still trying to get him out. They've got the field is a little deep, but they've got 2 slips and a gully, a shortish cover, a mid-off. Rabada is in. Oh, he's got him. That's it. It's all over for Australia. They have been bundled out for 212. 5 wickets coming after tea. Stark beaten neck and crop, as you would say, Bharat. And Rabada with his 5th wicket. He's going to go up on the honours board. A rare sight. A man on the honours board for playing not playing for England against a team that isn't England. And that ball has come shooting back down the hill from round the wicket. It's castled Stark. And that is reward for some super bowling from Rabada. He hadn't always got it spot on before lunch. Then his second spell was splendid, and then this third spell, it's done for Australia. It's bowled them out for 212. Rabada is raising the ball to all parts of the ground. They're all on their feet, Aussie, South African, the lot, applauding what has been a magnificent return from Kagiso Rabada. He really is one of the wonders of the modern age with the ball, up there with Jasprit Bumrah, you would argue. And indeed Cummins, and indeed Hazelwood, and indeed Stark, whom we are going to see much earlier than we were expecting. Bharat Sundaresan, Australia bowled out for 212. That feels, even in tricky first day conditions, to be 50 or 60 below par.
Oh, very much so, especially the position they seem to be in at the tea break, and even for the first 10 or 15 minutes after the tea break. But it comes down to champions, doesn't it? This is what separates good players and great players from the ultimate champions, and that's what Kagiso Rabada is. His country needed him. He's the superstar of this team, and there's been something about him from the start of play, even at training for the last few days. He's got that look in his eyes, Daniel. This means a lot to him. There's been so much talk about his future. How much test cricket does he have left in him? And obviously coming off the whole recreational drug issue as well. So he was making the headlines for all the wrong reasons. So he needed something like this. South Africa needed him to step up, and he stepped up in incredible fashion. Kicked things off for them, didn't he? The 2 wickets, Usman Khawaja and then Cam Green in the same over. And then he returned in the end when Alex Carey had opened the door up, and he's mopped up this Australian lower order. And South Africa will take it. The sun is shining. Good time to bat. See Mitchell Stark and Josh Hazelwood just ran off the ground to put on their bowling boots. So they'll be keen to have a go at South Africa, but you'd think this session already has been won by South Africa, and all thanks to Kagiso Rabada.
Well, we'll see, because we've got a couple of hours of this session to go almost, but let me run you through the scorecard. Usman Khawaja was the first to go for a 20-ball duck, caught by Bedingham off Rabada. Then Cam Green, up at number 3, an unfamiliar position, caught really well in the slips by Markram off Rabada for 4. That was 16 for 2. Marnus Labuschagne, a laborious 56 balls, 17 before he was caught by the keeper Varane off Janssen. Steve Smith made 66 of 112. He looked entirely untroubled, I have to say, until bizarrely he was out somehow edging an off-spinner from Markram to Janssen behind the stumps for 66 off 112 balls. Travis had made 11, little tickle down the leg side just before the lunch break. That had put Australia at 4 for 67. He made 11 off 13. Bo Webster, 72 off 92 balls with 11 fours, but that doesn't tell anything like the story. However, he has top scored, and without that, Australia would be in an even more parlous state. He was caught by Beddingham. He was just wafting at a one outside the off stump. Alex Carey went on the reverse, was bowled by Rabada for 23. All four of the bottom four were bowled. The last 4 wickets to go. Cummins bowled by Rabada for 1. Stark bowled by Rabada for 1. And Lyon bowled by Janssen for a duck. The bowling figures, Kagiso Rabada, 50.4 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 51. Leading wicket taker with Belgravia apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. Marco Janssen, 3 for 49 off 14. Lungi and Gidi disappointing today, none for 45 off 8. Vian Mulder bowled a good first session, bowled well in the first session, 6 overs, none for 6, but his last 5 overs cost 30 for no wicket, finished with none for 36. Keshav Maharaj, who made the key breakthrough in getting rid of Alex Carey just after tea, 1 for 19 off 6, and Aidan Markram, well, he got Steve Smith out and just bowled the 2 overs, 1 for 5. Andrew Sampson's with me. We're going to a break shortly, but
well, just quickly, 3 for 9 off the last 13 balls for Rabada.
Not bad. His name will be on the honours board at the World Test Championship final here at Lord's. We're going to be back after this break, and by then it'll almost be time for South Africa to start their first innings deep into day 1. Well, the players are making their way back out there, and this is a side I don't think we expected. While I was tucking into a Victoria sponge, Andrew Sampson, I was expecting Australia to bat for the bulk of this session as the balls got older and tireder and the pitch is easing, I thought, a little bit, but instead those pace bowlers of South Africa have just shot through the Australian lineup.
They have, yes. I think most of us were expecting Australia to still be batting at this point while we were busy eating our Victoria sponges. But anyway, 5 was at Lord's. Not test matches, not involving England.
Oh, now then, did Australia play Pakistan?
Australia played Pakistan, and South Africa played Australia in 1912. Those are the only two. So there weren't any 5-ers in 1912.
Yeah.
The 5-ers in 2010. The best bowling figures at Lord's in a non-England test match.
Mohamed Asif?
6 for 55. Marcus North.
Marcus North. Oh, that's good from you, Bharat.
Shane Watson got a 5 for 40 in that game, so Rabada's is the third 5 for in a non-England test match at Lord's.
Well, I never.
I'm just impressed with the... Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, which board does it go up on? Do they both go on the visitors board?
So they find a new board somewhere. Like
It's a really good question.
Yeah. But I guess it goes... Yeah. He wasn't the home dressing room.
They're both visitors, aren't they?
But I guess it's the dressing room you use, maybe?
Oh, so the South African dressing room is the England dressing room, isn't it, for this? Because they finished top.
They finished top.
So...
Now you know why Australia not want to finish.
Yeah, because they prefer their dressing room. Yeah, they feel more at home there.
There you go. I'm just impressed with the fact that I had a Victorian sponge. I just thought it's a sponge cake. I didn't know everything's named after queens in this country.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The Matilda scone. Yeah. The Catherine of Braganza Open Cupcake. Right. 3 slips and a gully are in place as Mitchell Stark with a bright red new Duke's ball in his hand. And so Australia know they've got a really important hour and 45 minutes to bowl here. It's plenty enough time to do serious damage to South Africa, but if they don't, then the pressure will be really on come day 2. Stark at the top of his mark on the nursery end is it to Aidan Markram with 3 slips. And Markram lets this go by. It's like a jerky lead. Bit of elbows in that, actually, as it goes through to the keeper. And there is no run. The sun is now properly out. The clouds, what they are wispy, and they're like the sort of the opening credits of The Simpsons. It's all very pleasant out there now. But there's still a bit of carry and there's still a bit of nip in this pitch. The sages around these parts say it should get easier and easier and easier. So great toss to win, but Australia have got enough time on this first day to do some proper damage. Here comes Stark into Markram, who lets this go by across his bows and to the keeper's gloves. Andrew.
Markram just one of two players in the South African 11 who've got more test runs than Nathan Lyon.
Just two. Just two.
2857 and Bavuma 3806. A lot of inexperience in the rest of the batting order.
And speaking of Markram, he was the one who was missed a lot by South Africa 2 years ago when they came to Australia. Dean Elgar on its last legs. Sean Away was opening with Elgar, but Markram didn't make the trip. I think Ryan Rickleton got injured on the cusp of that tour, so they missed a lot of these young talented openers.
Stark is in. That's outside the off-stump through to the keeper, and there is no run.
And what a big moment for Ryan Rickleton. I was reading overnight about how he grew up dreaming about playing against Australia. One of two brothers. I think Dean is his elder brother, but Ryan would stay up late at night, was allowed to watch Test cricket in Australia, Matthew Hayden being his hero. And he always wanted to play against Australia, and here he is at Lord's playing his first game against Australia.
It's a weird one, isn't it? I love it. I think we should have more neutral tests. I don't think that's really going to happen, but Stark is in again. Full! Oh, and gets a thick inside edge into boot. That's one back into the pads of Markram, and if he hadn't just got a little bit of bat at the last minute, that would have snuck through. A classic Stark delivery. He's had fun here with a white ball as well as Mitchell Stark, I say.
Well, he was knocking over South Africans for fun 3 years ago at home. Rossi Wanderdusen became his 300th wicket, was it? 250th wicket, I remember. So you just can't rest easy when Stark is in new balls. There was a time in 2019 when he wasn't a certain starter for Australia for tests in England. That's changed now.
Gets it behind this as Markram defends a full ball into the offside. There's no run. He's really searching for that full length here. We know how dangerous he could be. Was it Ben Stokes he got here in the World Cup with an absolute toe crusher?
Flattened Ben Stokes, didn't he?
What a ball that was. I mean, it's very much a signature Stark ball. It's funny how Stark is kind of not talked about in quite the same hallowed terms as Cummins, certainly, and Hazelwood as well, really, for that matter. But he does have 382 Test wickets to his name, which is not a bad haul, is it?
And if he plays all 4 Test matches, he'll become only the second Australian fast bowler to play 100 Tests.
Wow.
In Jamaica.
Here comes Stark. Complete over. He's got him. He's bowled him. Inside edge onto the stumps. Australia have got their breakthrough. Stark could threaten to castle Markram 3 or 4 times in that over. He snuck through, pure pace, accuracy. Markram stuck on the crease. And this incredible, dramatic session continues. Markram goes for a duck. And on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. South Africa, a 0 for 1.
Well, it wasn't the Mitchell Stark trademark in-swinging Yorker, but he'll take that. It was played on. Markram just worried about that ball, just maybe shaping away, hung his bat out, inside edge onto his stumps. There's always target practice with Mitchell Stark in the new ball. He's always trying to hone in on those stumps. Markram did get his bat in the way, but not the way he would have wanted it to. And once again, Mitchell Stark, like he's done for the last 15 years, has given Australia a dream beginning, a wicket in the first over.
1 over gone. It's 0 for 1 here on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
For the hottest hot party you've ever seen. Cream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Get the best in heat pump and solar hot water and government rebates.
Install a ring. Install a ring.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
You're listening to SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, built from only $227,900. So Australia knew they needed breakthroughs in this session. In this, I say mini session, it'll be about an hour and 45 minutes, and they've got one immediately in the very first over, and it's a big one as well. Hayden Markram, it's a pretty inexperienced lineup that South Africa have got at the top of the order. Aidan Markram is one of the more experienced of those players, touching 3,000 test runs in his 45 tests, but he's not added to them today. He's gone for a first ball duck. We saw in the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, his feet went nowhere, his bat sort of desperately trying to get down on it in time. He was beaten for pace as Hazelwood starts in for the pavilion end. Rickleton pushes into the offside. It's fielded at point, and there's still no run on the board. Well. There's a reserve day here in case of excessive rain. Now, I don't think we're going to get a great deal of rain, but the way this game is going, I don't think we're going to get an excess of days. Jeremy Coney has joined us. 11 wickets.
This is 11 so far, and quite a bit of time to go today. 3 slips gully, and you're right exactly about Markram. Deceived with the ball moving back in prior to the dismissal, and then uncertainty really was the hallmark of, as you say, very little foot movement. They're having a little look at the ball here now, the two umpires, and no foot movement, and the bat coming in slightly on an angle, wasn't it? So it hit the bottom corner edge and deflected then hard onto the stumps. So really just that phase of an innings where you don't get very confident at all, and you're hunting and searching for the line of the ball and the movement, and it's brought about his dismissal. So let's see what South Africa can do. We've all pointed out that it is somewhat fragile, the way that they score runs. They can blow hot and cold.
Hazelwood comes in once more on a slight angle. The pavilion end, that's pushed it to the offside. They're going through for a quick single. This could be tight. Throw comes in, he's home. South Africa are underway. They require a further 12 runs to avoid the prospect of following on.
That's a bit harsh, but we'll see. I'm still yeah. His beard is growing longer every moment.
Andrea.
Yes, I know.
Is it looking ever more like a kindly Father Christmas, you know?
Well, that might be my future, being Father Christmas.
It might.
And that's no harm. But most of the attributes.
You do,
yeah. The stomach.
Generous, kind-hearted, you fit down a chimney.
Reindeer.
Hazelwood's in. This is defended into the offside. They go through for a quick single again. Slightly on their heels there, the Aussies in the inner ring, and allowed a single that perhaps shouldn't have been taken. It means both Mulder and Rickleton are off the mark, 1 for 2.
Not sure I'd fit down the chimney, but Mitchell Starc does hit the stumps a lot. 90 times in Test cricket now, which is
90?
The most for an Australian quick bowler anyway.
Out of 383. I mean, so that is flat 20%.
23 and a half. So it's good, isn't it? About 18% overall. You compare that to McGrath, obviously a different type of bowler, but the next most bowls by a quick bowler for Australia. He got 76 out of 563.
Hazelwood is in. Rickleton defends into the offside. This time they don't take the single. It's picked up at mid-off.
And what about if you add LBWs to that? Because that's another straight delivery, isn't it?
And he loves an LBW.
So
that's swinging
exactly in full
on the toes.
So if we could add those two together, you see, missing a straight ball.
Well, his pace, the pace of him, isn't it?
Yep.
And that slingy action and I mean, they're an incredible foursome. These 4 bowlers at Australia have managed to get on the park now for the 33rd time in Test history. Josh Hazelwood in, thick inside edge. He's lucky to get away with that. Is Rickleton. Shine stumps hits, but Mulder is home. The ball squirted to short fine leg. 1 for 3. Every run is being ticked off by South Africa fans here in their pursuit of 13.
I think Mulder hasn't batted a lot at 3, has he? I mean, I know he may have at some stage towards the end of the series that they played in order to get themselves here.
That's right,
but generally he's been down in the regular position. You'll see, a medium pacer.
Yep, 6 or 7.
That's right, that sort of area. So
Hazelwood into Mulder, gets struck on the pad too high. The ball plops down in front of him at the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. South Africa 1 for 3.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
The end of financial year is always the start of something special at Kilmore Toyota, and this year it's no different, with the Land Cruiser 300 series and a large range of Hilux in stock. Kilmore Toyota. LMCT 808. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Stock, left arm over the wicket from the nursery end. He's going to come into Rickleton shortly with his tail up. Bowled a terrific first over as the Australians try to shift the momentum. It's been an explosive last session of the day. We've only had 55 minutes. We've already had 6 wickets. If it goes on like this, well, we'll be out of here by tea time tomorrow. Which wouldn't be ideal for the freelancers out there. Here comes Stark.
On behalf of the freelancers.
Yeah, exactly. Rickleton flicks this away into the onside, but to Cummins at mid-on, who moves to his left of field. There's no run.
I was just thinking about Mulder and number 3, because that's a different position for him, isn't it? You know, we've had Labuschagne change up to opener as well, and both of these sides really have found it quite difficult in the top order. The changes that you don't normally see that.
Are we running out of specialists at the top of the order in modern cricket? Even Khawaja didn't really want to be an opener to start with, did he? He would bat in the middle order.
He's batted down there.
Stark runs in away from us, left arm over the wicket. And this is driven nicely, beautifully, straight through mid-on. That's going to run up to the boundary of the nursery, and that is a terrific shot from Rickleton. Good stride, full face of the bat to the left of mid-off before the first boundary of the South African innings. They're 1 for 7. Just to go on that point, Rohit Sharma, he was a converted opener.
Yes, he was.
Duckett is a converted opener. He used to be down at 4 or 5. Steve Smith has opened, although he's back down in the pack. You know, so it's gone are the days when you seem to have started like Alistair Cook. He was at 3 occasionally when he first started because England had established openers, but he basically did the large bulk of his career at opener. As Stark is in again, this is nicely driven, but can't beat mid-off.
Do you think
Jeff Boycott, John Edridge?
Yes, the demands of opening are specialised, aren't they? You're generally line players, and you leave the length very much to a secondary kind of position, so that you say to yourself as it comes in, is this missing the stumps? Let it go. I'm not going to run the risk of attacking that, and you might miss out on a few drives, for example, because of that. But looking at it first,
Stark in again. This is angled into the gully region where Cam Green fields very well. There's no run.
Most batsmen, it seems to me nowadays, like to hit the ball.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, when I was growing up, openers were very happy. We were all delighted if the score was none for 63 at lunch on 31 overs, whereas now
you got the lunch. Absolutely.
Ben Duckett has scored 200s without leaving a single ball in his innings. So it's almost like the demands of the coach and of the spectator perhaps as well, that openers are more vigorous against a new ball, and you want different kind of skills up there, but it makes it pretty tricky. As Stark is in again, full played and missed that. A swinging delivery that Rickleton's lucky not to get an edge to, goes through to Carey. So yeah, I don't know whether it's just the pace of the modern game, it's the way teams want to play, want to set up in a sense.
Shrinkage of the test.
Yeah.
We're now really into 3 and a bit days. That would be the average, I would say, length of a test match now.
But Australia, you'd have to say, they'd pick the 2 guys in their side who are the happiest after Steve Smith to leave the ball.
Yes.
You know, Khawaja and Labuschagne, they're guys who have more of an old school opening mindset, I guess. Stark in to complete the 3rd over. That's left alone by Rickleton. End of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. South Africa in reply to Australia's 212 are 1 for 7.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? While it might cost a few bucks more, there's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance company's. Choose Visit sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
What an hour of cricket that's been. 6 wickets falling. Australia lose 5 for 20. South Africa lose a wicket right away. Mulder facing Cummins. Pavilion end delivers here, leaving alone. Fourth stump line on length. Adam Collins jumping back in. Our coverage for Henley Holmes. Flem, JVC with me. This is riveting stuff.
Josh Hazlewood, I know he's coming off T20 cricket, but he dominated in the IPL. He looks in good rhythm. It's a very simple action. Not many things can go wrong, and he just owns that Hazlewood hallway of hesitation just outside off stump. It's full, it's bouncy, and there's 3 slips in a gully waiting for a catch.
Hazlewood, that majestic approach, bowls here. Mulder defends, out to cover, no run.
It'll be interesting to see the lengths that Australia bowl, won't it? Because they're tallish bowlers. Josh Hazlewood and Stark are both relatively tall, and Hazlewood in particular hits that pitch much harder perhaps than the slightly more round arm swing bowling.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, but at the same time Stark goes for the stumps and hit the legs.
Josh doesn't fall into the trap, big
bowling too short.
Not too often. He likes to bowl full and shape the ball away.
He's in here bowling to Mulder at number 3. Delivers here, hits him on the thigh pad, balloons up to gully where 2 of the Giants are positioned. That's green, no run.
And Cummins is the one that's probably in the last couple of years got his length a little bit fuller, because early on he wasn't a big LBW man.
Yeah.
Rarely bowled a length that if the batsman hit, the ball wasn't going over, but he's subtly, and I think the wobbled seams had a bit to do with that, so his LBW percentage has gone up a lot.
Had that wonderful season in 23-24. He played all 7 tests in Australia and New Zealand. Hazlewood bowls here to Mulder, inside edge onto the pad, spills that into the offside, no run. He picked up his wickets at 15, and he was seen as more durable, but of course last year, 1 test at Perth, wickets on the first day, body broke down, that was it. So it's been a bit of a push and pull story for Hazlewood for a few years now.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting older as well for a fast bowler, but his body's shown less resilience at test level, and that's where to have an able backup in Scott Boland has been very handy. It's the level below that worries me going forward for Australian cricket.
Hazlewood from the pavilion bowls here, and he beats Mulder. He might have, if you want to be generous, pulled inside the line. Either way, there was movement back up the slope off the seam.
Since that wobble ball that you talk about, that oscillation from sort of 11 to 1, if you think of a clock, as it goes down the pitch, and no one knows really which way it's going to go, the bowler, the batsman, anything. It's caused a lot of strife, and openers are really struggling, aren't they? I mean, there aren't many openers that are really smashing down records at the moment.
And generally, if you're seaming it, it's fuller than the swinging delivery, so you can't change your shot.
Hazlewood, the finish is over here. Mulder past the edge again. That's a gem. Had to play that line. Ends the 4th over. South Africa 1 for 7, trailing by 205. A test is moving quickly on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Visit Waverley BMW during the BMW End of Financial Year Expo Sale event. Over 200 vehicles in stock across the range, ready for immediate delivery, and open till 9 p.m. every Thursday in June. Waverley BMW, Springvale Road, Glen Waverley. LMCT 8953.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900 thanks to Henley Holmes. Stark will continue from our nursery end. He's got 1 already, bowling with pace. His 3rd over begins, delivers to Rickleton, the left-hander. Back to him, maybe off a leading edge, but it went straight into the turf either way. Collected at mid-off, no run. Your point, Jeremy, about relative averages for batters in the World Test Championship era, so post-2019. The ICC put out some data the other day. Averages have gone off a cliff.
They've fallen, haven't they?
Off
Absolutely.
a cliff. And I reckon that, to an extent, it's correlative to what you're describing with the wobble seam ball. Interested in Flem's thoughts on this, but since the wobble seam was not just like 1 or 2 bowlers doing it, but like 10 or 12 of them doing it, the batters have sort of taken a while to adjust to that newer weapon. Stark bowls it. He delivers here to Rickleton. Gets it fine off his hip. Work to do it long leg there for Hazelwood. Collects in front of the home dressing room. Rickleton wanted 2. Sent back by Mulder. 1 for 8 the score.
I think a couple of things have helped as well. In Australia, we had barren pitches for about 3
Your
years.
pitches have changed,
So
haven't they?
now they're all seaming.
Yeah.
About that stage with the barren pitches, Cricket Australia challenged Kookaburra to come up with a more resilient ball, and they started to use the Dukes, so they've put rubber over the seam to reinforce that, make it more pronounced, and added another lacquer around the Kookaburra ball. So if you use that with more juicier pitches, the ball is just moving so much more. So the averages are well down in shield cricket.
I'd like to know how you actually think about how am I going to handle this ball that's sort of coming down towards you.
Stark to Mulder. He's on 1. 3 slips the gully, and he wafts at one he shouldn't be playing at.
And the other thing is, Jeremy, just watching you with the wobbled seam, and like when we were bowling, that was a cutter. If you angled it down to fine leg or to third man, you're bowling a leg cutter or an off cutter. No, you're bowling this, you angle it to fine leg, and you come down the back of the ball.
Yes.
And just practicing it myself in the nets, it's hard to get used to. But the thing is, when you bowl cutters, you'd lose pace. With the wobbled seam, you're not losing any pace.
Mulder. He's a makeshift solution at number 3 for South Africa. He's got work to do. Stark to him. Edging, and he's put down. He's put down by Alex Carey. He was moving in front of first slip. It wasn't a difficult chart, certainly not by Carey standards. He was going away with the ball. It went down the slope. It'll make for a replay, that's for sure. Chemist Warehouse screen. Here it is, Flem.
So, wide half volley, no foot movement, and he's collapsed, hasn't he? I don't think he needed to
stay on his feet,
fall down onto his knees. I reckon he takes that at knee level.
Yeah. Or he just moves across with his footwork.
And it wasn't a real big dive.
It's just more of a skippy feet. Across they go.
That's a soda.
Yeah.
It's a bad one, Stark. Hand on his mouth. He can't believe it. No one can. Stark delivers here, close to the off stump, back up the slope. Super stuff from Stark. It goes down and just has a word to Mulder. Or maybe not. At the very least, he stares him down. He's entitled to do that, of course. Watching it again on replay, in the gloves, out straight away after he hit his chest.
Yeah, well, he made it into quite a difficult height, didn't he? Where he didn't go reverse cup, and he was kind of, and the hands were jammed up against his chest as he came across, almost on his knees.
Yeah, if he stood upright, his fingers
come
are
across
going
and
down.
take it.
Yeah.
And he kind of got off balance, kind of like maybe to an extent going down the hill a little bit as well might have affected him. Last ball from Stark here. Another busy over. Found the edge once. Delivers to Mulder on 1. Full and straight and dug out back to the bowler. Stark cuts it off in his follow through. Should be 2 for 8. Instead it's 1 for 8. Mulder still there on 1. Lucky man. Rickleton on 7. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
The Queensland Racing Carnival is where champions emerge. The Queensland Racing Carnival's crowning jewel is here. The Star Stradbroke Day. With $6.5 million in prize money, the spotlight shines on the $3 million Stradbroke Handicap, where Steffi Magnetica and Zach Lloyd made history in 2024. The race day will also feature the $1 million Group 1 JJ Atkins, most recently taken out by another rising superstar in broadsiding, alongside the $1.2 million Group 2 Q22. Book your spot trackside. For more information, head to racingqueensland.com.au.
Now leading wicket taker on the day, Giso Rabada, a 5-wicket bag on day 1 here for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. That's why South Africa are batting. Heaps of time to go as well. Hazelwood in, bowls over the wicket and squares up Rickleton, who just plays it with soft hands out to point no run.
Certainly Rickleton has looked the most solid of the 3 we've seen of the South African batsmen at the moment. But you do, however, feel There's a wicket in the air, I'm afraid, fellas. If you are listening and you're South African, I'm sorry to say that. It's just a sense and a feeling that you have that perhaps an edge, maybe from Rickleton's edge as he plays towards it, and maybe Hazelwood gets it to go away.
Here is Hazelwood from the pavilion end, bowls to Rickleton, and he beats him, just as foretold by Jeremy Coney. There's a fair bit going on with this new Duke's ball, and the best thing for Australia perhaps is that coming next, when the lacquer's off, Pat Cummins.
Geez, he bowls a high percentage of quality deliveries.
Does.
They're threatening every ball. It doesn't matter if it's a right-hander or left-hander, and they love bowling together, and they complement each other because Stark is slightly fuller, as you said, and more skiddier. Hazelwood still bowls a good length, but it's over the top, and he's a big man, and he maximises his height.
Here he is again, Hazelwood, the thoroughbred, bowls here, beats Rickleton. Second time in 3 balls. There's a lot of debate during the week about procedural fairness of Scott Boland missing the 11, having bowled the house down at Sydney, and it's fair enough that in almost any other team, in any other era, in any other circumstance, Boland's one of the first names on the team sheet, but it's taking someone of the all-round class of Hazelwood to keep him out of the side for reasons like this.
Yeah, it's almost if they'd played the World Test final a month after the last test at home and Hazelwood was fit, Boland would have played.
Yeah.
But no, a handy backup, Scott Boland.
Too right. Hazelwood to Rickleton, who leaves alone on length, hits the gloves of Carey hard, who put down a catch in the previous over, remarkably. An easy 1-2. That Carey reverse sweep to start the session feels an eternity ago. First ball he faced from Maharaj after tee, bold reverse sweeping, which set upon a 5 for 20 collapse.
Yeah, it was loose, wasn't it, really? It's sometimes the danger of premeditation, isn't it?
Definitely.
That you're playing a shot that you don't really know what the ball is going to do, and it actually was a full toss, and if he was driving, or he just played it off. Yeah.
Hazelwood's got 2 left in the over, delivers to Rickleton. Down the leg side, Carey takes some pace off it with his right glove. They'll get through for runs, a couple of them before Stark arrives beneath our commentary position. Leg buys or runs? Leg buys. So 1 for 12. 1 for 10, sorry.
Yeah, we're debating before, they'll always back and play your natural game. But if you're premeditating, that's not natural. You're actually manufacturing that. You play. So they're saying, back your manufacturing game. Aren't they?
Well, if you word substitution, yes.
Hazelwood, last ball of his 3rd over. Just 3 runs off the bat from him so far. To Rickleton, off drive. Lovely one at that. Beautifully played. Back towards the rope it goes at long off and hits it now. Great finish to the over. Rickleton up to 7, the most assured so far. Make that 11, I should say. 1 for 14 at the end of 6 overs. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Does your local tick all the boxes? Lush beer garden, classic pub fare including steak night, trivia nights and a Sunday roast special? Sounds like the Flying Doug, where Gastropub meets a neighbourhood local favourite. Drop in at 67 Bendigo Street, Paran.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, built from only $227,900. Stark to Mulder continues. I said just before Mulder was dropped, he's a makeshift number 3. He's batted a lot of his career in the sort of 7-8 position.
Yeah, that's it.
Came up to 3, got 100, averaged in the 50s in the WTC cycle. From a smaller sample size, Stark to him here, pulls inside the line, doesn't quite play and miss. And now, very different story batting 3 against this bowling lineup.
Yeah, their lineup looks a bit like that. There's not that much class. A couple of those off drives from Rickleton have looked really good, haven't they, when he plays in the V?
I've never really minded my faster bowlers being driven like that, though. I think I'd rather have them there, than a short balls and wide balls and so on, and guys being able to let balls go all the time. I think you just have to pull that length back. The bowler knows about it and the feel of it.
Stark to Mulder, middle stump, defended.
So it looks pretty and it looks nice and it is a good shot. There's no problem with that at all. But it's better, I think, to be there than it is in some other parts of the pitch where sometimes it can look pretty bowling.
Yeah.
Because if that swings, you're in the game, aren't you?
If it's a fraction wider too, you know,
you're
training him a bit. Oh, you're hitting that nice. Oh, slightly wider, outside edge, out. But he's had good rhythm. Mitchell Stark
into Mulder. Bowls here, Mulder leaves. That's well wide of the off stump.
As he bowls his widest ball that he's bowled.
Yes.
Indeed. On cue. We saw Stark and Cummins bowl a spell together here, Flem, around this time of day, as did you, Jeremy, a couple of years ago, where it was Stark from this end and Cummins from the pavilion end. I wonder how long before the captain will get those twitchy fingers.
Nah, he's warming up. So if it's not the next over, it'll be...
He's already had a chat to Hazelwood, I noticed at the end of the last over.
3 slips and a gully. Mulder waits for Stark. Bowls here. Short ball gets underneath it, but it's quick. Got underneath it awkwardly, I'd say. So a different type of challenge entirely, this for Mulder.
And good to bowl a bouncer every now and again, just to push him back, because your gun ball is the full one. That was an excellent bouncer. That really did shake Mulder. He's 1 off 16, so he's not really going anywhere.
No. Can they find something here? 2 left in the over. Stark bowls here. Mulder goes back and defends. Just in front of point, there won't be a single. They thought about it, but it wasn't on.
No, it's a picture of survival, isn't it? I'm hanging in here. My job at number 3 is to just see as many deliveries as I can off to tire the bowlers. If that is a verb we want to use. I mean, it's early days to be doing that, but that's really all we're seeing at the moment. It's not as if he's forcing the bowler. It's the bowler who is in control here rather than the batsman, who's hitting it so nicely and moving so well that he looks comfortable and at ease.
2 back for that short ball as well, if he wishes to play it. It's Stark in here to finish. Attempter wide of the off stump, but shouldering arms is Mulder. He's 1 from 18. South Africa 1 for 14. They trail by 198. Rickeldin down the other end on 11 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
If you need a new workhorse, visit Freeway Motor Group for end of financial year deals. Get a Ford Ranger Wildtrak from just $70,000 or Transit Custom from $55,000. The LDV T60 Max gets $4,000 off the entire range, and the G10 van starts at just $39,990. The GWM Cannon run out starts from $33,990, or go large with free on roads on a Ram 1500. And the Hyundai Staria Load gets a $5,000 bonus. Find out more at freewaymotorgroup.com.au. LMCT 9351.
On cue, change of bowler for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket team wear. It's the captain, it's Patrick Cummins, who from that pavilion end, he will be a handful. Certainly was here against England a couple of years ago. 3 wickets in the second dig when he was fearsome through the top order. To Rickeldin, who's been on the best on show so far for South Africa in the 7 overs we've seen. Cummins first ball to the left-hander, plays it out behind point just, and it's square enough to beat Green in the gully. They'll get a single to line at deep point. 12 for Rickeldin, 1 for 14.
Do you like the deep point?
No.
Not really?
No.
Is it needed?
We're on top. I don't mind it in the old days. Someone like Stuart McGill, you know, an inconsistent leggy.
Oh, let's go.
Let's whip it.
Yeah.
And then once he was ripping it, let's bring him in. But no.
That's a very Indian kind of way. You put them at 3/4 for the first few overs, let them settle a bit, in we come.
But Pat Cummins isn't an inconsistent leg spinner.
No, I wouldn't have. That's why it was an interesting.
He could probably do a fine job.
Yeah.
294 test wickets at 22 for Cummins. Close to the stumps. First ball to Mulder. He'll like this matchup. Defended into the onside. Is there a deep point for the right-hander? There is not, so your wish is granted. He doesn't mind bowling with the deep point to the lefties, though, over the years, Cummins.
Yeah, to the righties, he just cramps them up, doesn't he? He doesn't leave the stumps too much.
So Rickleton playing his 11th Test match, 28 years of age, got that big 259 against Pakistan. That was the last Test in the World Test Championship cycle, where South Africa made sure of their position at the top of the ladder. Mulder here, 1 from 19, facing Cummins, defends. So Cummins, who was part of that collapse earlier in the session, can he have an impact right away with the Dukes ball? And as we know, Flem, it's around this time, isn't it, with the Dukes? It's when it gets about 8, 10, 12 overs old when...
Lacquer just gets off it a bit.
Yeah.
Buff up one side.
Yeah.
Really work on it.
What did you make, I'll ask both of you this, but Flem, from a bowlology perspective, of the IPL finally bringing saliva back into the game this year for bowlers?
Why not?
Because it was banned during COVID.
I suppose.
Yep. So Cummins close to the stumps, Mulder defends off the inside part of the bat. Just to reiterate for our listeners, it was banned during COVID for COVID-19 reasons, and the IPL have brought it back to try and restore some competitive balance, but we haven't seen it yet change in Test cricket. They're still technically banned from using it.
I suppose the only thought is about mint. The mints,
exactly.
Isn't it?
Yes. I thought that was convenient.
Yeah. That sugar content which helps the ball shine when you put saliva on the ball. That's up to umps, I suppose, to police those sorts of things. I don't know how you police it.
Well, they used to take those chocolate frogs, didn't they? And the Murray's Mints famously in the 05 Ashes. Cummins in, Mulder down the leg side, taken by Carey to his left.
Can you do some sort of sniff test? If you sniff and it sounds a bit minty or smells a bit minty, you go... stop using mints. Can you have can umpires like a sniff test or a sniff app?
Maybe you should have to spit into the way that you do with the COVID-19 test. Go back to that again. With maybe it can test your sugar.
Let's make the overrate even slower.
Yeah. Ridiculous. We'll just send us off to the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries.
Cummins to finish his first over, and Mulder plays and misses. Just outside the line of the off stump. Good over from the captain, 1 run from it. Mulder's 1 from 23, Rickleton's 12, 1 for 15 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
For the hottest hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Save on hot water energy use by up to 71% with Ream Ambi-Heat Heat Pump.
Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
It's going to be Coney out, Sundaresan in. Hello, Baz.
Adam, I like the idea of the sniff test, Flem.
Yeah, or just banning mints or chewy. Really, why do you need it? It was just part of the culture to do it. But in theory, I don't walk around each day putting chewing gum in or mints or whatever. So just ban it from cricket field.
Stark
saliva back
away from us. Rickleton's facing on 12. 3 slips the gully, delivers and plays off the back foot, but in front of point. An acre to work with. Beautiful timing up the hill for 4. That might be his best shot yet from the balls of his feet. Rickleton reaches 16. 1 for 19, South Africa.
Yeah, that was because the previous couple of 4s were half volleys and he punched them straight down the ground. But there was an element of risk with that one. If he wasn't in a good position, that could have been edged to the slips, but he just played a nice little back foot check drive. Didn't he watch that onto his bat? And that flew off his bat. That was beautifully timed.
Yeah, that's if you imagine that for the right-hander, that's a Joe Root-esque shot. Harder than it looks. Stark responds here to Rickleton. Bowls, and he beats him with a fuller delivery, offering him the chance to drive, but it swung away conventionally.
Yeah, he's been so good, Mitchell Stark. He's really good in the IPL as well with a different coloured ball. Just the lens, but just on Ryan Rickleton, I saw quite a bit of him during the IPL. Reminds me a lot of Quinton de Kock, just the way he punches the ball. Left-handed opener again for South Africa. Keeps wicket as well.
Yeah, I like from Stark there. A lot of bowlers after getting hit for 4, might just get a bit straighter, but and shorter. He went full. He went for the wicket.
Stark again to Rickleton.
Yeah, and again.
Similar kind of spot, but Rickleton senses the length early and shoulders arms. Last thought on the ball stuff. Is it that big a deal with the mints and the raspberry frogs or whatever? Is the sugar content story, and I get that it buffs up the ball more, but dare I say it isn't sandpaper, is it, right? It's still saliva fundamentally. If that's the trade-off for allowing cricketers to use mints or whatever, my view would be let them rip.
But they were using mints to face the ball,
no,
so just ban mints.
But they all, I don't know whether you can police, that's my point. I don't know whether you can police what's in their mouth.
You're not allowed on the field at all. Yes.
Stark up bowls again, edging and put down, no taken by Kawaja behind Carey. Took a moment for the cordon to realise that he grasped it. And he gets the second breakthrough, the double breakthrough. And it's an important one too. Ryan Rickleton looked really good. He's nicked off for 16. It's 2 for 19. It's Stark again from the nursery end. A fine piece of bowling.
Yeah, Starkey bowling into Snick Street. Rickleton looks after him, and Usman, I wonder for a minute he was waiting to see if Carey went for that. So he took it very late, but he took it clean. Excellent bowling from Stark, who got hit with a wide ball off the back foot through the covers. After that, he just went full. And he challenged Rickleton to come to him, and he didn't, and he stayed back, footwork minimal, and he pays the ultimate price, and he's back in the sheds.
Yeah, even though he picked off that boundary, Mitchell Stark has been all over these two South African batters, or every South African batter we've seen so far. And we speak so much about length, especially here, Flem. He's just kept at it. He's bowled that Mitchell Stark length, attacked the stumps, brought the outside edge into play. And this is the masterclass of new ball bowling.
Yes.
And the fact that you're spot on, Flem, the ball previous to it, 3 previous to it, where he's hit for 4 off the back foot, went straight away for a tempter, which Rickleton had a dart at, played and missed. Next ball, Rickleton left. 3-card trick. Third one, edged away. And the reason why it was hard to tell, I think, on replay, watching it back on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, the first angle we saw, Kawaja went to the turf with the ball, and he just managed to keep his balance down the slope there and didn't ground it, which meant it was a clean catch. No concerns there. Nicely done behind the keeper. Never easy for first slip in that situation.
A lot of keepers over the years would have went for that. And I wonder whether Carey dropping one sort of... So at first, to your right like that, you're not sure, is the keeper going or not?
And it's funny you bring that up, Flem. The other day when they were having their slip catching, at least twice a ball went between Kawaja and Carey, but neither went for it. So maybe that played a role in that
maybe he made a call going, I need to go for this.
Now Temba Babuma, the captain, walks out at number 4, a man of vast experience. 35 years of age, 64th test match. He's seen it all in the game. Can he stand up here to the pressure of Stark? First ball to him is defended from the leg stump line down to mid-on, no run. Stark, by the way, has now got 384 test wickets. What a career.
And it's the amount of test matches as well. For all 3 of them. There was a time, if you hit 50 test matches as an Australian fast bowler, I think we're battling to have 10. And these 3 are breaking through. For England, Broad and Anderson, their figures were insane. So it's a credit to the modern day fast bowler and the strength and conditioning crew with them.
He's 97th test. If he plays them all in this trip, he'll play his 100th in Jamaica. Stark to finish here. His 5th over, a successful one. Bavuma leaves alone. Beautifully bowled. What a terrific spell this has been. 2 for 19 the score. Changing commentary after the break. Daniel Norcross in for me. Mulder 1. Bavuma yet to score. Stark on fire. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. All the numbers on there.
Hi, James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals. We often get asked by client families whether a fixed price funeral plan will affect their pension payments. As the investment cannot be accessed, it cannot be used to generate income for you. Therefore, a fixed price funeral plan will not affect any pension payments and is not subject to the income or assets test.
Chat with your accountant or financial advisor first before making a decision. Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. South Africa 2 for 19. There's an hour to go. There's a drinks break in there as well. Australia would love a couple more, maybe three. Are they going to be greedy? As Cummins comes into bowl, but he's assailed by irksome pigeons. And the pigeon is far more at home at the Kia Oval in South London, but a few, I think, have been deployed by Surrey County Cricket Club. They've been sent here to Lords to do their worst, and they are lurking at a short extra cover. There's 5 of them, 5 of these pigeons, and they are determined to get in the way of the Australian captain.
I never thought you'd bring up the Oval while talking about pigeons as well, Norcross.
Cummins is in through to the keeper. There's no run. Well, you know, I'm predictable in some ways, but in others, I keep my pigeon powder dry.
Just driving around the UK, I've realized the pigeons and the seagulls are much bigger here than they are in Australia. They're scarily big.
They are thriving. They are thriving at the cost of many other people's chips. They do swoop these days. And there have been some angry kestrels as well. You want to look out for them when you're here. As Cummins comes in once more. Well, I think he's played just inside the line of that, Mulder. His stodgy innings continues. 25 balls he's faced. He's just got the 1 run. South Africa don't care too much about the runs, but the problem is a familiar one we saw from Australia's innings, actually, that they were very doughty. They were trying to dig in and be gritty, and then suddenly a couple of wickets fell. They looked up the scoreboard. They'd gone nowhere. And something similar is happening here. We're in the 10th over. Yeah, look, you know, it's not unusual to be going at 2 and over against a new ball, certainly, in relatively helpful bowling conditions, as Cummins comes into Mulder, gets one down the leg side. A good diving take by Carey, two-handed low to his left, prevents any buys.
In that sense, South Africa do have similar-esque batting lineup to Australia in terms from number 5 onwards. You have the stroke makers and Bellingham, Stubbs and Kyle Verreynne and Marco Jansen, and throw him into the mix. But it's never easy against these 3. Damien Fleming was just talking about the fact that they just keep going on and on and on.
Yeah. 33 test matches they've played together. It's quite extraordinary. Cummins rocking from side to side, defended into the offside. Bavuma thought about a run, it isn't there. Bavuma is currently using his bat somewhat like a shooting stick. I don't know if you're familiar with a shooting stick, are you?
Yeah.
A shooting stick is a peculiarly English thing. It presents as a kind of walking stick, but actually it's got a folded seat which you can then take out, and then you can sit on it. It was much beloved of square leg umpires for years. In this country, because you could just take it out, have a little sort of circular nodule at the bottom. It would plunk it into the grass, and it would stay firm. Here comes Cummins again. Mulder is beaten on the outside edge again, goes through low to Carey. Once more, there's no run, and Bavuma's bat is something of that.
If I didn't know, this country is steeped in laziness already.
Oh yeah.
There you go. There's further proof of that.
Do you know, it always staggers me that in a country like this, we have the highest turnout for a marathon in the world. I can only presume there's lots of people from abroad come.
They either sit or they run.
Well, I don't know a sane Englishman who would go anywhere near a marathon. Last ball of the 10th over, Cummins in down the leg side. Brilliant take by Carey, diving away to his left. We'll take a look at that again on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen with the score after 10 overs. South Africa 2 for 19.
Step into Chemist Warehouse for stunning skincare and savings. Grab Thayer's anti-blemish treatment 15ml for $15.99. Soothe skin with Aveeno Skin Relief Moisturising Lotion 1 litre, $17.99. Try L'Oreal Paris Revitalift Filler Day Cream 50ml, just $27.49. And for a bright smile, try Oral-B Power Toothbrush IO3 Series Clean and Whiten, now $99.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. What a thrilling, absorbing day we've had. It's not been run-drenched. It's not always been sun-drenched. But there's been lots to talk about. 12 wickets have gone down. South Africa are trying desperately to withstand this onslaught from the Aussie pace bowler. Stark in again, 6th over of his spell. wide outside the off-stump, left alone by Bavuma. You'd think this is the last over Stark can bowl. And then what? I mean, Callum Green can't bowl, so is there a little bit of Bo Webster, or do we think we go straight to spin or switch of ends? Josh Hazlewood here to the nursery end?
I think Josh Hazlewood would be fresh enough, and he is now fit enough to come back and replace Stark. I wouldn't think they'd go to Webster with the ball still doing quite a bit. But again, testament to the fitness of these three. We speak about their longevity all the time, but even at this stage of their careers, the fact that they can bowl these long spells, Daniel and Mitchell Stark, think of him as an enforcer, but the fact that he can bowl 6 overs on the trot and look menacing throughout that spell.
Stark in, left alone, going across his bows into the keeper's gloves.
Is once again testament to them and those around them who ensure workloads and strength and conditioning and fitness. And that's what makes beating this Australian team so much more difficult. You just have to play your A game every time, every day, every session, especially with bat in hand.
And you see this when you're up close with these players, is that the build of an Australian fast bowler is a different thing altogether. You look at James Anderson, for example, quite slight, athletic, yes, but the size of Stark, Hazlewood, Cummins, it's amazing. Stark is in again, that's tucked away into the onside, but frustratingly for Bavuma, he can't beat the fielder at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. I mean, Josh Hazlewood is so broad-shouldered, you know, and you look at that kind of build and you think the force that's going through those knees, those hips, how do they not break down? Well, Pat Cummins talked a lot, didn't he, about how he thought the best thing that could possibly have happened to him was that stress fracture of the back. Correct, and then 5 years of good management, and since which time he's been largely injury-free.
Very much so. I think it comes down to management away from or during the off-season as well. And the fact that all three of them are coming off the IPL as well.
Stark moves in. This is strikes the pad, going down the leg side, I think. Shake of the head from umpire Illingwood. Stark's going to have a chat. It was very, very fallen on the pads.
Look out for Pat Cummins' hands. If they're up in the air, he will go for the review.
Well, let's have a look.
His hands on hips.
It's going to be tight this either way.
There you go.
He's not doing well done. Hands on hips means no DRS.
Always look out for Pat Cummins' hands. If they're still up in the air, he will go for the review.
Well,
hands on hips, no review.
Our reviews, of course, with IMAR for Trusted Tradies Insurance Call 13 IMAR. But on this occasion, it wasn't used, and it was the right decision. It was swinging down leg, I think. I'm not even sure if it pitched in line, but it just didn't look quite right, albeit that we're about 150 yards away. So.
Yeah, that's right. And now you can expect Stark to just angle this one away and see if Bavuma will be tempted at just poking at this one.
He's batting on off stump, is Bavuma, as Stark is into him, and he does angle it across him, and he does play at it, but he does miss it. Goes through to the keeper. We haven't had a run for quite a while. Every run is at something of a premium. No, when it did pitch in line, the impact was in line, and it was umpire's call. It was quite a tight umpire's call as well. Slightly fleeting. It wasn't like half the ball.
He would have been
sort of a quarter of that.
Yeah. If you're giving that out, then you'd think the batter was unlucky.
You would. So a little bit like the Bo Webster dismissal that wasn't, that they kept the review, but shown to be umpire's call, clipping the top of leg during Australia's innings. It was that sort of marginal case. Had it been given out there, would have been out. Stark in again. Bavuma comes forward, defends into the offside, fielded a point, end of another maiden over. South Africa after 11 are 2 for 19.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. For professional tilers, the all-new Tile Works by National Tiles is a game changer. Yes, National Tiles Tile Works members can make up to $50,000 per year more than non-members. It's a game changer. National Tiles Tile Works tilers get free premium adhesives and grouts, delivered free, plus monthly cash rebates. So professional tilers rush to join Tile Works online at National Tiles now. Tile Works, it's a game changer. Conditions apply.
So the players taking drinks. There's some arms around some shoulders. It's a strangely scheduled drinks break. 50 minutes to go in the day's play. Ordinarily, it would have been at 5:05, but because, of course, South Africa bowled out Australia, no one ever really knows when drinks is going to be in sessions like this, Bharat. But it gives us a little bit of an opportunity to absorb what we've seen already. Stark's picked up the 2 wickets to fall. Bowling mark from one that was just too quick for him, inside edge back onto the stumps, and then Rickleton driving slightly loosely. Caught and slip by Khawaja. He made 16 off 23. If you add all the other balls together, 43 balls have been faced by the other 3 South African batters. One run has been scored. There have been a couple of extras as well, but finding runs here is really difficult. Who is going to counter-attack? Does anybody need to counter-attack? Do they just need to bat for dear life today and hope that they can come back when things often look a little different, don't they?
Yeah, and hope that cloud cover that we saw this morning doesn't return tomorrow morning, even though the forecast says that it will. And now I think they'll have to start thinking about looking to score. It's not going to be easy against these 3. They not only attacking, and that's been the last 3 or 4 years, Daniel. I think going back to the 2019 Ashes and what happened after that, it's just been a different Mitchell Starc. So I remember he didn't play all tests in that series very early in Justin Langer's reign, and there was a lot of talk about economy rates, and they wanted him to bowl drier spells. But then the approach changed, and especially under Pat Cummins, he's just been allowed to do what he does best. And rarely do you see him leaking runs. So he's no longer the Mitchell Starc who would go at 4 and 4.5 and over and get you wickets. He doesn't go for runs and still gets wickets.
I mean, despite that, we've seen on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse, the amount of swing he's been getting. Still an attacking length. He's not compromising that in order not to give away runs, but he's got that little bit more movement. It's asking more questions. He's got variations, as you pointed out. He'll come in at the right hand and then take it away. And so the batters are basically left peering through the fog of their bewilderment to work out what it is they need to do just to stay in. It's a fantastic display of fast bowling. We've been seeing a lot. I mean, we're just getting kind of spoilt by it, really. We're ready to start up again after the drinks break, and it's Cummins who's going to be bowling. Now Mulder, who lets this go by outside the off stump, quite tight to off stump, taken around about knee height by Carey. Now, I've got to tell you something that well, it's been festering with me, Bharat. So ever since COVID, we've taken to having a shop delivered by a well-known supermarket brand here. And last night, as my wife was presenting me with a particularly cheeky and piquant celeriac remoulade, she announced, this Cummins is in, this is clipped away nicely down a fine leg. Oh, praise be, it's a run for Mulder, unless it's a leg bye. It's a leg bye. He remains on 1, but the score advances at last after some time to 2 for 20. She announced, she said, do you know, I've used up all the Dijon mustard. And I looked and I'm like, I've been with her for 28 years. She knows how important Dijon is for me. You know? Does everybody not feel like this? I mean, you must be familiar with the great Middle England rapper Condimental, who famously said, as Cummins is in, it's down the leg side, really good diving stake by Carey. He said famously, Dijon mustard is a fundamental essential. I can't live without it. What am I to do? Have I got to stop off at the shops on the way home? You must have a condiment you can't live without. She knows this of me.
Is this late night hour marital advice you seek from me?
Well, it's coming towards the end of the day, and I thought that you might be able to help me out. Jeremy Coney here is very sympathetic. He would never let his house run out of his favourite condiment.
I think there's something deeper here. I think she's making a statement here, Daniel.
Cummins is in, this is driven, taken on the full, but pushed up to mid-off, there's no run.
I think the missing Dijon mustard is more a symptom. I don't think that is the issue here.
Right.
You need to dig deeper.
Yeah.
Think.
She's expressing. Is it Passac?
She basically is trying to say that whatever you are doing or not doing means that there's some big jigsaw piece in this puzzle that makes you two work. it's not there anymore.
There's a punishment. It's a punishment for the perceptions of my behaviour.
You're taking something away from her, so she takes your Dijon away.
Well, she did say the other day, actually, as Cummins is in outside the Ostap through to keep a no run, she did blame me for watching too many episodes of Brokerwood Mysteries back to back, so we had none left over to watch.
There you go.
So do you think it's that?
You take away her true crime, she takes away your mustard.
Yeah. I suppose it's a quid pro quo.
I guess so. And this is great advice at this late hour back home in Australia. There might be, married couples or just couples looking for some relationship advice.
Yeah.
This is what we do, Daniel. While Pat Cummins is bowling the perfect maiden over.
Do you think I should go home and just, have it out with her and say, look, what's up?
Don't buy Dijon mustard is all I say.
Cummins in to complete the over. Defended by Bavuma. It is almost a perfect maiden over. And South Africa, after 12, are limping along at 2 for 20.
It's a great night out. A night with the girls, or your mates, or with the people from work who are really your mates. You've hit the dance floor, you've hit your stride, but the night's always young. So why not keep the good times coming? Hit the bar that never hits snooze here at Crown's Jackpot Bar.
Crown's Jackpot Bar is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it's the perfect place to kick off a great night out or even wrap a great night up. Come find it at crownmelbourne.com.au. Crown practices the responsible serving of alcohol. Patrons must be 18 plus.
SEN Test cricket with Henley Holmes. We're in the twilight of the day's play. 44 minutes or so, 43 minutes remain. How many overs will we get in? Maybe 10, something of that order. Still plenty of opportunity for Australia to hunt wickets as Mulder waits, faces up to Stark, and he drives nicely, crisply, but of course can't beat the fielder. He goes straight to Labuschagne, and there's no run.
Mitchell Stark into his 7th over, so the drinks break came at the right time. And once again, you're talking about a fast bowler playing in his 97th Test match, who's in his mid-30s. And the fact that he has the fitness and the energy and the fact that speeds haven't dropped, he still looked as incisive as he has through every over he's bowled in the spell. Kind of tells you the peak fitness at which Mitchell Stark is operating, as are Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood.
He's slightly being allowed to bowl, though, isn't he? I mean,
he is. The South Africans are not putting any pressure on him.
They're not even trying to put the pressure back on. They're just playing for stumps at the moment as Stark is in, and Mulder plays inside the line of this ball across him from over the wicket into the gloves of Carey.
And the previous delivery was a great example of that. The first ball of this over where it was almost on half volley length. In fact, they just pushed it straight to that one fielder in the offside at mid-off. They had no power, it had no...
Well, the problem is, when you're 1 off 20, whatever he is now, I'll fill you in a moment, 1 off 30 odd, then you sort of then can't play an aggressive shot, because if you get out of that point, it just feels like all the hard work is entirely undone. He's faced 33 balls for his 1. Stark is into him again, and he's beaten on the outside edge. A genuine play and a miss. Going through, as Bharat's been saying, Mitchell Stark is still keeping his speeds up. It's going through at a good height to Carey, around about waist height. And it's epic fast bowling. If there are 10 overs left, though, or 9 after this, Cummins, can he get all of those overs from his fast bowlers? Because Hazlewood can come back, yes. Cummins could bowl, whereas he bowled 3. He might bowl another 4. He might be able to do that, mightn't he? If this is perhaps the last over of Stark's spell. He turns away from us and runs in to Mulder. And Mulder is, I think, leaving this, actually, playing the line of off stump, and it was well outside his off stump. I think we can expect the next ball, or the one after, to be the one that comes back in to the right-hander.
And it's not what we saw with South Africa. This was the big difference with South Africa, where every time the new ball bowlers stopped, or Marco Jansen and Rabada weren't bowling, life just looked a little easier. Yes, Steve Smith and Alex Carey might have fallen to spinners. It was more batter error than the spinners really getting the wicket. But the intensity just doesn't drop with Australia.
Third slip moved a bit closer in here as Stark runs in. That is defended into the offside. Run off the bat. And listen to the crowd. They can scarce believe it. I can scarce believe it. Was there the slightest hint of a smile teasing across Vian Mulder's lips? No, there is now, yes. That's one of the louder cheers you'll hear for a single. 2 for 21, multiple for 2. 0433 98 11 16 on the text machine. If you're up late listening, let us know which condiment you can't live without.
And what does Daniel do now that his partner has intentionally finished off his mustard?
Yeah, in one fell swoop.
What does he rub on his bread tomorrow morning?
You can't have a proper bacon sandwich without brown sauce and mustard, in my view. Dijon mustard. Dijon, specifically. Last ball of the over. Stark in, round the wicket to the South African captain, Temba Bavuma, who drives into the offside, but can't beat Labuschagne at mid-off. 2 for 21. There's going to be a change in the commentary box. Australia, South Africa, 2 for 21 after 13.
Let me tell you about Summer. Summer was diagnosed at age 3 with severe childhood dementia that affects her brain, muscles and nerves. There's no cure. Yet, at Murdoch Children's Research Institute, we're dedicated to transforming the lives of the 1 in 12 children born with a rare disease. And you can help. Make a tax-deductible donation by June 30 and help drive the next medical discovery that could change the lives of children like Summer. Visit mcri.edu.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. For me, it's the burger sauce you get at the late-night chicken shops here in England. That's the condiment I can't live without. Here's Cummins, 3 slips. He's got the short leg as well. Pulling inside the line is Vian Mulder. You don't get it at home. And by that I mean, I'm not even entirely sure what it is. The best way I can describe it is mayonnaise, but it's more an orange in its colour.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like an orange mayonnaise, which doesn't suggest it tastes like orange, but it's just the way it appears to the naked eye.
But chili mayo by any chance?
No, I wouldn't call it chili mayo. It just tastes like burger sauce.
Oh, right.
This generic thing that... your late night chip shop, which are a huge part of the diet over here, of course.
Yeah, of course.
1 in the morning, you can be guaranteed the high street will have multiple late night chip shops open. Here we go, Cummins over the wicket. Bowls here, edging, doesn't quite make it to Smith a second slip. Nearly collected it on the half volley, nearly got there with his mitts. Doesn't quite work out. Either way though, Cummins, probing, only conceded 1 run from 20 deliveries so far. Watching it back here, Chemist Warehouse replay screen, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. I reckon, 10 centimetres away from being in play.
Yeah, I was wondering, just waiting for the replay to say if the batter deserved any credit for taking or loosening his grip on the bat. He did not.
Mulder doing it tough. Cummins bowls to him here, edging again. This time through the corner, and up go the crowd. Runs off the bat. Consecutive overs from Vian Mulder. His 39th ball goes for a couple. He's up to 4. Oh, here we go. Heady times. This could be a case for Mulder and Scully. 2 for 23.
Very much so. It's that time of the night as well in Australia.
Oh, you can get loose now. What time's it? 2:23 a.m. That's why Norcross can talk about condiments.
Correct.
2:23 on the eastern seaboard. Anything goes, as we've learnt overseas over the years, Baz, at this time of night.
Especially from England.
Especially when Coney's on the last commentary stint, which I think he is today. We got here from, where are we? Fish in East Bentley. Love that. Can't live without barbecue sauce. Okay. Here is Cummins. Off cutter. Maybe wobble seam. He's got his hands on his head because just missed the off pole. Yep. He knows he's close. Ben's saying he puts habanero sauce on everything. I must admit, I'm not familiar with habanero sauce.
It's the Mexican chili.
Okay.
Yep.
We're in the Caribbean in a couple of weeks.
So we'll have a lot of pepper there.
The pepper sauce. The chili pepper. What's it called? That one that's on everything and when you're in the West Indies test grounds.
Yeah, the Trini ones. Yeah.
Yeah, you get it. It's a feature of every meal.
Some scorpion, something, yeah. I'll give you one after this ball.
3 slips gully remains the configuration for Cummins. Bowling here and turning into the onside is Mulder, only as far as Travis said at mid-wicket. There won't be a run.
In our household, we use this. You only get it at Asian shops. It's chili oil. It's called umami papi. Adam Collins, the next time you're home in Adelaide, I'll make you umami papi rice.
Here we go.
And umami will be your papi, trust me.
So I'm struggling at the moment at home. I've got my eldest daughter, Winnie, will not cop any condiment.
Oh.
And my youngest daughter, Peggy, just wants sauce and mayonnaise on everything. So we're charting a course. Last ball, Cummins, good over this. Mulder plays and then doesn't. leaves very close to the off stump. Pretty good batting all told. He's 4 from 41, putting in a shift, make that 4 from 42. It's 2 for 23. Type our scoreboard.
Super Bowl 60 is in San Francisco in February 2026, and your once-in-a-lifetime Super Bowl experience awaits thanks to Ballpark. Access to events, parties, hotels, and game day tickets. Book your tailored package. Email superbowl@ballparktravel.com.au.
Up at Sparrows again, eh? That's why we're securing you strong long-term returns. Cbus Super. Making hard work pay off. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you.
There's going to be a change of bowling at the nursery end. What a good person to chuck the ball to at 25 past 5. It's Josh Hazelwood. None for 7 from 3 in his first spell before Cummins had a crack from the pavilion end, but Hazelwood's most adept at doing it from this end as well at Lords, as we've seen across 3 outstanding test matches for him here in 15, 19 and 23. 3 in a gully for Bavuma. Yet to score from 13 balls. Bavuma plays inside the line. It doesn't reach Carey anyway.
Yeah, that's the beauty of having someone like Josh Hazelwood. You can just throw the ball at him at any stage, whatever the age of the ball, whatever end. He'll just get into his work straight away, won't he, Adam? And he's been bowling magically over the last 18, 20 months. So often he said that this is the best he's bowled, and you can recall him taking wickets from both ends. I think the famous Ben Stokes wicket in 2023 was when he was bowling from the pavilion end.
Yes, it was when Stokes had one side of the ground shut down by Hazelwood. It was such clever bowling in quite stressful circumstances for him. Crazy session that. Hazelwood bowls here and Mulder has no choice but to defend. Make that Bavuma, my apologies, out to cover, no run.
And going back to that session, we rarely speak about what Ben Stokes did that day because of the Johnny Bairstow incident. He almost pulled off another Headingley, didn't he? Or felt like he was going to.
That first over after lunch, when he cannoned a ball into the members, then popped one into the tavern stand. I think it was Coney and me on comms at the time, I reckon. We're like, what's happening? This is on. This is the second miracle of Ben Stokes. Correct. After what happened at Leeds 4 years earlier, but it was Hazelwood that stopped it eventually. Bowls here, or hits the back pad on the way through to Carey. He was shouldering arms Bavuma on length. But again, jagging off the seam. I mean, I don't mean to back over the bowling conversation too expressly. Hit him on the back pocket rather than thigh pad. But I mean, you sort of take in a lot of the social media response about Boland not playing. It's not about Scott Boland, it's about Josh Hazelwood.
It is, yeah.
You need to divorce Scott Boland from the conversation when evaluating what this guy has been for so long for Australian cricket. He's in here bowling and playing back defensively is Bavuma. 17 dots to start for the skipper. No pressure going the other way here.
And the best way to judge that is listen to Scott Boland. Every time you bring up the Josh Hazelwood comparison with him, the first thing he'll say is like, I am honoured that people speak of me in the same breath as Josh. So he acknowledges that as well. But yeah, what we're seeing from South Africa, I know it's tough, Adam. As impressed as we were with the energy and the positivity they showed with the ball, this is very negative and pessimistic batting from them, led by their captain.
Yeah, 2 for 23 in the 15th. Hazelwood bowls here, well wide of the off stumps, left alone. It's a tempter. 18 dots for Bavuma. Yeah, it does feel as though they've basically shut up shop way too early. Still 31 minutes till the cut-off here today. They'll get nowhere near 90 overs in on the day. It's not a real point of conversation yet, but that's the hard ending, 6 p.m.
And going nowhere, just sitting ducks, really. You're waiting almost. See if you can survive Hazelwood and Stark and Cummins.
Last one from Hazelwood, all dots so far. Up to Bavuma, who goes back and defends. Another maiden, 2 for 23. Mulder 4, Bavuma yet to score.
A big game tonight. 80,000 in the house. Crowd excited. Siren goes. The umpire holds the ball aloft. Hold on. What's he holding? Is that a yellow boot? You can't bounce that. He's grabbed a yellow footy boot instead of a ball.
If only that umpire had phoned New Vision Clinics. Having performed over 30,000 procedures, Dr. Noel Alpins helps people see clearly and give the boot to glasses. To find out more or to book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
2 for 23. Half an hour left on evening one here at Lord's. It's turned into a gorgeous day. Thick cloud cover earlier when Bavuma elected to bowl when he won the toss. They rolled Australia for just 2-1-2. Here's Cummins delivering here. Leg stump line turned into the onside by Mulder for a couple out to square leg. Hazelwood very casually does the fielding. 2 for 26. Tomato sauce, versatile on everything, says Samuel in Canberra. The Big V says, Winnie is onto something. Colo, it's about my daughter. Condiments are the devil. Oh, gosh. I wonder what she'll think of that. I'll relay it to her later. And Adam from South Bank, working in 5 degrees on the wharf in Melbourne. Come on, Aussies. Good on you, Adam. Wow. Great to hear from you. Warm up with another Australian wicket, perhaps. Cummins in. Bowls here. Bowls in! Right on cue! Splaying the stumps. We've seen that many times today from Bharat. Well, it's the Australian attack leader getting in on the act. He was threatening to do that from the moment he started operating from the pavilion end. And just as it was here a couple of years ago, Cummins down the slope, untouchable. Mulder bowled for 6. South Africa now in real strife at 3 for 25.
And this is what happens if you're just there as sitting ducks. These 3 will hunt you down. They'll mow you down. And Mulder's just hung in there and hung in there and hung in there. Not really shown the intention to score any runs. And Pat Cummins was all over him. The previous delivery slightly full on his pads, but this time he got the length right, he got the line right, like he's done so many times on English soil. Got that Duke's ball to smash into the batter's stumps.
Damien Fleming, what do you call it? Bowlology gold?
That is. But you say it a lot with Pat Cummins, don't you?
Yeah.
The big 3 quicks just complement each other beautifully, don't they? It's just if one's missing out, the other's 2 cash in. And, you know, Stark's got Australia off to a flyer, but Cummins 1 for 5 or 4.2. It's been a grind, hasn't it? Like they're battling it out, waiting for the bad ball. The bad ball doesn't come, and eventually enough you get an absolute cracker like Cummins bowled then.
Just talk us through the slope bowling there as well. What Cummins is doing there, using the conditions here to his advantage?
Well, a lot of the time you actually can just bowl a straight ball from your wrist, but the angle helps you. And on that occasion, the tough thing for the right-handers is Cummins has that ability to go against the slope, and on that occasion, it angles in, it seams in, and the zing bars are flying.
Terrible footwork as well. The feet didn't go anywhere.
You're not going to feel like it. You have to get full to Pat Cummins. You have to. How long we got left?
Yeah, we've got 27 minutes. This could get ugly. This could get ugly. So Tristan Stubbs, who's looked very much a test cricketer in his brief career so far, facing Cummins. First ball here, Stubbs, forward defending.
Well done.
Out towards the onside. It is well played. So Tristan Stubbs, who, he's made his reputation as one of the best ball strikers in the world in white ball cricket. He's shown a temperament for the red ball stuff already. But
that's a good start.
But different story. This is not the kind of attack they've been playing against Africa.
And, you know, Cummins is going to target the front pad. He's going to target the stumps here. And if he keeps getting forward, which he needs to do, there'll be a bouncer to come, or he'll bowl that wobble seam that moves towards the slips.
Here is Captain Cummins. Bowls here, leg stump, quickish shingle. Bit of tentative action there, but it's landed in no man's land. Leg by for South Africa, 3 for 26.
Well done by Bavuma, that good leadership, get down the other end.
Yeah, just speaking about the fitness of these 3, Flem, we speak about their longevity, but the fact that Mitchell Stark can bowl 7 overs on the trot at this stage of his career, and Cummins and Hazelwood, they all can just swap around and maintain that peak level of intensity is what sets this bowling attack apart.
Cummins, 2 left in the over. Bowls here, edging, and it nearly makes first slip. It's half volleyed by Kawaja. It's taken by Smith. Bavuma ever so close to banking a 20-ball duck, as Kawaja did earlier today, saved by maybe an inch or two. We're behind at our end. Seeing it back on the replay for Chemist Warehouse, he has half volleyed that up to Smith. Miller Tabaret stuff, nearly.
Bavuma did take his bottom hand off the bat.
Yeah.
Which, actually killed the ball a little bit. That's what saved him from being dismissed then.
Terrific bowling this from Cummins. He'll finish the 16th over here. Bavuma, leg stump line out towards square leg. Head does the fielding. Cummins successful in the over, knocking over Mulder. 3 for 26 the score. Still 25 minutes left tonight. Bharat Sundaresan jumping out. Stubbs and Bavuma both yet to score.
Let's take a little trip down memory lane. Oh, hang on. It's the Maroondah Highway in Ringwood to Car City. Selling cars for 35 years and now with better deals than ever. Choose from up to 2,000 cars on site over 12 acres and 3,000 cars online. All makes and models, new and used. There's easy off-street parking, even a cafe. Ask about drive-away finance today at Car City. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Belgravia Apparel providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. That's for our leading wicket taker. And that today is Mitchell Stark for Australia and Kagiso Rabada for South Africa. Hazelwood away from us. Wants to get into the act. Bowls to Stubbs. The new man in. Left alone on length. Hits the gloves hard.
It doesn't get any easier, does it, Colin?
Do you reckon they shut up shop too early here? Do you reckon they kind of thought about 50 minutes to go, we'll just try and find a way to get to 6 p.m?
I don't know. I haven't seen them bat enough. You know, you look up their stats. There's not one class batsman in this top 6 for South Africa. You know, Bavuma's had a really good 12 months and he's quite experienced. Rickleton's got a little bit of class. You know, I think they're doing the best they can against a quality Australian attack.
So here's Hazelwood, 3 slips the gully, bowls here on the hip of Stubbs, who'll get himself off the mark in the World Test Championship final, down to fine leg. Stark will do the fielding. 3-4-27. Jeremy Coney rejoins us as well.
Yeah, no Faf de Villiers. Faf de Villiers, that's both of them. Okay, so I mean that's the issue, isn't it? Really.
Goodbye you. Goodbye you.
Yeah.
Have you got one more?
A.B. Duplessis. Yeah.
Good.
Yes.
Oh, how they'd wish for those 4.
Yeah. De Kock, Quinton de Kock. Those 4.
Handy. Hazelwood bowls here, going back. Here's Bavuma, 22 balls without scoring. No chance to there.
The trouble is that what is that? What have we been watching? Really, the narrative of the innings has been resistance, hasn't it? Studied, thoughtful resistance. But nearly, we're going to get 20 odd overs. We are, aren't we?
Yeah.
You could score 60 runs in those overs and opportunities. You score a tucker 2 or you might get a 4 and a boundary somewhere else and the bowler changes his length.
Hazelwood bowls and leaving alone is Bavuma, as he's done many times.
A little. These are quality bowlers, I know that, but you've got to try and score. The whole point about holding the bat, in the end, runs need to come. And you can't just
wait for the bad ball.
See it off.
It's like they've downloaded the anti-T20 batting app, and it's getting them nowhere.
But you know what I mean too, don't you? That they've at least 60. You're a third of the way, kind of towards the total. 200 odd isn't a big total.
Hazelwood in. Bavuma plays this time, but he's beaten. First time he's tried to do anything remotely expansive with that gap at cover.
And that's the other thing. You see, once you get into a defensive mindset, you do get an opportunity to score. You actually go harder than you need to at it. Here's my chance. And then you often end up...
Eyes light up.
Yeah.
Are you saying he's in a defensive frame of mind? He's 0 off 24.
I think that's probably fair to sum it up.
He's a T20 player as well, Bavuma, a lot of the time. Hazelwood to him, he defends out to the offside. More a one-day player, to be fair, than a T20 type. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 27. That might be me done for the day. I think it is. Daniel Norcross will replace me after the break. Stubbs 1, the Boomer gets a score. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Not out.
With a growing family, life changes, and sometimes that means your home needs to change too. Duncan Thompson Extensions are a trusted family business that's been extending homes for over 40 years and recognise what's most important for you. From concept to completion, Duncan Thompson Extensions plan, design and extend your home to match your life. Sign up now and make 2025 the year your home becomes perfect for your family. It's good to be home. Visit duncanthompson.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, not as we know it, or not as we've come to know it. It has been an attritional, absorbing, extraordinary day as Cummins is in. With 20 minutes to go, forward in defence comes Stubbs, pushes into the offside. There is no run, especially in England for the last 3 or 4 years, and it's almost become like a kind of fault line, almost like a sort of people stand by Bazball or not Bazball, and it's almost like we've seen two sides here saying cricket is way more important than going out there and feeling bad on ball. You've just got to dig in and grind. It's a 5-day game. Well, this is why certain teams do play with a certain more vigour. India would play with more vigour in this situation. I fancy they would come at the Aussies a bit harder for a number of reasons. Cummins is in. This is defended by Stubbs, back up the wicket, no run, because they've had 17 overs. They've only lost 3 wickets in 17 overs. So they've not done badly in that sense. But if you bat 60 overs and you go at 4 and over, you get a first innings lead. If you bat 60 overs and you go at 2 and over, you concede a lead of 90, and that's the issue.
It's almost like they should have given a licence to 2 of the top 6 at least, knowing that they might get out playing aggressively, but they could get going.
They could also,
because they're all very good white ball strikers.
Cummins is into Stubbs, leaves it alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. Well, I mean, this is it, isn't it? They're very, very good bowlers, and you're a very fine fast bowler. If nobody's coming after you, you get comfy, don't you?
But eventually what happens from the bowling psychology, you go, eventually I'll bowl a good enough ball.
Yeah.
Because they're just not going anywhere. They're not pushing my length fuller, or they're not forcing me to bowl shorter, or you just feel like you'll bowl a good enough ball at some stage.
Right.
And that's what's happened in this innings, hasn't it?
They've induced no chaos at all in the bowlers' minds. As Cummins is in again, pavilion end, thick edge, bounces just in front of slip. And, but again, it was quite soft hands.
It doesn't disrupt the field at all.
No.
Everyone just kind of...
It's lovely for the skipper. It's lovely for all the bowlers.
Doesn't have to think.
Yeah. Great for the fielders. They're like, they're not worried that the ball's going to sting their hands.
No, they could be probably a bit more creative with their guards as well. You know, do you bat on leg a little bit, show the stumps, or do you bat a little bit out of your crease? I know they're fast bowlers, but it can upset the rhythm of the bowler.
Cummins in, Stubbs defends, back to the bowler. There is no run. We've had nearly 18 overs. South Africa are going at 1.5 and over. Yeah, now we get to the point with 18 minutes left in the day, 17 minutes left in the day, when actually, because you've got yourself into such a mindset, you daren't play a shot in anger, because if you get out, you're thinking all the negative thoughts and it'll look awful. It'll be 4 for 27. A night watcher will have to wander out. So they've just dug themselves a hole here, South Africa. Last ball of the 18th. Cummins into Stubbs. Stubbs defends, back to the bowler, end of the over. 3 for 27, South Africa, 18 overs gone.
Oh, great. Here we go again.
Right, do you know why I pulled you over?
Yeah, it's my window tint.
Pretty dark, isn't it?
Yeah, but it
looks like a professional job.
Yeah, but
I bet that's Tintacar Octane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Darkest legal tint you can get. Looks great. Oh, thanks, mate. Off you go.
This month, get $100 off Octane Tint from Tintacar. Call 13Tint or visit tintacar.com.au. We also tint homes.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Don't miss Game 2 of State of Origin next Wednesday, live from Perth Stadium, right across the SEN network. You can pick your call. Blues, Maroons. Maroons are unbiased. As Hazelwood is in, pushed into the offside. There is no run. SEN, your home of sport all year round.
It's a fair call.
It is.
It is.
Do you know Nick from Doncaster And imagine it means the Doncaster in South Yorkshire, in England, has been in touch. He's listening from Da Nang in Vietnam. He says, we have a tropical low that has halted our golf trip. I guess it would. Thanks to SEN, I'm still entertained. Hopefully the bowling cartel can get this done. Loving the commentary. I feel like I'm there. Well, we don't have much in the way of a tropical low here at St John's Wood. It's in fact balmy and delicious. Hazelwood rocking and rolling from side to side, runs in, 3 slips in place. That's defended by Bavuma. Was he nearly going to get his first run? But no, picked up a point.
Was Doncaster ever in an Agatha Christie story? Was it the ABC murders or something like that? Remember that?
I love the ABC. It's one of my favourite stories. That's a beauty, that.
Obviously the D part
is Doncaster.
Yes.
Don't give it away.
Good. Okay.
Spoiler alert.
What's the plot?
Dijon.
Well,
what's the plot of this one?
Oh, someone gets killed.
Letters.
Yeah, the letters through the alphabet.
Hazelwood into Bavuma, beaten on the outside edge.
What was
Another tentative
what was
prod.
the ex-person's name?
Xavier. Yeah.
Why?
Eve. Roland.
Why? W.
Beg your pardon? Wicket.
Who's Z? Who's Z?
Zed's
dead. Yeah, already caught them by then.
They got to K, did they?
Hazelwood is in with 3 slips and a gully. Bavuma defends. Oh, hang on, no, he's not going to get a run. Went back past the bowler, played it gently, and a good sprawling stop by Pat Cummins keeps Bavuma on naught. Now,
Will he be on 0? If he's not out, will he be on 0?
Well, there's a good chance.
I hope so. Yeah,
I'd like to, because it gets into that records territory.
You would like to get off the mark,
but once we've got to this stage, boys, I mean, surely it's more fun. To get the nod. I mean, do you know the great story of Oliver Hannon Dolby? Are you familiar with this man?
Was he in that book?
He should have been.
Well, he was in
got OHMD. He's went in thick edge into the onside.
He moved halfway through the plot. He moved to get away from H.
I was watching Oliver Hannon Dolby's epic. He had an epic knock, but a guy. I think
county
it was Bates or Burgess at the other end. There was a keeper at the other end who scored about 170. He came in, Oliver Hannon Dolby, when his partner was on about 75, and he was shepherding him to his 100, and he was on course for the longest naught in the history of cricket. This was only a few years back. And then ball struck his pad, rolled into the onside. They went through for a single. Umpire didn't signal the leg by, and Oliver Hannon Dolby's going, it's a leg by. Hazelwood's in. Oh my God, it's a run. No, it's a run.
It's away.
Tucked away in the outside. No. Well, you wait all this time for a run and 2 come along in one shot. The crowd are going wild.
Leg by.
South Africans up out of their chairs. Bavuma, ladies and gentlemen, is off the mark. End of the over. 19 gone. South Africa 3 for 29.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Are tax worries keeping you up at night? Take the stress out of tax with RJ Sanderson and Associates. Whether you're a small business, a company, or managing your self-managed super fund, RJ Sanderson can help maximise your refunds. Visit rjsanderson.com.au.
World Test Championship final in Lords between Australia and South Africa here on SEN, and it is the introduction into the attack of Nathan Lyon. It was here a couple of years ago that he popped a calf, and it was the best thing that could have happened to Australia, because that was the point at which all the England batters went completely ridiculous and gave their wickets away in an act of generosity.
We had no other plan than what do we do now? Let's bowl bouncers.
That's right.
And they took them all on.
Pope, Root, Duckett all succumbed in one go.
And then Australia did it the next day when England had no answers.
Forward short leg and a slip in place. Here is Lyon into Stubbs, who works the ball into a gap.
Gee, it's a run.
Through mid-on. And I'm not sure why that gap is there, I'll be honest with you.
Why is he there?
Up to long on for a single. Why is he there? They've shown no inclination whatsoever to score a run. wouldn't you have your mid on up?
Yes.
I mean, at this time of day.
I mean, that's what he's asking now.
Yeah. I think Lions actually spotted it. Yeah. What am I doing?
It's a torrent.
What are you doing?
Come in.
They've scored 3 off 2 balls.
3 for 3. Yeah, well, exactly. They've scored as many as they normally get in 2 overs in this innings so far. 3 for 30. As Bavuma back on strike to Lyon. Lyon is in and he defends on the front foot. And there is no run. So mid-on has come up. Mid-on's deep enough though still. This was a one-day game. You pushed the ball gently there. You're taking the single, aren't you? We've got a deep square. We've got a short fine, short mid-wicket. Mid-on is slightly deeper than the mid-off. Short extra, backward point. Tell me there isn't a sweeper on the offside and a slip. As Lyon is in, that's defended into the onside. No, run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, there's mercifully, there's only one fielder on the boundary. Deep square.
But there is a bit of turn for Lyon. Those of you will have noticed that.
It was hard for me to see, but yeah, I might take a look at the monitor. Let's
Just have a look and see if it does turn there.
Lyon is in.
No, that's not much.
Not a lot.
No, that's
still
the first time
the offside. There's no run.
If this could have got to the 5th day, I think it would turn significantly.
This game goes to the 5th day.
I think the final should be a 3 innings.
3 innings?
Epic.
Why not? Lyon is in. Bavuma defends watchfully on the front foot, pushes in the offside, no run.
That would bring
3
something.
innings.
Yeah.
For the world, why not? 7 days.
Yep.
3 innings each.
A week.
Just a week.
You'd have needed that at Multan. You know, do you remember in winter when England scored 800 odd? Harry Brook got a triple on. Yes. They ended up having to apply a blowtorch to it to get it to do anything. As Lyon is in again, that's worked into the onside. Straight to short mid-wicket, end of the over, the 20th of the innings. South Africa, rather moribund state of 3 for 30.
Every go-your-own-way knows. Adventure starts with an Isuzu D-Max. Whether you're tackling the toughest terrain, taking off for the weekend, or heading to work, there's an Isuzu D-Max for you. Right through the range, every D-Max is stacked with loads of tech and safety, ready to help you go your own way. Explore the Isuzu D-Max range at your local Isuzu Ute dealer today.
SEN Test Cricket, the World Test Championship Final. Josh Hazlewood is in once again from the nursery end. Wide-ish outside the off-stump. Quite tempting, but Stubbs will not be tempted. He is playing a very Puritan knockout there at the moment. Oliver Cromwell would be delighted by the abstinence shown by South Africa's batters. Not for them gorging on sweet meats and lampreys. No. It's near the end of the day. Forward defence or leave.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, I've seen more leaves in this innings from Stubbs than you'll see from Ben Duckett in 5 years of Test cricket. And he's only faced 12 balls.
He'd get dropped.
He would. Hazlewood is into him again. Oh, he's got him! All the way through the tentative prod. Hazlewood with the 4th wicket for Australia. And that, Stubbs' innings comes to an inglorious end. Castled, the stumps splayed like hillbillies' teeth, and a jubilant Australia get the wicket with 7 minutes to go before the close of play. And South Africa, they are rocking at 4 for 28.
It was off the seam against the slope, but there was a big gap there. Stubbs trying to play against type. I mean, in one-day cricket, his strike rate's 90. In T20, it's 146. First-class cricket, it's a strike rate of 60, which is pretty quick. Yeah, that's not his go. I think a player like that needs to play his shots. Yeah, otherwise, you're going to end up getting a delivery like that.
Do you know, it's impossible not to have this conversation about South Africa and finals, because they get to these finals showing a degree of fearless cricket. They come at you, they will be dynamic, and then we get to this situation where glory beckons. They bowled out Australia, the world champions, for 212, probably 50, 60 runs cheaper than they could have ever hoped. And they come out to bat with an hour and 3/4. Destiny is awaiting them.
There's a Netflix documentary ready to be made.
And you get a timorous performance.
It's not getting made. No.
Well, it's a good pitch, though, Flem. You never know.
We've cancelled it before production.
This man loves to hit the ball. Bedingham.
He's going to struggle in the next 5 minutes.
And this will not suit him at all, this particular style. That's a kind of defensive attitude, I think, that Stubbs used, and he's played so wide. He's played at the initial line of the ball.
You just wonder if you said, as I said, 2 of the top 6 play like one-day cricket. Now, if you get out first ball, whatever, that type of length, if he's thinking positive, he's getting forward and probably hitting that on the up over mid-off.
I mean, he's actually gone nowhere. That front foot has simply just sort of pushed the foot down. No more. It's Hazelwood into Bedingham. Strikes the pad. Running away down to the boundary. Big appeal for LBW. 4-leg buys will be signalled at some point, but not just yet, because Richard Illingworth's waiting to see if they're going to refer this.
Going down leg, Hazelwood.
And I think he's right. So, 4 runs, 4, I say valuable. I'm not sure they are valuable the way South Africa are batting, but they're helpful.
Well, they're top scorer.
Well, they are second top scorer, aren't they? But behind Rickleton at the moment.
Yeah, the review at the end of the day. I thought the leg buys were good.
Gee,
that's close.
It does come across his stumps, doesn't he?
Josh was interested early, and then
I think it best
got a lot of reviews left, haven't they?
Yeah, I think all of them. 4 for 34. Hazelwood into Bedingham, who defends. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. They're ticking down the minutes here, South African fans. And we're just going to see the replay. Missing quite substantially, a couple of inches or so.
As you were saying, Jeremy, Bedingham very similar to Stubbs. First class strike rate of 67, strong. 50 over cricket, 108. T20, 132. This is a hitter playing.
It is. And he's been now thrust into this position at 4 for 34. Just a few overs remaining in the day. It doesn't allow him really to feel comfortable about playing big shots, does it? He's placing the leg and then bringing the bat in beside it.
Hazelwood in, bowls a short ball. We're not seeing many of those, and he just sways out of the way through to the keeper. 1 ball left in the over. We've got a leg slip in, and this is smart captaincy from Cummins. He's seen that Beddingham's going across his stumps to look to flick the ball away, so he's got the leg slip in there now. There's 1 ball left in this over, and I'm just going to check the clock here, because it's going to be Lyon who's going to bowl from the pavilion end. Is there any chance they could squeeze? No, not really. It's coming up to 5:58 local time, so I think this will be the last ball of pace we're going to see today. Hazelwood into Bedingham. Bedingham defends crabbily. Back to the bowler. No run. Super over from Hazelwood. End of it. 21 gone. South Africa 4 for 34.
Missed Hyundai pre-office? Don't worry, our e-office is on now. Enjoy offers across a wide range of new and demonstrator Hyundai models, like the remarkable i30 sedan from $30,990 drive away, the bold Kona from $35,490 drive away, or the dynamic Tucson from $39,990 drive away. Hurry into e-office now. Visit your participating Hyundai dealer today. T's and C's and exclusions at hyundai.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket on World Test Championship final. I said it's in the last over of pace we haven't. Pat Cummins has sniffed an opportunity here, and he's coming back into the attack from the pavilion end for the last over of the day. Shadows beginning to lengthen, beautiful sunshine, and Australia, what a session this has been. They began it 5 down. They lost their last 5 wickets for 20. And then they picked up 4 South African wickets for 34. We've had 9 for 54 in this session. It has been extraordinary cricket as Cummins runs in to Bavuma. Bavuma gets a thick outside edge. It squirts into the offside. They've run 1. Bedingham would love to come back for a second, but his captain said, no, you know what? I think I might stay at the non-strikers end. Lucky Bedingham. He's going to have to face Cummins for who knows how many balls. 4 for 35. Still 177 runs behind. What a topsy-turvy day it's been. It was South Africa's day when they won the toss. They restricted Australia to 4 for 67. The wicket of Travis Head coming on the stroke of lunch, and then 123 runs scored in the middle session for the loss of just the 1 wicket. Steve Smith called it slip off the bowling of Markram. Then they emerged at 190 for 5, were bowled out for 212. Janssen and Rabada especially to the 4. And since then, well, they've gone nowhere. Cummins is in. This is clipped into the onside by Beddingham. Finds mid-wicket. There's no run. 22 overs they'll have faced, Jeremy. You were talking there earlier. Even if they go at 3 and over, show a bit of intent. 66 for 2. They're really in the game.
Absolutely, and that's the opportunity that they've allowed really to just fritter away, haven't they? It's not even a fritter, it's just kind of
melted.
It has.
The baked Alaska.
It's a shame because they had put pressure on Australia by dismissing them for a relatively low total. And perhaps if they had got to that 60, then, maybe 2 down, as you say. But look, a determination from somewhere to defend as if their lives depended upon it has really put all that good work that happened, particularly in the third session of the day, where they picked up 5 for about 20, didn't they, the last 5?
Cummins in. Beddingham thinks about playing a shot and does it in the end. Shoulders, arms through to the keeper.
But it's been undone now, hasn't it? Which unfortunately has come from a lack of just backing themselves.
They built themselves.
You can't say you get 25 overs of such brilliant bowling that there isn't the odd shot that you can tuck away for 1 or 2.
Well, there's gaps here, aren't there?
Of course there are.
They have been attacking Australia. 3 slips, gully, a leg slip.
Yes.
They've had that most of this time. There's acres of space. At no point of the bowlers.
Quick singles, all sorts of things.
Cummins into Beddingham, who gets turned around by this. Looks to work the ball to the onside. It squirts into the offside. It's picked up with the covers by Lyon. There's no run.
And that's a bit sad for South Africa, because they did get conditions today that suited their faster bowlers. They have 2 main fast bowlers, as we know, and they both picked up wickets today. They caught well, I thought, today. They'd started the game well, but I'm afraid they finished it quite tamely.
It's been a timorous performance in the evening sunshine as Cummins is in. Beddingham drives nicely through, vacant mid on. There you go. And it's going to run up to the boundary in front of the pavilion. 4 runs. Beddingham has already gone past Bavuma, who's been out there for 37 balls, and that tells a story in itself.
And that's a good stroke, isn't it? And I mentioned that Beddingham does like to play shots, and he's got to continue to do that. Someone has to. It was a full toss.
Floaty as well.
And that's right. And it deserved to be hit for 4.
He's off the mark. Make him feel a little bit better. Last ball of the day. Here we go. Forward short leg is in. Cummins is in. Beddingham clips this away through square leg out to the boundary for 4. 2 fours have come off the last 2 balls of the day. But that cannot mask what has been a perplexing approach from South Africa. They've looked with the bat overawed by the occasion. They will have a chance to sleep on it tonight. They will come back, not out of the game at 4 for 43. They're 169 runs away from parity. But they may just reflect on their approach and think, well, perhaps we need to be that little bit more aggressive. Beddingham is there. Bavuma, who's been in decent form in Test cricket for a while. Verreynne, Marco Jansen, but there's not a lot else. And conversely, for the Australians, well, they have been gifted a wonderful session there. They bowled brilliantly, of course they have, in those 22 overs, but they've had no questions asked of them, which means that they can come back after a night's rest, refreshed, and come in hard at close of play. South Africa 4 for 43. I'll just quickly run you through the tail of that tape. Aidan Markram, a 6-ball duck. Ryan Rickleton, the only man who showed any real intent until the very end. 16 from 23 with 3 fours. The only man to hit 4s until the last 2 balls of the day. Vian Mulder made a hideously claggy 44 balls 6. Tristan Stubbs was castled by a beauty from Hazelwood, but really he should have been able to keep it out. And Boomerangs unbeaten on 3 from 37 balls. Beddingham unbeaten on 8 from 9 balls. 2 wickets for Mitchell Stark, 2 for 10 off 7. Hazelwood 1 for 10 off 7. And Cummins 1 for 14 off 7. Nathan Lyon bowling just the 1 over. 22 overs bowled, 4 for 43. Before we wrap up, Jeremy, we've had a scintillating day and an extraordinary head-scratching session there. 65 runs and 9 wickets in the last session. 67 runs and 4 wickets in the first session. 123 runs and 1 wicket in the middle session. What's going off out there?
Right, thanks for that question. See you in the morning. No, look, it's been an interesting day, nevertheless. Curious at times. I think we should, put it that way. And in that it was a good toss to win for South Africa. They took advantage of it. They took early wickets, both of Khawaja and Green. A sort of a recovery of sorts between Labuschagne and Smith. Yes, and Smith. So, and then they almost made it through, but then Labuschagne was out and Smith carried on almost single-handedly, didn't he, through that into the middle session. So 4 down at lunch for 67. Smith carried on, as you say. Curious that I think Rabada and Jansen weren't bowled not just together for a moment, but that one of them whipped off quickly to enable them to come back as soon as the other was given a bit of a break. And then you were able to bring Rabada back for a few. I'm not sure whether they've quite worked that out yet, but of course as this game goes on, and if we get some nice weather, which I think it's supposed to be, that may not be quite so necessary, and spin will become more of a part of this game. 212 was it? It was a collapse by Australia. 212 all out in 30 odd overs.
Yeah.
And so really a good effort for South Africa. They would be pleased about that, I think. And then the opportunity to push ahead and finish the day nicely. But unfortunately, a lack of intent and a missed opportunity to put more pressure on the Australians was missed. And so just by really not playing a stroke and playing their natural cricket games, which they are quite able to do, they allowed Australia to bowl wherever they wanted to. They allowed them to set fields wherever they wanted to without really testing anybody, and certainly the scoreboard. So that was a shame. I hope they learn from that. And that tomorrow we see at least some shots and some attempts to keep the scoreboard moving going on.
Well, they're going to need to do that because they won't be able to defend their way to 212. Of that, there's no doubt. Kagiso Rabada earlier picked up 5 wickets, 5 for 51 to get himself on the honours board. Marco Jansen with 3 for 49. Top scorer was Bo Webster, who looked completely out of sorts for the entire time he was there, but got 72. So cricket, as they say, is a funny old game. We are going to be back at 6:30 Eastern time tomorrow with our full build-up for an hour before the match starts at 7:30 or 5:30, I guess, if you're in Perth. Is that right? Well, you can work it all out for yourselves. It's 10:30 UK time when the first ball will be bowled. With Australia, well, they've had a topsy-turvy day. They started badly in the middle. They got really, really good. Then they had a really appalling half of the last session and a really brilliant last half of the session. It's been marvellous. It's giddy. It's crazy. I'm going home. Please join us tomorrow where Jeremy Coney, Damien Fleming, myself, Bharat, Sundaresan, Adam Collins, Andrew Sampson will all be back. Until then, from us all here at Lord's, it's goodbye.